Just this morning, a side of me open that I never noticed. We are the future, ride for the culture. Put my dirty clothes on the lines of a notebook. Never hide from exposure, show you nobody is unbroken.
Remember my name. You see my face every breath that you take. Just when you think I was torn down in flames, I'm born again. All of my dark days are gone. You will remember. Yeah, you will remember. Yeah, you will remember.
On paper, it's easy. Win and advance.
That one wins in St. Louis.
But the truth, it's harder than the road they drive on.
Spin across the line. Wow!
12 drivers remain, hoping to match dreams with destiny and claim a cup filled with history. The NASCAR playoffs continue at New Hampshire on USA.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo!
My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
Tonight on Countdown to Green, we preview the brand new tournament format. Rivalries cross boundaries into the virtual world. And we have wheels to give away with Logitech G. All of that and more coming up on Countdown to Green.
Welcome, sim racing fans, to the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina, where class is back in session in 2025 for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by PlayVS College League. So happy that you could be joining us here on a great Wednesday night for some virtual racing. I'm Blake McCandless, joined along by Taylor Burris. James Pike will be joining us in just a moment. And Taylor, there has been so much anticipation and build up into this 2025 season. Class is back in session, but in a totally different way, a totally different format, a totally different excitement is in the air for this 2025 College iRacing Series season.
It's time to get your notebooks out, write your pencils down, and get ready for a unique style of testing that we would like to see that goes at speeds of 180 miles an hour in the virtual world. And we're about to see over 120 drivers about to go at it, and we're going to whittle it down to where only one could be one of the top drivers.
And again, this is going to take place over the course of both the fall and spring semesters here in 2025. We're starting tonight with the Queen City Crown, but again, with this new format, we are going elimination style. We're going tournament style here in 2025. We start this week. We'll conclude next week with the Queen City Crown, all of which will take place at Charlotte Motor Speedway before looking forward to everything that is going on throughout the remainder of the fall semester, the Clash on the Beach at Daytona, the Harvest Cup, and by the way, we got some unique names for each of these events in 2025. Then looking forward to the spring, the Great Lakes Gauntlet in Michigan, Martinsville Speedway with the Old Dominion Classic, and the Sunset Splash to wrap things up at Homestead Miami Speedway.
Absolutely incredible to see, and what a unique styles of tracks from your mile-and-a-half super speedways and short track racing that will absolutely test the limits of each and every single one of these drivers competing here throughout this 2025-2026 campaign.
Gonna be fun for sure. So welcome in the third member of our team here on Countdown to Green, presented by Logitech, James Pike. James, glad it's going to be a fun night of racing to join in on this action.
A whole new world of racing, I think is the best way to put it. 120 drivers that will compete over the course of the evening, and we are going to whittle it down to the select few. They're going to have the opportunity to make things happen in week 2 and potentially win this first tournament of 6 in the calendar of the Queen City Crown. Taylor, so much on the line, I think, for everybody involved.
Absolutely, a lot is on the line, and we're going to be whittling it down from 120 to about 40, and then we'll, of course, have our race winner next week. But here's a quick little breakdown. So, of course, the time trials that happened a little while ago, it's a 10-day window. 120 drivers qualified for this tournament, over 220 schools. And get this, the whole gap from your 120 drivers was separated by just a little bit over a tenth of a second throughout this whole 120 drivers competing. So now we're into the tournament week, the first part, which is the main focus here, where everyone's going to be split up into 3 different groups. Take it as kind of what we see in dirt track racing or World of Outlaws, where it's your top drivers in Heat 1, then your second place in Heat 2, third, and so on as it will progress. And then, of course, your out of those 3 groups, 39 of them will advance to the feature race next week, as we will see who will have what it takes to be the winner of this amazing event for the first round.
For this week, your big numbers to keep track of, and we certainly are going to pay attention to it over the course of the evening, but top 8, top 10, top 13. Top 8 from these heats, top 10 for the last chance qualifiers, and top 13 for the second round play. Those are your sort of transfer cutoffs and the numbers that we're going to be watching all night, because at the end, nothing at the front end of the field really matters this week. It's all about just making sure you're one of the 39.
Well, and I think you bring it up great. The whole theme of this is exactly what you would expect out of a tournament bracket. If you're watching some basketball later in March, it is all about surviving, and survival is going to be key throughout the night. This is the format that we'll take throughout the course of the night. You mentioned the key numbers that we'll be looking at throughout these opening rounds. Top 8 that will advance out of these heats. Then 10 will go through an LCQ in that group to make up 18. And then top 13 will advance from that towards that second round and towards the semifinals, which again will all take place in week 2. But tonight is all about that left side of the bracket. We'll be breaking up these groups into group 1, 2, and 3 and dwindling it down before we get to the semifinals. It'll take place next week before a final round, and to conclude, a champion of the Queen City Crown for the first round of the College iRacing Series.
So survive, advance, make sure you're part of the final 39 so that you have a chance to race not only for the money, which is awarded at the end of week 2, but also the points, Taylor Burris. We are still going to crown a season-end champion, and that will come with a scholarship bonus as well, but you only get points if you make it into week 2. I think that also is something worth noting for everyone watching at home.
Absolutely. So when we go into the racing next week, it's going to be critical of making sure you get maximum points. So that way that could go towards your season run championship. So you got to make sure you compete in every single round. As we take a look at some practice going on right now, and as we see some of the most iconic paints and some new updates with some of the new colleges coming on board competing this season, as we see Bowling Green out there on the circuit, the University of Northern Ohio also out on circuit, and we just saw Wichita State. So really love the paint designs that we're getting for this season to really showcase the teams, the colleges as well.
So many different schools represented, the American Conference representative, Wichita State, and then some action with Bowling Green. And a reminder for those of you, as it was last year, we still have wheels. And registered drivers who complete at least one attempt at a time attack will automatically be entered for a chance to win a racing prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set, the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits. And more information and full rules are available on that at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. Once again, you must participate in a time attack to be eligible. So many new schools, so many new names, so many new colors. Here's the bright yellow and blue of Missouri, Kansas City. Again, you've got 120 drivers, not quite as many schools, but still a lot of new ones that we haven't seen, some familiar schools as well. But we're going to learn a lot, I think, about the pool of drivers this evening, Blake.
That's for sure. We got a lot of storylines to talk about in terms of the teams and colleges that we'll be seeing competing against each other throughout the course of the evening. But why don't we go ahead and take a look at the track we'll be racing at tonight, the Charlotte Motor Speedway, our Logitech G track analysis here in Concord, North Carolina. Pretty standard 1.5 miles, though, around 24 degrees of banking in the corners for this track that opened and hasn't gone through a lot of changes on the oval since it opened in 1960. Remember Connor Yuroshek, that thrilling 3-wide move that we had at the end of last season or last semester, if you want to say that. Connor Yuroshek went to victory lane for the University of Calgary. He'll be back in the field tonight, looking to do the same here at America's Home for Racing, and a track that, especially here in the trucks that these drivers will be driving tonight, can provide some of the best action that you'll see anywhere on the iRacing service.
Clampett, the first Canadian-born driver to win an eNASCAR College iRacing Series event when he got the job done in Charlotte earlier in the spring. Taylor Burris, so many storylines that we can talk about. Let's start, though, with the champion, the returning man atop the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, Logan Clampett, representing the Titans of Cal State Fullerton. He's back, along with a few more of his friends for the Coke Series.
Absolutely. We see a lot of these major drivers. Of course, Logan Clampett coming back. We talked about Connor Yuroshek. He's coming in. You also have Dylan Alt and several other drivers coming out here to really showcase. There's Falkingham. He's ready to turn up the noise here this season and try to have a shot, as well as also, we mentioned Dylan Alt. Looking forward to seeing him. A couple of the drivers also working their way through the rankings here. And, of course, Connor Yuroshek looking to defend this season's race as Russell comes out with another shot of it too.
Well, and we talked about storylines in terms of who will be competing against one another, and it'll be much easier with the fact that if you look at these trucks, they have been completely redesigned in 2025 for this tournament-style season. Larry Fulcher, the graphic designer at iRacing, played a big part in designing these paint schemes, as well as our very own Justin Malillo, coordinating with the schools and these brands to make this possible, as well as Drew Adamson, who went with these drivers and schools to put on these beautiful paint schemes that you see that will be well represented. It won't be hard to miss your favorite school, your favorite driver that you'll be cheering for. They'll be pretty easy to pick out, as you could take a look at the many colleges that are being represented tonight. Ball State, Converse, you can see right there, Auburn, so many schools being represented here tonight. And again, be pretty easy to pick them out in their home colors here at Charlotte tonight.
Absolutely. And of course, speaking of some that, we have a little bit of a rivalry going on. As you can see, the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, with the 49ers, and the University of Northern Ohio also going out head-to-head. You're talking about two teams that have represented motorsports and making sure they get people into the world of motorsports through their amazing college programs. We have a total of 7 drivers competing in both classes, in these classes here, racing with us tonight. And I gotta say, this is gonna be the rivalry we're expected to see here tonight and all throughout the 2025-2026 season.
Well, that might be the rivalry that you're looking at, Taylor. This is the rivalry that I'm looking at. A pair of college football powerhouses that are going head-to-head. We saw this rivalry from last year and in years past in this season. It's coming back here tonight. I don't think it could be better represented than what we see between Matthew Zwack and Matthew Morton of Ohio State University Esports and Michigan Esports. We all know the incredible rivalry that is on the gridiron, as well as Clemson and Georgia Tech, which, by the way, pretty interesting game that played out in Atlanta a couple of days ago between those two schools. They'll get the opportunity to battle it out on the virtual track at Charlotte Motor Speedway tonight as well.
Absolutely. And of course, that's not some of it, but we have a total of some of the biggest names in conferences. In fact, just in these races here tonight, we have a total of 8 of your top 25 college football teams competing here, such as The Ohio State, University of Michigan, Texas A&M from the SEC, University of Oklahoma, Auburn, Tennessee, and the Georgia Tech as well, who we just mentioned. But there are several other colleges that conferences represented here tonight. It's going to be one of excitement that is going to be great to talk about some of their amazing programs that they have in the world of esports as well as outside.
I can't wait to see how all of that plays out. But how about, again, the big star of the show here tonight and throughout this 2025 tournament-style season is going to be the fact that this tournament, with all of these eliminations and rounds to go, it is going to be more difficult than ever to try and compete for this shot. It's $60,000 in scholarship money that is on the line for these drivers. Again, 120 will start. Only one will be able to claim the ultimate prize at the end of this thing. But to be able to advance through the heats, through the LCQs, is going to be a totally different challenge.
And I think the biggest change, Blake, as we get ready to turn our attention to the Queen City Crown, is that if you're a Matt Kenseth type driver, you don't necessarily qualify well. If the time attacks weren't necessarily your forte in years past, now you have an opportunity to race your way through the field. And Taylor, if you've got race speed and you're a little bit better racer than you are a qualifier, you've got a better chance than ever before to earn some scholarship money.
Absolutely, and you have to be critical when making those moves. You got to take care of your equipment. Everyone's running the same setups as well, to keep in mind as well for these entire events. So it's all about taking care of your equipment in the beginning, making sure you're there at the end, and have a shot of advancing through tonight into round 2 for next week. And then, of course, it's going to be all out, ready to get down and get set to be your winner for here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Well, what's one of the things that any coach that's coaching for many of these programs that you'll see out here today that you don't want to do, especially at the beginning of a season? Making mistakes. And that's exactly what's going to be on these drivers' minds tonight. Winning, advancing, doesn't matter exactly where you finish depending on where you are in that advancing stage. As long as you advance, that's the key tonight, and you do that by not making mistakes.
Don't beat yourself. Make sure you give yourself a chance. Sounds simple? It's the challenge awaiting 120 drivers in the Queen City Crown coming up next year. We'll start off with group number 1 from Charlotte Motor Speedway as the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play vs. Collegiate League starts right now.
On paper, it's easy. Win and advance.
Evelyn wins in St. Louis.
But the truth, it's harder than the road they drive
They
on.
spin across the line. Wow!
12 drivers remain, hoping to match dreams with destiny and claim a cup filled with history. The NASCAR playoffs continue at New Hampshire on USA.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo!
My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
Every story has a beginning, a spark that ignites a legacy. This story begins here. In Charlotte, the Queen City Crown awaits. A new tradition is born. An event unlike any before. The stage is set. The bracket is filled. And the first ever eNASCAR tournament takes its first step. Buckle up. Hold on tight.
Parker White may have the opportunity on the bottom. 3 wide to the start-finish line.
Survival is everything.
4 drivers, 4 different colleges represented. The tandem draft battle to the checkered.
Advancing is all that matters. 2 weeks. 1 journey. The first chapter is about to be written. And tonight, in Charlotte, history will take the green flag. Welcome to the Queen City Crown.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome to iRacing's coverage of the first tournament to the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series, the Queen City Crown, live for the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. I'm James Pike alongside my colleagues Taylor Burris and Blake McCandless, and it is a new format, a completely new way that we approach the eNASCAR College iRacing Series in 2025-26. Taylor Burris, we are not racing individual races, we are racing tournament style. So let the madness begin. We're here.
Absolutely. Everyone here is ready to go racing. They have studied. They have made sure they passed the test, and it is time to see if they have what it takes to graduate here when it comes to the eNASCAR College Series.
This is a look at the schedule. Here you'll notice that we have 2 weeks of action, so we'll have the finals for our tournament that we start tonight, the Queen City Crown, next week, and that'll be the pattern throughout the season, Blake. Basically, once a month, just about, throughout the fall and spring semesters, we'll have one tournament, we'll have the opening week, and then finals week, and those will be back-to-back.
Yeah, and we'll do that for each of these events. By the way, a lot of very great racetracks that'll be represented throughout both the fall and spring semesters. But this is what is on the agenda for these drivers tonight for round one here in race one of the season. It's getting through that preliminary round. Well, guess what? They already did. That's how they're here tonight. They got through the time attack. They completed their first task. But getting through the rest of this tournament week, whether you're in group 1, 2, or 3, is going to be all about getting to the semifinals. How you do that? Well, we start with round one. The top 8 advance. We'll have a top 10 advance through the LCQ, and then in your group, the top 13 will be the drivers who advance to the semifinals to take on this same Charlotte Motor Speedway in week 2. And of course, we'll continue that throughout these groups and throughout the rest of the 2025 season. So surviving and advancing, that is the name of the game here tonight at Charlotte.
Yellow, red, and blue parts of the bracket we will cover tonight. Orange part of the bracket we will get to next week. Here's your starting grid for heat number 1, race number 1, group number 1 of the College Series here in 2025. Logan Clampett out of Cal State Fullerton will lead us to green in this first heat. He'll be joined on the outside by Saddleback College's John Forbes Jr. Daniel Nanny representing Ball State University rolls off from the 3rd spot. And how about Abraham Vila, the Houston Cougar representing the University of Houston, rolls off on the inside of row 2. Alexander Ortega from the University of Missouri at Kansas City rolls off from the 5th position. 6th on the grid is Daniel Falkingham representing the University of Maine at Machias.
Moving on as we take a look at the field from the University of Las Vegas, the Rebels, Nathan Scott. Then you have the Marshalls, represented with Sam Smith in row number 4. From Longwood University is Jeremy Burns, followed by Nicholas LaFrance right there in that positioning. And then, of course, from Rowan Cabarrus is Adam Boyles. And UNC Charlotte, new to UNC Charlotte, is Connor Trafari in row 6.
Well represented is that UNC Charlotte. Also back here in row 7, you see Clemson represented with Timothy Malfris. He'll start from the 13th position. How about Bowling Green? We saw their paint scheme a little bit earlier. Griffin Slayer will represent them tonight starting from the 14th position. We just talked about UNC Charlotte. The 49ers also represented by Alexander Papamatreo here in 15th. And John McClear from Rollins rounding out the 16th position. Starting 17th tonight, how about Jake Cummings here in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series representing Converse University. Saw his paint scheme earlier, as well as the Flames of Liberty University, Hudson Jeter, starting on the outside of row 9.
Final two drivers in this field, John Sauer representing St. Thomas University, Miami, and Hunter Smith roll on 20th and shotgun on the field, racing for Roane State Community College out of Oakdale, Tennessee. So 20 drivers, and again, biggest number, top 8. Top 8. I'll say it one more time. Top 8, Taylor Burris. That's what we're looking at here in this first heat.
Absolutely. So you want to try to make sure, if you're in that top 8 already, as far as top 5, I would say, you're pretty much safe. Take care of your stuff. Try to make it to the end. But if you're outside of that, it is going to be critical that you have to take care and fight for all that you have. Make sure you turn on your college's fight song to get you pumped up, get you energized, and get ready to represent your colleges here tonight.
Lakers will look at our Logitech G race analysis. 20 laps, 30 miles. Again, top 8 going to the second round directly. Everybody else going to the last chance qualifier.
And this is why qualifying in this heat was so important. Being able to stay up front 20 laps is not a lot of time if you're outside of that top 8 to try and race your way in. So that was critical tonight, but that's past us here. Have to try to get to that top 8. If you finish 9th or worse, still got a fighting chance, but you'll have to do it in the LCQ, and that is when eliminations will start to kind of creep around these drivers here at Charlotte tonight.
Lights are off on the pace vehicle. Logan Clampett will begin this season of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League, exactly where he started it at the end of last season. At the front, on top, he's the pole sitter for Group 1, Heat 1. Green flag is out, and we are underway here at Charlotte with the Queen City Crown. And a decent jump for Clampett. Maybe a better one, though, for John Forbes Jr. for Saddleback College on the outside. He'll be door-to-door with Clampett, and they will be 2 by 2 by 2 entering turns 1 and 2.
Trucks are starting to build up that speed, up the momentum as they rocket off of turn number 2, heading down the back straightaway. How about Daniel Nenny trying to work hard with the Saddleback College of John Forbes Jr. And here comes the Marshals as they work their way through. That is your cutoff spot right there, held by Smith to maintain that position. One truck hits the outside wall. That is coming up through the field. He'll have to drop back. That's the LaFrance driver from SNHU.
And this will be probably the first time, I think, that we get to make a lot of thundering jokes for the driver representing the Thundering Herd of Marshall University, Sam Smith, in that 8th spot. So that's your transfer battle again. Yes, being up at the front gets you a little bit better starting spot for the second round race, but it's really just making sure you're in the top 8. That's what matters the most right here, Blake.
And I think that's exactly why you can see some of these drivers up front starting to sort it out. But how about Logan Clampett moving up a little bit through turns 3 and 4? Something we don't often see early on in these races because there's some concern that could wear out your tires, but not going to be the concern here for the Cal State Fullerton driver that currently rides in P1. This is John Forbes Jr. You get a good look at the back end of his truck here. Is John Forbes from Saddleback just trying to manage his gap right now to Ortega and doing a solid job as they single file out behind him.
One thing I do got to touch on, how about this? John Forbes Jr., of course, representing Saddleback College, and, of course, Clampett is from Fullerton. They had a little bit of a rivalry game last week. They went head-to-head in college, and, of course, unfortunately, they did lose to Fullerton as we go on board with the Ball State University driver of Daniel Nenny. They have a little bit of work to do this season in college football with a 1 and 2 rating, so hopefully they can pick it up as they get set to go ready for their next game this coming weekend.
Some Tuesday night action football, some Wednesday night action in the college series. I don't know about you, Taylor. That sounds like a good way to roll through my fall.
I mean, yeah, not a bad deal indeed to have a little bit of college football. I mean, it's our favorite time of the year when it comes to college athletics and the esports world as we watch the field work their way through. Starting to get some separation pretty much for your top 5, but that transfer spot still hold on right now by Sam Smith as it now switches to Connor Trifari taking over the 8th spot.
I was about to say, Blake McCandless, that really has become a battle at the line as Sam Smith is working that inside lane. Trifari, one of the many UNC Charlotte 49ers trying to race his way in. Got a good run on Smith on the outside and will carry that momentum down the backstretch. But 3 and 4, a little bit trickier, I think, here than 1 and 2 at Charlotte.
I would agree with that, James, and we've seen that switch several times as Smith. That's a big slide on lap 6 for the driver representing Marshall. So going back and forth, Trafari now looking to try and pull away after a little bit of slide to the right rear there from Smith. And also Vila, he's kind of Abraham Vila right there for the Houston Cougars. Just in front of this battle here. I don't think Trafari, it's one thing to be in the transfer, but it's another thing to try to build up some insurance, build up some cushion to be above that cut line. So I think Trafari not content to ride around in 8th. He wants 7th, and Sam Smith going to try to gather his truck back up to try and take a charge of that 8th position. He knows it's hard to imagine. We've already gotten 8 laps into this race already, so the time is running out quickly.
The bad news you're saying is that you're out of a transfer spot. The good news, I think, directly ahead of you as we go on board with Daniel Falkenkamp, Abraham Vila has lost more spots since we started this race than anyone else in this field. He rolled off from 4th. He's now currently scored 7th, so he's sliding backwards while Trafari is moving forwards, and Falkenkamp comfortably sitting in the transfer zone. He runs 4th right now, Taylor.
Yeah, really good run for him and the University of Maine at Machias as he just has settled in, not wants to push the envelope, just hold that position and move on into the next round.
Single file line here for the moment, keeping an eye especially on Trafari and the way that Trafari is going to have to try and work his way around Abraham Vila. You get a good look at Logan Clampett pacing this field, Daniel Nanny, John Forbes Jr., 2 of those 3 former winners of the College Series. Clampett the champion, of course, and John Forbes Jr., a winner at Talladega in seasons past.
And I think taking heed to what we were talking about in the pre-race right now, not making mistakes. And you could see that right now in these drivers' approach, just trying to make sure that as we get down to these final couple of laps that they're in a position that they're comfortable with to try and challenge each other and set themselves up better for what will be the last round that they'll have to advance through at the end of this night to move on to the semifinals next week. So I don't know how aggressive we'll see some of these drivers getting. I know Daniel Nanny, he wants to beat Logan Clampett. He could see the lead right in front of him right there. But again, we'll see how hard these drivers push the issue as we move to the last 10 laps of this first heat.
Sam Smith now trying to hold off Jeremy Burns, the Longwood Lancer, trying to get another spot here and really make this difficult, if nothing else, for Smith. He's starting to slide the rear end of that truck on corner exit. I noticed that he's gotten a little bit loose, but a little bit too quick to apply the power off of turn 4 the last few times in particular. So Smith may be facing some worn out rear tires compared to everybody else, in addition to the track position that he doesn't have.
Oh, we saw a big run right there for the driver of Burns from Longwood off turn 2 as well. He gathers it back up and gets back on the attack as he looks to the inside of Smith, and Longwood is trying to clear himself but cannot make it work. That outside momentum is what's saving Sam Smith and somewhat trying to keep the Marshalls alive for a chance to transfer.
But you can see what kind of momentum you can build on the outside. And Blake, you deal with this a little bit more than us. You as a Coke Series driver, you raced in Charlotte. You understand how that high line works. How difficult is it to complete a pass on the bottom if you've got somebody who can roll the top side like that?
It makes it very difficult, especially with kind of how we've seen the wind in this particular session working, not just in this race, but one thing that iRacing has is realistic weather, and the wind's been quite tricky throughout this week at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's made it challenging for these drivers, so knowing how that comes into play, I think that's why, especially here 1 and 2, you're seeing this groove widen out quite a bit. I think this is where you start to see some of that desperation, right? The Rowan Cabarrus driver and Adam Bowles trying to find something to use that high side to try and make ground up. Again, in 13th, he knows he has a little bit further to go to try to make up some spots, as our top 3 have started to pull away from the rest of the field. Clampett's still leading them, but Nanny and John Forbes Jr. just behind.
And if you want more information on the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League, you can scan the QR code on the bottom portion of your screen right now for more information, or visit pcl.tg/pages/eNASCAR for more information. As the 3 leaders have decided, Taylor Burris, I think they think, you know what, we're in good enough shape. We're well clear of everybody else. We're all transferring anyway. Let's have some fun with this. So here goes John Forbes Jr. to the inside of Nanny.
Absolutely. He's going to put a little bit of pressure, tries to push him up the racetrack just a little bit, looks to the inside, and will try to complete the pass off turn number 2. And clamp it, well, he's just going to keep on holding position, not try to push the envelope as he stretches the race lead out just by about a truck length ahead of Nanny and Forbes, who are just inches apart from each other as they rocket their way through the middle of turn 3 and 4. Forbes will nose out ahead briefly, but Nanny's still holding strong on the outside.
All this is doing is allowing Logan Clampett to increase that gap between his truck and the 2 trucks fighting for second. It's now maybe about 3 or 4 truck lengths. Meanwhile, further back towards the transfer spot, Jeremy Burns is trying to reel in Connor Jafari. He's starting to run the fence and rip the high line as best he can. But Blake McCandless, he's running out of time and running out of track to make this pass and get himself to the top 8.
Yeah, and he's only got 4 laps left to do it. So we can see here, Scott trying to hang on. This is the battle for that 4th position as the top 3 kind of separated themselves. This is Falkingham. Maine Machias is who he's representing here tonight. And trying to just probably hang on to a 4th place. I think 3rd place is probably out of the question here. And, of course, one of our very own, Evan Pasoko, I'm sure rooting pretty hard here for the Running Rebels driver, who looks to be in a really good position here to transfer in with coming around to 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Nathan Scott in great shape, and I have to believe that somewhere Evan Pasoko is cheering on his fellow UNLV Running Reb. Doing a good job here keeping things neat and tidy and keeping himself in the top 4. That's where you want to be. The rest of this all sort of after the fact things. It's Jafari, though, who's got the spot that everybody else wants. Burns still trying to run him down, but last time by, not much difference in the time. Burns was 300ths faster, just about, but 300ths is not going to get the job done if you're trying to make it past Taylor Burns.
No, it certainly is not. You have so much opportunities to make a mistake here. You have to be careful with how you place yourself here. But right now, as we watch the rest of the field working their way through with only the final lap, Clampett looking to continue on with a strong performance and picking up where he left off for the season as Trafari holds that final spot and in comfortable position.
Logan Clampett clear by about 6 or 7 truck lengths as he makes his way through 3 and 4. Trafari also cleared by about the same distance on Jeremy Burns. Logan Clampett will come across the stripe and he will claim the first heat of the evening. And Connor Trafari will claim the final transfer spot. A relatively clean, nothing too wild, nothing too crazy. Heat number 1 to get us going in the Queen City Crown. So here's a look at the 8 drivers that will be transferring. It's Clampett, Forbes, Nanny, Scott, Falkingham, Vila, Ortega, and Trafari that go directly into the 2nd round. Everybody from Jeremy Burns on back going to the last chance qualifier.
Going to be exciting to see how this all plays out, but it's a tough break for Longhorn and for Bowling Green right there. Burns and Griffin Slayer, who were so close. Smith got to figure out a way to try to work on some stuff for hopefully the LCQ to take care of his equipment, and the Marshalls will hopefully work their way through in 11th.
All these drivers with one more opportunity to try and race their way into the 2nd round in that LCQ, but it's a bigger field and it's the top 10 that will go in there. So slightly different dynamic, but I think even more pressure, Blake, because if you don't make it there, we're starting to cut people down. We're starting to eliminate folks. So let's take a look at where we are in the bracket. You see the flashing icon on your screen on the left-hand side. This is going to be heat number 2 of group number 1. We're going to work our way all the way through group 1, then go through group 2, then go through group 3. Let's take a look at the grade 4 heat number 2, which sees California State University Sacramento, or Sacramento State's Dylan Alt, leading us to green. Matthew Swack representing the Wolverines out of the University of Michigan rolls off from the inside, or rather outside of row 1. Bradley Erickson representing the Sun Devils of Arizona State University will roll off from the 3rd position. And then rolling off from 4th, Douglas Newbigin, Kings College driver, also going to be part of the action. He starts P4 in this. Isaac Shelley, one of the many drivers of the University of Northwestern Ohio, he rolls off from the 5th position. Starting in the 6th spot is Peyton Wilson, racing for Wilson Community College out of Wilson, North Carolina.
Rolling off in row number 4 is Brendan Argino from Folsom Lake College with Jake Inez from Belmont Abbey College. Number 5, rounding out your top 10, is Kelton Quick from Ball State. And, of course, it's going to be Logan Miller from Northern Arizona University. In row number 6, it will be River Jones from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. And then rounding out your top in 12, it is Harrison Hall from the Ohio State University.
Looking back here at row number 7, you can see it is Indy Cassie representing the Boilermakers of Purdue. Joey Prive for Virginia Tech, the Hokies, representing here on the outside of row 7. How about Caleb Weekly? This is the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. Rolling off from the 15th position, 16th goes to Diego Ball. You can see they're representing the University of Texas at Dallas. And Lane Graves, a shocker from Wichita State, going to start on the inside of row 9 with Nick Novinger. It is Queens-Gamud Community College that'll make up your top 18 starters tonight.
Final 2 drivers on this grid. Austin Kenton will try and dig him for the Aggies of Texas A&M University. He'll roll off 19. And Nicholas Sutton, representing Wayne State College out of Omaha, Nebraska, will roll off from P20 on the grid. So there is your second batch of 20 drivers for this second heat. And again, top 8 directly to the second round. Everybody else to the LCQ, and all the pressure that gets ramped up on you, Taylor Burris. Because here's the other thing we didn't get the chance to touch on, looking over the results of that first heat. Not only are there 10 transfer spots, but the math actually works against you a little bit more, because you're going to have a slightly larger field for the LCQ. 24 cars going to be taking part in that.
Yeah, and of course, it's going to be a little bit more that will advance, but still, it's going to be close racing because it's going to be all for nothing. All these drivers have to be able to fight hard in that LCQ as we get set for the second heat race. Just a pre-synopsis with our Logitech G race analysis. 20 laps, fixed setup, and of course, top 8 advance. The rest go to the LCQ. So, and one more thing also, even though we don't have a University of Texas team, we do have the Aggies. Yeah, no, we're not going to be gigging them. We're going to keep, hook 'em horns here in the state of Texas as we get set for some exciting racing action here.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say you had a few allegiances there, Taylor.
Yeah, there's several allegiances, but unfortunately no University of Texas. But I will say UCF is in here tonight, and I'm excited to see that.
The Knights going to be taking part, rather the Golden Knights going to be taking part in things a little bit later. But for now, we'll turn our attention to Sacramento State's Dylan Alt, driver in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. He has the opportunity to lead us to green flag racing alongside College Series veteran and driver for the University of Michigan, Matthew Zwack. Rolling off the outside as Heat 2 takes the green flag from Charlotte. Good run for Alt. Good run for Bradley Erickson. A great drive on the inside. Going to try and clear himself and get up in front of Matthew Zwack. But Zwack was able to get just enough of a run on the backstretch to maintain his place outside Erickson. And that's where our first side-by-side battles goes. If Erickson can hang on to the truck, and he almost lost it lap 1. Tricky to get these tires up to 10. Blake McCain, listen, we almost saw a big incident there in front of the field for Bradley Erickson.
And that is something that we saw in Heat 1, as we could see a crash here on the front straightaway. Again, we continue to roll along here through these 20 laps. We've seen that a lot, especially out of turn 4. These trucks over-rotating. The wind is helping that. It's facilitating that. And also have to remind those fans out there that the track that these drivers are running on, it's continuing with the rubber that was laid down from Heat 1. So whatever change the track went through there, these drivers kind of have to keep their eyes and ears open for that, listen to their spotters to know exactly where the track is trending. But right now, Dylan Alt continuing to lead the way for Sacramento State. Matthew Zwack in second, the Wolverine from Michigan. And right now we take a look at that cut line battle that was quite contested in Heat 1. Right now it is Quick for Ball State that holds that line in the 8th position.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a side-by-side battle. Jake Innes was able to get around Peyton Wilson for 6th and move the Belmont Abbey driver ahead of the Wilson Community College driver. Wilson now running in 7th, and then Kelton Quick, like you said, Blake, The last driver in the top 8 is Dylan Alt, racing for Sacramento State, has a rearview mirror full of Matthew Swack and Bradley Erickson, who was a little bit loose there on that first lap, but looks like Taylor Burris, he started to settle in nicely in P3.
Yeah, of course, before Erickson representing Arizona State. Currently, they are 2-1 in the college football rankings. They go up against Baylor this weekend. One of the things also is they are one of the top colleges that offers scholarship programs for esports competitors as well. They have a state-of-the-art 1,600-foot square foot facility that helps out with some amazing tournaments that they host and compete in, as well as broadcasting. And also, they have courses in both esports businesses with some of the biggest industry leaders and developers across the country.
Because the new meetings, all the Activate the Valley slogans that you see off of Kenny Dillingham and the football team at Arizona State, you can see that in the esports program as well. And it's not the first time we've had Arizona State represented. They've got a pretty solid history in this eNASCAR College iRacing series, back for another season of competition. A little bit further back, Lane Graves, Joey Krieb, and Cassie, all on the outside looking in at the moment. They've got to find their way to Kelton Quick and Peyton Wilson. They are gaining on that battle for 7th and 8th, but all three of these drivers, Blake, probably best suited working together to try and run down the side-by-side battle just on the edge of the screen.
And they would be well served to do that. And one thing, just looking throughout this field in particular, you see the amount of drivers that are involved in the STEM field. Lane Graves being one of those drivers, a junior right now studying electrical engineering. We have a couple of senior engineer students up front right now in Dylan Alt and Matthew Zwack. And just, I don't know, looking throughout this field, James, that was one thing that kind of caught my eye here. Obviously, it seems like an interest in engineering, sim racing is going to cross over a little bit, but interesting to see, especially in this field, just a lot of engineers here in this field right now. As Wilson going to try to improve upon that 8th position. Quick going to fall back to 8th, and now he's in jeopardy with the Folsom Lake driver right behind them trying to make up some ground. So this 7th, this 8th place battle getting really, really good here as they approach lap 9.
The more that Wilson and Quick decide to battle it out, the more it's going to draw Genio, Graves, Priebe, Cassie, all of those drivers just on the edge looking into this fight. So there might be something to be said about Quick and Wilson maybe stopping racing each other for a little bit and just making sure that they get into the next round, because as we pointed out right before we did the green here, it is easier to make your way into the second round by advancing directly out of your first round heat than it is the last chance qualifier. So if you can get the job done early, Taylor Burris, that's way, way easier, smarter, and well, I think be less taxing for those drivers who finish top 8 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be able to realize that if you're in that top 8, pretty much just try to take care of your equipment. Focus on you against the track. If you are able to do that, you can then start pulling away from that competitor that may be barreling down on you, like we see between the drivers of Peyton Wilson, Lane Graves, and company, who are trying to hunt them down, and they are closing in on them pretty quick because they're not fighting each other. They're working together to hunt down Peyton here, and they have made quick work. They're only about 1/10 of a second behind as we watch this battle here for the 10th spot between Priebe and Argenio. And then don't forget, you got Indy Cassie right there, the Purdue driver right behind, as he's looking to pick up a couple of spots.
Indy Cassie, long time community member here on iRacing, especially on the oval side of things. Not a shock to see Indy competing in the college series. The problem for Indy is that he needs 4 spots just to have a shot at making it directly into the second round. He's got to clear all the drivers in front of him and then find a way to get around Peyton Wilson too. We're already halfway through this first heat, so not an impossible task, but I don't think that Graves, Argenio, and Priebe battling is going to help that cause much, because the more they go side by side, the more you're just going to see Wilson, Quick, and company drive off.
Yeah, Graves able to keep tab, and that's one thing that's just unfortunate for both of these drivers. And Argenio and Priebe right now is just getting out of that side-by-side battle. These trucks, they have a little bit of side draft, or just enough that the longer you battle each other, it's just going to allow that battle in front of you to kind of creep away. And that's not going to help either. A little bit of contact with the outside wall, it's not going to hurt Argenio too much or get that truck any damage. But again, just enough of a mistake to keep that keep both of these drivers kind of away from that battle for the transfer spot, that it seems like Graves and Wichita State trying to rally back here with just a couple of laps to go, but Graves has been able to do it. And a lot of good racing going on all over the racetrack. You see the couple of senior engineering majors that we were talking about just a moment ago, and Dylan Alt, Matthew Zwack. Good battle for the lead going on here. 7th is just in front of them. That yellow truck, that's Graves, looking to try to catch up to the Wilson Community College driver in Peyton Wilson, that right now is battling quick for that 7th spot.
Peyton Wilson from Wilson Community College in Wilson, North Carolina. That's got to be like a trifecta jackpot type deal, right, Taylor? Something like that?
I would have to say that is probably a trifecta for him if he's able to do that, and he is looking to try to represent his college very well as he holds on to that 8th position, keeping Graves from Wichita State really far. He's right there, but if he doesn't make a mistake, he could probably bring it home as we watch Matthew Zwack making a run on your race leader of Dylan Alt. He has been definitely showcasing some speed here in this stage, but pretty much he's in the safe zone. We're not too worried about him. It's all about that battle for the 8th position as Matthew Zwack looks to the inside, and the University of Michigan looking to try to take charge here in heat race number 2.
Zwack starting to peek to the inside of Dylan Alt to try and take away the lead in this heat and get a little bit better starting position for the second round race as we go on board with Bradley Erickson. He's still fishtailing that truck a little bit, certainly running to the edge of all 20 laps, but it makes him feel any better. Douglas Newbegin was just about as sideways as Erickson was off before that last time by.
And there you go. There goes Newbegin making the pass right there for King's College to move up into the top 3. Those two are going to just settle down here with only 4 laps to go and just maintain their position. Then you have the UNOH driver of Shelley right behind, and Jake Innes in Belmont Abbey right there in 6th position as Wilson moves up to 7th. So now it is Kelton Quick who is on the transfer bubble.
Starting to see a lot more of these trucks, and I don't know, sort of to your point earlier, Blake, whether or not the rubber might be helping with this or changing this dynamic, but a lot more trucks are sort of fishtailing. I see the rear end stepping out from underneath these drivers more towards the back half of this heat than I did in heat number 1. So is it temps? Is it rubber? Is it the wind? I know you brought that up a few times. What are you seeing that might be challenging these drivers in the way these trucks are handled?
Well, I think it's everything combined, and the fact that we're continuing to move the time in sim. It's getting later, track's getting hotter, laying some more rubber down, and as we work in that groove, again, that's just going to slick off that groove. Same thing that happened in the 160-lap Coke Series race that we had here earlier in May, and I think that's why you can see what Alt and Zwack are doing right now, moving around and adjusting to that in a way where they're able to find some speed, find a little bit of grip that these trucks behind them haven't quite been able to garner, and we'll see if Zwack can make one more move at it, but it seems like Dylan Alt in great position here to try to take this heat win, and that battle for the transfer. Graves creeping out of the picture a little bit, but still close with a lap to go.
Graves is going to need to have a very, very big run or hope that Kelton Quick makes some sort of mistake. Here's a look at the battle for the lead. Taylor Burris. It's still Dylan Alt in control of this. Matthew Zwack just hanging on the rear bumper there in second.
Yeah, he is really just trying to settle it in. He's not close enough to try and make a pass on Alt unless Alt makes a mistake, but just say that Zwack sends it down on the bottom, and here they come off turn 4 for the final time.
Matthew Zwack with the send, but it won't be enough. Dylan Alt will claim heat number 2 and round number 1, and Kelton Quick will hang on to the 8th position and be the last driver to transfer directly into the second round out of the second heat in round number 1. Alt, Zwack, Newbegin, Erickson, Innes, Shelley, Wilson, and Quick, the 8 drivers that immediately transfer to the second round. Lane, Graves, Argenio, and everybody on the second page that we're going to see here. The results, Blake McCann. Let's go to the LCQ.
But starting up towards the front, so have a fighting chance here in this LCQ. Lane Graves and those couple of drivers on that first page, but even Virginia Tech, Purdue. It's not, if you're rooting for these colleges, how about Nicholas Sutton? Started back in 20th, worked his way forward up to the 14th position. That's a driver gaining about 6-7 spots or so that maybe we could see advance out of this LCQ. As we take a look at the rest of the field, again, a couple of drivers involved in that early incident. Unfortunately involved the Aggies that I guess maybe Taylor Burris, we'll see how he felt about that. And unfortunately, Charlotte 49ers wrapped up in that one as well.
Let's turn our attention to where we are in our wonderful map of a bracket here. So you see the blacked out boxes in the left-hand corner of your screen. Those are the heats that we have completed. The flashing white one is where we are now. We are into the last chance qualifier. This is what the grid looks like for the last chance qualifier in Group 1. Jeremy Burns, representing the Lancers of Longwood University, rolls off from P1 on the grid. Lane Graves joins him to the outside, representing the Shockers of Wichita State University. Griffin Salyers, Bowling Green Falcons at Bowling Green State University, starts on the inside of row 2. Brendan Argenio rolls off from the outside of row 2, racing for Folsom Lake College. It's Sam Smith, representing the Thundering Herd of Marshall University, who will start 5th on the grid. 6th on this grid goes to the Hokie. Joey Freed, representing the Virginia Polytechnic Institute, if we're being technical.
Absolutely. And moving on into row number 4, it's Nicholas LaFrance from the Southern New Hampshire University. And, of course, the rest of the field, Indy Casey moving on into the next group from Purdue University. Looking forward to seeing if he can find a way to recover his way up. And then we have the Clemson Tigers of Timothy Malparis right there in row 5. Rounding out your top 10 is going to be Caleb Weekly from the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. And then moving on to row 6 from Ronan Cabarrus Community College, it will be Adam Boyle, and then rounding out in 12th position will be the driver of Nicholas Sutton, who will be representing, of course, Wayne State College.
And again, each of these drivers directly from the finishing position of their heats earlier on. The St. Thomas University of Miami, John Sauer representing them on the inside of row 7. How about Nick Novinger, the driver from Quinscommand Community College. A little bit of a tongue twister there. That is on the outside of row number 7. One of many Charlotte 49ers that we've seen throughout the course of this one, starting in 15th this time, is Alexander Papadimitriou, who will take on the 15th position. Harrison Hall, also representing here for the Ohio State University, going to start in 16th. Hunter Smith going from the 17th starting spot. It is Roan State Community College colors that'll be on his truck from the 17th position, and Logan Miller has his work cut out for him to try to get up towards the top 10 for Northern Arizona University.
Final 6 starters are as follows. Jake Cummings, representing the Valkyries of Converse University, rolls off from 18th. It's Diego Valle from the University of Texas at Dallas, who starts in the 20th position. John McClair is next on the grid, racing for Rollins College. And then Austin Kenton, the Texas A&M Aggie, starts in 22nd. Hudson Geiger, racing for Liberty University, the Flames, rolls on 23rd. 24th on the grid, one of the many 49ers from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, Rivers Jones. 24 trucks, 12 places left in Group 1 second round. Feature racer for this group this evening, Taylor Burris. So work to do if you're in the second half of this grid.
The only thing is we got a couple of more spots to fill up here, and of course it's going to be now give it a little bit more give a little bit more pressure to that driver you're battling it out with. I mean, I see a couple of teams in here that are some college rival, conference rivals to keep an eye on as well. And here, of course, is the rundown presented by Logitech G. 20 laps, of course, same as we saw in the heat races, but it's your top 10 that will advance to the second round. Everyone else from 11th to 24th, well, I hate to say it, but it's time for you to go back to your dorms, go back to your classrooms, and maybe get your study books out, maybe make a little bit of notes, maybe a little preparation, and study to maybe try again for the next round, because your night is done. You will be eliminated from this event this week.
And then the key in particular, Blake and Taylor, is to make sure that you then don't get eliminated here by finishing back half of the LCQ. Top 12, what we're looking for here. Jeremy Burns, representing the Lancers of Longwood University, will be the one to lead us to the green flag as we go racing in our first LCQ Group 1. We'll find out the final 12 drivers to make it into round number 2. We are off and away. And a good jump there for Burns. It was Salyer who didn't get a great jump, and so Lane Graves is going to go into the second position pretty easily. I think Salyer might have spun the tires there, but the inside line now starting to make their way forward.
There is your first elimination right there. Ohio State is going to have a tough break as he loops it around, and unfortunately that will take him out of the competition.
Tough break there for the Buckeyes. We're keeping eyes here. Oh, maybe a penalty here for Jeremy. A penalty here for Jeremy Burns. They're saying, race control saying that Burns went a little bit too early on that initial green flag. Meanwhile, trouble, it looks like, for Lane Graves, or no, another truck there, another yellow and black truck here. So things happening everywhere, Blake McCandless. The LCQ full of surprises to get us going.
That was Nicholas Sutton, and again, that was the call from race control. Again, for the start of these races, it is the flagman that starts the race. In iRacing, if you're using the restart zone, and the way restarts work, even on the National Series side of NASCAR, is that for the initial start of the race, the flagman starts the race. It is not the leader. So Burns trying to, I'm sure, anticipate and try to get as good of a start as he could. He just jumped the gun just that much, and unfortunately, what did we say earlier tonight, James? The last thing you want to do is make mistakes. Now we continue to roll on here. Nobody's eliminated yet, but you have to imagine Burns in the position that they're in, or Hall, like we saw for the Ohio State University, going to be tough sledding to try to get back up into the top 10, but we are seeing some fierce and competitive racing. This is for that 10th position right now. It is Sauer right now who has control of it. St. Thomas looks like misses the corner, and Sauer going to fall out of the top 10 right now, loses several positions for St. Thomas.
Two penalties, actually, as we get further updates from race control, that Jeremy Burns sped on pit road in addition to the jump start penalty that he got on that initial green flag. So a double whammy to effectively knock Burns out of the Queen City Crown. Meanwhile, further back in this field, I'd say realistically, as you get a good look at Graves and Salyer, who are leading this one too, everybody from Papadimitriou on in pretty good shape. I think eyes are going to be on Jake Cummings and Hudson Geiger. Those are the two that at least immediately had the opportunity to try and chase down Papadimitriou to maybe, just maybe, get that tall spot away.
Yeah, they're going to try their best as they work their way through. They have quite a bit of work, though, to catch up to Novinger, where we see that is the cutoff line. 10th is that cutoff spot that is being held right now as we watch the battle for the race lead between Graves and Salyer, who are having a good little fight between themselves, Wichita State and Bowling Green, as here comes the Hokies of Preeb with a big run as he tries to hunt down your top two.
Pushing, going, trying to find their way forward here as more trucks falling off the pace here, and one by one they're starting to whittle themselves down. Blake McCandless, we're quickly working our way towards our top 10.
What did we talk about earlier? Just surviving, and it seems like this is an LCQ where as long as you survive, you're going to be in a really, really good position. This is the look at that initial start. Watch the Longwood car, that is Burns, as they are moving through the restart zone, and it was in the middle of the zone that Burns went, but again, flagman brings out the start of the race. You can see leader gets the initial launch. You'd imagine if he had went when the flagman went, that both lanes would have launched pretty much at the same time, and then unfortunately was kind of looking at Burns when he entered pit road and was wondering if that was going to be a little bit of a hot entry, and unfortunately it was going a little bit too fast. So tough sledding there, but Mountfirst right here for the Clemson Tigers. Been looking at this battle, that the orange has been dipping beneath that top 10 cut line and dipping back above it the last couple of times. So this is a great battle for that transfer spot. Mountfirst, a bit of a scrape at the outside wall, but man, has this transfer battle been so good throughout these opening 9 laps. They're almost 3 wide for it right now, with Papa Trio right there for Charlotte 49ers trying to pounce as well. He started in the back of this heat and trying to keep himself alive in this fight for the Queen City Crown.
Realistically, you've got 2 drivers out of that 4 that are going to make it and 2 that are going to miss the cut. And they were 3 wide 2 laps ago, for what it's worth, in that transfer battle. So something to watch there. Meanwhile, Preeb and Graves have walked away from LaFrance, Smith, and Salyer in 3rd, 4th, 5th. All of them set to transfer into the second round here in group number 1. But curious to see how that progresses, especially in Salyer's case. He's the only one of that bunch that has lost spots on track relative to where he started. Rolled off from 3rd spot, currently running in 4th. But this battle for the transfer, how about it between Arsenio, Malfris, Weekly, and Papadimitriou?
Weekly just had a big run off turn 2 to try to pick up the 2-for-1 special. He got around Papadimitriou for the 11th spot and is now putting immense pressure on the back bumper of Malforas, who I have to say they are really looking forward to seeing what they can do and could have ourselves an upset here as we see. And as the Clemson Tigers try to hold on, here comes Weekly with a big send there as he is trying to bring home a good finish for the University of Wisconsin Whitewater.
And it's a lot of pride here from Malforas, a third-generation member of his family to adorn the orange and purple, and right now doing the best he can to try and keep this thing alive, to put it in the show. But Weekly has been looking really strong these last couple of laps on the high side. Big run here off of turn 2, 9 to go. Malforas going to throw the block as they go to 3 and 4. He's protecting this spot with everything he's got.
If there's one driver that's loving this, it's Brendan Argenio, who is beginning to scoot away from everybody else battling for that 10th spot. So it may now be a matter of 3 drivers racing for 1 spot instead of 4 for 2, because Argenio's been able to gap this group by about half a second. Meanwhile, further up the racetrack, this is Smith and Salyer. Smith, the Thundering Herd. I guess if we're being technical, Taylor, the mascot is a buffalo, bison, thing of that nature. But Thundering Herd has been the nickname for Marshall for many, many years at Huntington, West Virginia. And then you got the Bowling Green Falcons, which not located in Bowling Green, Kentucky, where a certain museum of famous cars, but how about Bowling Green, Ohio, part of the allure of the Mid-American Conference, I'd say.
It really is. It's great to see some of these different conferences to touch on here. I mean, we're seeing some of great, but also some of the great community colleges here, because, you know, everyone can choose to go to colleges because of certain different preferences and how they represent things. As we see the Rowan Caveras trying to hold strong right there as he holds on in 6th. That's Boyles who's trying to hold on. And then, of course, we have the Quiggs Mangato team of Nobinger out there in 7th. LaFrance in SNHU. He just got passed by Argenio from Folsom Lake. So great little showcase of some of the community colleges, lower division colleges, compared to what we see in the NCAA tournament style. So great to see these colleges represented here for us this season.
And they are equally as eligible for the scholarship money as anybody attending a traditional 4-year institution. There is no difference between a 4-year or a 2-year in this eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play versus College League. It is very much all about just, can you find your way into the money at the end of the tournament, and can you come away with some of that $60,000 pool of scholarships that will be awarded to some of the best drivers in collegiate sim racing over the course of the fall and the spring. Here's that battle for 10th. Again, LaFrance is starting to slide back into it and has fallen off tremendously, and maybe this might be a blessing for Weekly, for Malforas, for Papadimitriou, all of them now with the opportunity to maybe get around LaFrance, because LaFrance has just fallen like a stone the last 2 or 3 laps.
Well, and they're going to try to split him 3 wide with 4 laps to go. Malforas has been losing in that battle, but trying to make his way back into it. Weekly on the top side, and LaFrance, you mentioned that's got to be a little bit of damage or so ailing that race car, but that's going to allow 2 of these trucks that have been a part of this battle to now make their way in. Now Papadimitriou has an opportunity, changing back and forth each and every time we go through the corner. This is amazing here. A big slide from Weekly. These drivers giving it everything they have right now with 3 to go.
Malforas, I was going to say Malforas is almost being more defensive than that offensive line of Clemson University here. I think Clemson might need to take a thing or 2 from Malforas with how much he is able to protect his position at all time. As we see a couple of drivers hit the outside wall. That was Papadimitriou who hit that wall off turn 2.
Papadimitriou now ripping that high line, trying to get good momentum on corner exit to clear Weekly and maybe get a run on Malforas as well. Malforas well prepared for it, moves the Tiger Polo down to the inside lane to block Papadimitriou, who will then work the high line once again and just try, yet again, roll that momentum on the high line. You can carry a little bit more speed up there. You play it correctly, you can get alongside somebody, but will the truck turn with you? That's the question. What a great run for Alexander on that high line to draw even with Malforas there.
Man, but Papadimitriou, you can see a little bit of contact with the outside wall. You're both in right now. Don't make a mistake coming around to the white flag. You got 5 or 6 truck lengths over Weekly. You just have to get it to the end here. Don't make a mistake. Graves leading the way. One final chance for these drivers to try and make it into the feature here in Group 1.
Dimitri now back behind 10-3 Malfris. I think recognizing rightfully that both of them are good to go. Both of them are set to qualify from the LCQ, and it's going to take either a mistake or a gigantic sin from Weekly to make things work. Here comes Lane Graves to win the LCQ in Group 1, and at the end of 20 exciting laps, it's going to be Alexander Papadimitriou, one of the UNC Charlotte 49er Brigade, who will be the last driver to qualify into our second round race of Group 1. All 10 of these drivers, Taylor Burris, advancing into the second round race, the final race of this week for Group 1. So Graves, Freed, Salyer, Smith, Cassie, Boyles, Argenio, Novinger, Malfris, and Papadimitriou, the 10 that advance.
Absolutely, and a big congratulations to each and every single one of those colleges competing. But unfortunately for drivers such as Caleb Weekly and the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Texas A&M, the Ohio State Buckeyes, Rollins, Liberty University, and of course Jake Cummings and company, it's time for y'all to go back to class. You will not advance. You can try again, of course, later on in the season, but unfortunately here for the Queen City Crown, you will not get to receive the crown this time around.
They have the opportunity to turn their attention to Daytona International Speedway, which is where our next tournament is going to be. So let's take a look at where we are in our great big bracket. Blacked out spaces in the yellow bracket are done. The white spots is where we are now. So this is the beginning of second round races. Now we go through Group 1, then through Group 2, then through Group 3. So we're going to repeat this process a little bit later, but this is the last race of the evening for those in Group 1. The top 13 finishers from this race, Blake McCandless, will advance into next week's semifinals.
Up to this point, it has been about avoiding elimination. These drivers are still alive, and this is how they will line up here. It is once again Logan Clampett. Again, results from their heats earlier tonight, representing Cal State Fullerton from row 1 with fellow eNASCAR Coke Series start Dylan Alt. For Cal State University Sacramento on the outside of road number 1. John Forbes Jr. will start on the inside of road number 2. He's representing Saddleback College with Matthew Zwack for the Michigan Wolverines on the outside of road number 2. How about Daniel Nanny, Ball State University, great run earlier, starts 5th, and Douglas Newbigging representing King's College will start in 6th.
And then
Nathan Scott racing for the UNLV Running Rebels rolls off in the 7th position. Bradley Erickson racing for the Arizona State Sun Devils roll off from 8th. Daniel Falkingham representing the University of Maine at Machias begins this second round race from 9th. Belmont Abbey College's Jake Innish rolls off from the 10th position. Abraham Vila racing for the University of Houston. The Cougars starts 11th. And Isaac Shelley, one of the drivers representing the University of Northwestern Ohio, will roll off from P12.
Moving on, we will find Alexander Ortega rounding out from the University of Missouri, Kansas, with Peyton Wilson from Wilson Community College rounding out in row number 7. Then Kadana Tripari from the UNC Charlotte will be in there in row number 8 with Ball State's Kelton Quick in row 8. Rounding out your top in Group 9 is Lane Graves from Wichita State and Joey Preeb from Virginia Tech.
Back here in row 10, Griffin Slayer for Boiling Green, starting 19th. Sam Smith, we mentioned the Thundering Herd, trying to race their way up from a 20th place position here for Marshall. Indy Cassie, he'll be representing Purdue University, the Boilermakers from 21st, and Adam Boyles, Rowan Cambarras colors on his truck, will start 22nd. We mentioned earlier the night, Brendan Argenio, Folsom Lake. We'll try to get that truck further up in the field to transfer from 23rd and 24th. Nick Novinger for Queensagad Community College.
Final 2 starters in this second round race. Timothy Malfris for the Clemson University Tigers, and then the University of North Carolina at Charlotte's Alexander Papadimitriou. 49er Racing trying to get one more driver into the second round. Alexander rolls off from 26 on the grid. So, final race of the evening for group number 1. And again, it's survive and advance. You're not earning money. You're not earning points. You're just earning a place in next week's festivities, Taylor Burris, where you can then race for points and money. If you make it through the top 13, you're getting points towards those season-long standings no matter what.
Absolutely. Here's a quick look at your Logitech G race analysis. 40 laps, so we're going to double everything here right now. Your top 13 will have the chance to advance to the semifinals next week. This is where you go for the points. You go for the chance to go for that $60,000 in scholarship funds. And if you're outside of that top 13, 14th to 26, you will be eliminated. It is time for you to go back to class and study up for the next race at Daytona.
How fun that's going to be. Daytona International Speedway, next stop for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. But that's in October. This is September. This is the Queen City Crown. And we've got 13 drivers who are about to advance into the second week of competition next Wednesday night. We're going to find out who they are in just a few moments. Logan Clampett, the defending champion of this series, racing for the Titans of Cal State Fullerton, leads us to green flag racing. And it's all California front row as Dylan Alt racing for Sacramento State. Takes off the outside lead on green and underway, and already they are shuffling all over the place here in Charlotte.
Great, everyone's up to speed. A couple of drivers are going to go side by side for 3 wide action off turn number 2. But for Logan Clampett, he's going to be the Pied Piper here today as we watch Wilson also try to hold strong as he holds that coveted 13th position as contact for one of the drivers. Quick and Wilson in the wall. He will collect the Marshall as well. And unfortunately, that will end their nights here today at Charlotte. Back to class for all of you.
So Smith, Wilson, and Kelton Quick, the 3 that got caught up in that incident, damage to all of their trucks. A very, very long way to the top for everybody else that was a little bit further back there that had to check up. Meanwhile, the transfer spot, it's Joey Preeb, who ran up front in that LCQ. A lot complicated list, managed to find a pocket to get around that incident, and now has relatively clear track here early on.
Just surprised that we saw that move that was taking place inside a transfer spot, 3 wide on the opening lap. And again, you just got to be in the top half here. You think about a football game or a basketball game that you would watch these schools compete in. There's a winner, there's a loser. It's pretty much how it shakes out here. 13 winners, 13 losers here tonight. We'll take a look at it one more time. This is Daniel Nanny for Ball State on the outside. The Houston Cougar and Abraham Vila. This is going into turn 3. And yep, there you see, just a little bit of contact, and that's all she wrote.
Nothing there that Kelton Quick could have done. Also, I believe Alexander Papadimitriou was one of the other ones that caught up damage, one of the UNC Charlotte 49ers. Meanwhile, further up the field, this is Nanny, Newbigging, Forbes, Erickson. So Kings College, Saddleback College, Arizona State represented in this bunch along with the Rebels of the University of Nevada at Las Vegas.
Yeah, currently University of Nevada, Las Vegas is currently on a 3-0 record right now. They got a bye week this week in college football, but I'm pretty sure they're amped up. And of course, for the driver of Scott, he is amped up to continue on with that winning streak to advance to the semifinals next week.
Shorthand, UNLV for short, if you like your alphabet soup. Here's officially California State University Fullerton, colloquially Cal State Fullerton, the Titan Logan Clampett, the defending champion of the college series, out in front, clear of Matthews Wack by maybe you would call it 3 truck lengths, and Blake just looks incredibly calm and composed, knowing that the big prize is what you race for next week, not this week.
Yeah, I don't think there's, there is pressure to make it and not to slip up. And also knowing that this is going to go 40 laps under the green flag. So twice as long as what we saw earlier. We saw a lot of these drivers, especially, Clampett, Zwack, some of these drivers up front really widening out the groove early in their heats with it only being 20 laps. And we're kind of not seeing that as early in this one because, we saw a lot of drivers sliding around at the end of their heats when we got towards that 20 laps. Well, you got it twice as long in this one. So I think this is really where we'll get to see that separation. Drivers that maybe have a better long run pace that they're able to run. I was going to say long run truck, but again, these are fixed setups. Everybody's on the exact same setup in this race. So they're all struggling with the same thing depending on how they drive their race truck. but we'll see again. Twice as long to go here. We'll see how the handling characteristics shape out. This is the battle for that transfer spot. We mentioned Slater and Vila kind of near that initial incident that we saw, but right now holding serve to try and stay above that top 13 cut line through the first 8 laps.
Looking off the rear bumper of Griffin Salyer, representing the Falcons of Bowling Green State University, proud members of the MAC, the Mid-American Conference, originally from Richwood, Ohio, and he's got a little bit of a gap to Vela, who is the last truck in at the moment as they run. Isaac Shelley, racing for the University of Northwestern Ohio, is the first truck on the outside looking in as we approach lap 10 and 40. So a little time to go, and I think that's a big mental shift that we didn't really get the chance to touch on before we went green, but something that's worth talking about here. This is double the length of any of our heat races or the LCQ. So these drivers now, you got the opportunity to run a little bit longer, and if you were burning off your tires, if you were getting back to the gas a little bit quickly in those heats, you're going to have to adjust for that here, because you will burn off the rear tires in your truck, and you will fall through this field all the way back if you're not careful.
Absolutely. So it's all about conserving that equipment as we watch down to the inside. Here comes Newbigging and Alt battling for that 4th position right now. Kings College versus Sacramento State, with Erickson from Arizona State trying to find his opening as he looks to try to dive his way down to the bottom of the racetrack. Great side-by-side action amongst them.
Little note, though, for those paying attention a little bit further back in the field, incident between Indy Cassidy and Connor Trafari. Trafari with heavy damage for Trafari, and I think that might be curtains on Trafari's attempt to try and defend home turf for this Queen City Crown. Plenty of right front damage to that trunk, and in a lot of trouble as we turn our attention back to this battle between Newbigging, Erickson, Scott, and Forbes. A lot of red, a lot of yellow in this.
One thing also we got to touch on is that rivalry between UNC Charlotte and UNOH. I mean, right now, neither one of those colleges are advancing to the next round next week. But Shelley is trying to represent and bring first blood amongst the rivalry between the two, because he is fighting with Vila with that 13th position right now as they are trading spots back and forth at this time.
It hasn't really worked out all that well for either one of our biggest programs by number in this first round of the, or rather first week, I guess, of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. So here's a look at the incident with Connor Trafari. You see a little bit of contact there. Actually, it was not Indy Cassidy. Take that back. That might have been, I believe, Nick Novinger, actually, who got into Trafari, but Trafari just turning hard right there in the backstretch, Taylor.
Yeah, that's a tough break here for him, and unfortunately we'll have to try again in Daytona. But I believe Mr. Blake McCandless has caught up with the driver just involved with Connor Trafari.
Let's see who we have on standby here. We actually have Alexander Russell ready to talk with us here. Alex, I know it's been an interesting day for you here, getting ready for this College Series race, but, you know, what are the thoughts and kind of emotions going into this truck race tonight?
Honestly, I'm just really excited to represent University of Wisconsin-Madison. It's a really cool opportunity to represent my college for first time in quite a while.
And obviously, like you said, representing the University of Wisconsin and Madison. I know I talked to you at the beginning of the year when we gathered with all the Coke Series drivers. Engineering, mechanics, aerospace. Can you try to explain kind of what that, I think we all know what it is, but what are you doing in your studies there?
So for me, with my degree, it follows closely along with mechanical engineering. So I learn classes like thermodynamic, mechanical materials, how material deforms, what properties I can learn out of it. But I have an aerospace option, so I can take courses more tailored towards, in the gist of it, quite actual rocket science. So that's something that's pretty cool to get to learn.
Now, I also know that is this something that you are looking to maybe steer towards a future in motorsports? Is that something that you're interested in?
Oh, absolutely. For me, aerodynamics is one of my personal interests when it comes to motorsport. So understanding how aero properties work, especially with, oh, wow, that's some good racing with Dylan Alt. But I like to understand how aerodynamics work throughout the race car and what we can do to optimize, get better performance out of each car setup, or design parts that overall improve efficiency or downforce production of cars.
Also, Alex, one more thing before we let you go. Totally new format here for 2025. How does this ratchet up the pressure for you, knowing that you have to continue to execute and not get eliminated at any stage during this tournament?
Well, first things first, it's all qualifying, and people that know me have understand the 40th place calls my name in a lot of aspects, so it's just get the qualifying lap down and maintain track position. That seems to be the biggest thing. Just stay up front, start up front, work your way through each race. The pressure kind of comes off if you get a good qualifying run. So I think that's just going to be my goal tonight, is get a lap down and start top 8, I think, for the first heat.
All right. Well, we'll see. And again, as far as those qualifying struggles, I mirrored that right there. I think you know that quite well. But Alex, we'll let you go. Thanks for joining us, and good luck in Group 2 tonight.
Alexander Russell, representing the Badgers of Wisconsin. I guess we'll see if Bucky Badger feels lucky a little bit later this evening, as you get a good look at our current transfer driver, Jake Innes, racing for the Crusaders at Belmont Abbey College. And I think, Taylor, for as much as we've spoken about UNOH and about UNC Charlotte and the engineering-based programs, Belmont Abbey's representation comes primarily via the Motorsports Management Program, which focuses sort of on the other side of the coin. It's more of a business marketing communication. So if you're looking to try and get partners for your race car, you want to learn how to run a race team, or maybe do the accounting on managing prices of parts and lists and things of that nature, great place to go. They've got a few drivers that are taking part in this tournament.
Also, it's also one of the first colleges ever to offer athletic scholarships for esports competition, as well as we watch this spicy battle between Ball State and Arizona State. Nanny trying everything he can to move up around Erickson. Erickson, though, tries to fight it, will be aggressive, and I'm a little concerned with how aggressive they're being right now, because they're in the transfer spot. I mean, yes, you want to go for the win, but there's nothing on the line. There's no points. There's no money given out this week at all. So it's all about pretty much just trying to take care of your stuff and be there to get ready for next week. Meanwhile, we're seeing everything going on as Jake Innes out of it, but here he comes with a big run as Vila with the University of Houston has a little bit of a bobble off turn 4.
And this is, I think, a very interesting point in this race, Blake, because you can play this a few different ways if you're Jay Innes. Obviously, you don't want to let Vila go too far ahead of you, but if you start battling with him for that last transfer spot, you run the risk of letting Salyer or Shelley or Preem or anybody else just head you run away. So is this a case maybe where you try and work together with Vila to reel in some of the drivers just ahead of you and make it a bigger battle for the transfer outright?
No, I don't think there's any friends out here. I think as soon as you could try to get that transfer spot, you take it and you do everything you can to hold off right now. I mean, Innes is he's in the draft right now. These trucks do have enough draft. It's not totally a game changer, but it's enough that you definitely want to get a part of it. You want to get some clean air in the corner. But this is what you want to see, rather than maybe trying to work together to make it a bigger collective battle. This is what you want to see happening in front of you. It's just two drivers that are going at it, that are side by side, that are allowing that trailing driver to try and make up some ground. Sevilla up into 12th, Salyer falls back to 13th, and Innes, that might be the run that he needs to try and make this a battle for that transfer spot with 15 laps to go. It seems like Cassie for Purdue is a little bit enough in the rear views that you may not have to worry about them, so just set your sights on that Bowling Green driver that looks like they had a big slide through 1 and 2.
Also, I want to take a moment just to give shout-outs to some drivers right around here. Joey Preem just ahead of this bunch, up 8 spots from where he started. Rolled off 18th, currently in 10th. That had come out of the LCQ, has gained more spots than anyone else in this race so far. And Griffin Salyer also came out of the LCQ, and he now sits in the 13th position for Bowling Green. So we talk about the format changes and how that can change things. Grieve and Salyer, 2 drivers right now, Taylor, who are taking advantage of just those changes.
Absolutely, as we watch Joey Treve right there, who is trying to hold on for the Virginia Tech and have a chance to bring home a win. Currently, they're 0-3 right now in college football as they get ready to go up against another 0-3 team of Wofford this Saturday.
Been a rough go for the Hokies in football. Dismissed head coach Brett Fry earlier this weekend after the loss to Old Dominion, so they've got some regrouping, but maybe they can take a little bit of comfort in putting on a really good run for the Hokies here in the college series. Meanwhile, this looks like it's going to go down to the very last lap between Salyer and Innocent Blake. I almost wonder if at this point, if we stay green, this battle for the final transfer spot may come down to who gets the right run at the right time and can get alongside somebody else to make the pass timed perfectly. Not necessarily made correctly, but timed perfectly. I think that's the key.
Well, I think, too, it's just who took care of their stuff. And right now you can see Salyer is just struggling with the handling of that truck, trying to make the high side work, makes a little bit of contact with the wall. Innes up into that transfer position. And with how Salyer just, it looks like the handling is going away on that truck. I don't know if you could keep pace here. You'll get a little bit of draft, but being in the dirty air, that truck in front of the corner, not going to help that condition at all. So Innes did a great job there being patient. Again, it can be pretty nerve-wracking to be beneath that line, to face elimination, to not advance to the semifinals, but just bided his time, waited for the right opportunity, made it look easy. And now, again, you still have that job in front of you. It's not over yet. You have to be able to drive away and to stay smooth. But with how Salyer's struggling there, just have to be smooth. And again, a lot of these drivers, they have crew members, if you will. They can't adjust on the truck with it being fixed set up, but they have spotters that are letting them know how everything's going. And I think you just say, drive out of the windshield. Nothing to look in your rearview mirror right now for Innes. Eyes forward.
The one thing I noticed looking at Innes' truck and looking at Salyer's truck, way more sideways in the middle of the corner. He's trying to drive off that right rear a lot more than Innes, and is struggling to keep the right rear from wearing out on that truck, and it is wiggling all over the place on quarter exit as Innes continues to grow that gap. Meanwhile, further up the field, how about this battle for P5? Falkingham, Erickson, Forbes, Scott, and Newbigging. These 5 have pretty much been locked together the entirety of this race at the race.
It's really been exciting to watch here and see the action amongst these drivers. Falkingham doing a great job to take care of his equipment, and now he's inside the top 5. He is definitely why he is in not only the eNASCAR College Series, but also the eNASCAR iRacing Series. He is one of those top competitors who's well known of taking care of his equipment, as we've seen now multiple fights for the race positions, with 5th, the race lead, and of course Jake Innes holding on to that transfer spot. He has got a little bit of careful, but we got all that covered as we see some more contact happen off turn 2.
It's no quad box on a Sunday afternoon. It's a triple box on a Tuesday night for you as you get a look at the battle for the lead, the battle for P5, and then keeping an eye on Jake Innes as he continues to pull away from Griffin Salyer. However, Lane Graves is starting to make moves on Salyer and could get that 14th position, and then Graves might be the next one to challenge Innes for that 13th spot. But Graves has got to go. He's back by, call it maybe a second on Jake Innes, and he's got 7 laps to try and make up that gap.
Unless something happens up front, and I think that's a big if right now with some of what we're seeing out of some of these race trucks that are not handling well. We mentioned how loose everybody was looking after 20 laps. Well, we're not even to 35 laps deep into this run, and already, even up here in the top 10, we're starting to see the handling going away from these race trucks. So just not making a mistake, and meanwhile, even Graves made up that spot on Salyer to get up into the 14th position. But great racing all over this racetrack. But yet, I think, again, you got to anticipate a little bit of Kong if you're Newbigging or any of these drivers that are right now racing for 5th or even up front. You're in right now. You don't want to push the issue too much, because the difference between 1st and 13th as far as advancing, is nothing to the semifinals. It's an entirely new week once you get to the semis next week.
You just have to get there, and then you can figure out everything else. Last time by, Graves was about a tenth faster than Jake Innes, but the gap between Innes and Graves is about a second. So going to need about maybe a tenth and a half, almost 2 tenths now with 5 laps to go per lap if Graves is going to have a shot just to get to Innes and make a pass to get into the top 13.
We're watching this battle still here as we see Erickson gets a good run around the King's College of New Bigging as he is trying to get a little bit of help from Scott from UNLV as they try to work together off of turn number 2. But a big run here as we watch these drivers, and out of this top 14, a lot of the red drivers are working their way and transferring. So it's going to be exciting to see how this all plays out. And even more, thank goodness we have the logos to every single one of these teams, because it's going to be a sea of red for the finals next week.
A lot of red, a lot of yellow, but here's the neat thing, and Blake, you touched on it earlier in pre-race. We've got slightly revised, but at the same time, all new paints. It's the same concept of representing your school with your paint scheme, and the school being at the forefront, but with a few small tweaks just to make these trucks a little bit different. And so I think this sea of red and yellow is a great example of that you've got, Arizona State's maroon and gold is a little bit different than the red and yellow of King's College. It's a little bit different than the straight red of UNLV. It's a little bit different than the red and sort of dusty gold of Saddleback College.
All those intricacies well represented in these race trucks, but just 2 laps left to go. It's Innes that still holds control of that 13th position. This is the battle for 5th. It's been pretty hot and contested between Falkingham and Ball State's Daniel Nanny up here to just simply have some pride representing your school to run up in the top 5 of this feature. But the white flag out for Cal State Fullerton's Logan Clampett, who has not missed a beat all night. This may be his first time that he is under assault all night long, and it's coming from Michigan's Matthew Swack with 1 to go.
Here comes Matthew Swack looking to the inside here. This is the battle for the transfer spot as Joey Preeb is falling off, and Jake Innes may end up being not the person on the bubble. Here comes Swack to the inside, though, of Clampett to try and win this second round race in Group 1. Clampett with the run on the outside, though it'll be enough to make sure that Logan Clampett continues to rule the roost. The defending champ wins the second round in Group 1, and as they come to this stripe, Preeb is able to hold on by a nose over Jake Innes. But Innes, the last driver and the 13th place driver who will be racing in week 2 for Belmont Abbey College, Taylor Burris.
Absolutely incredible to continue on another round of domination. We are here to remember the Titans here this season. And I got to say, with Logan Clampett leading the charge, the Titans are going to be the ones to watch.
He did not use the left side in that battle with Matthews. Well, I guess he used the right side, but it ended up being the strong side for Logan Clampett, who comes away with the win in Group number 1. He wins the second round race and provides us our Logitech G winning moment, which is brought to you by Logitech G, provider of the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Logan Clampett, Coach Series veteran driver out of Trabuco Canyon, California, and racing for Cal State Fullerton, beginning his quest to go back-to-back in the College Series for the Titans. Gets it done. Swack, Alt, Forbes, and Falkingham, your top 5. Nanny, Newbigging, Scott, Erickson, and Vila, your top 10. And we will see all of these drivers, Blake, in week 2.
Advancing through, how about Isaac Shelley, Joey Preeb, and Jake Innes, the final 3 that were able to make it into that transfer spot after 40 laps. A valiant effort for Lane Graves and Wichita State, but unfortunately the first driver on the outside looking in, and will be the first driver out when it comes to advancing to the semifinals next week.
Griffin Sallier just lost the handle on his Bowling Green Falcon truck at the end. Brendan Argenio was 16th. Indy Cassie in 17th. Nick Novinger, Alexander Papadimitriou, Sam Smith caught up in some of the early incidents in this race. Boyles, Ortega, Malphus, Trifari, Wilson, and Quick. And if we're keeping track of that rivalry between UNOH and UNC Charlotte, you've got a UNOH driver in Shelley that made it. Trifari and Papadimitriou representing the Niners, Taylor, did not advance into week 2.
Yeah, that's a tough break here, but someone who is looking to continue his streak of dominance here in the eNASCAR College Series, Logan Clampett from California State University Fullerton, and the Titans continue on. And Logan, pretty much with a nice, easy Wednesday night drive for you here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, sort of. The draft makes it a little bit more difficult for sure. You can't really pull away, but it was fun, man. It's definitely very loose out in front, but you kind of want to get out in front at the right time, it seems like. So that'll be kind of interesting come next week. That was a fun battle there towards the end with Zwack. My tires just started to die off there, but yeah, it was fun. It's a little nerve-wracking in these races because, you know, someone can make one little mistake and, you know, you can get turned and not make the top 13 and you could be out of the championship. So, yeah, I was, you know, it was a little, we were kind of like, all right, let's get settled in here the first, 20 laps or so, then we kind of raced. So it was fun.
Well, we got to touch briefly on this new format, Logan. What's your thoughts now that we get a quick little break for you, then you go back at it next week? Because right now you're done for the night. You have to now see who you will be going head-to-head with next week.
Yeah, the format is... It's different, it's back to points, which is good, but at the same time, there's just a lot more room for mistake in these heat races the week before the main race. Like I said before, you can not qualify for one race and you could be out of the championship. Like Daytona is going to be the next race, so that's going to be interesting to see who's going to wreck out of these heats and not make the feature. I think that'll be the probably biggest race to pay attention to, along with maybe some of the other draft tracks. So it's a different format. I'm just happy that I won it last year. So this year's just kind of like a bonus in my senior year. Obviously, it would be cool to win it again and go for 3. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm just kind of chilling and kind of having fun with it because you never know what's going to be expected out of these heat races.
Well, we wish you and the Titans a great season and a great semester as we get set for you, and see you next week here at Charlotte.
Logan Clampett claims Group 1. We turn our attention to Group 2 next. More action from the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play vs. College League coming up here next.
On paper, it's easy. Win and advance. But the truth, it's harder than the road they drive on.
Spin across the line. Wow!
12 drivers remain. Open to match dreams with destiny and claim a cup filled with history. The NASCAR playoffs continue at New Hampshire on USA.
Racing isn't just a game, it's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo! My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G. Through design, engineering, and a love of driving games, Logitech G takes racing simulation to another level. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. And by Play vs. College League, the largest collegiate community bringing in the new era of esports for students across the country. Learn more at pcl.gg. And by NASCAR 25, racing onto consoles on October 14th and Steam on November 11th. For more information, visit NASCAR25.com. Welcome back to coverage of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play vs. College League. And a reminder to you all that we do have wheels. We got wheels. If you are a registered driver who has completed at least one attempt in one of the time attacks, for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, you will automatically be entered for a chance to win a racing prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits. More information and full rules are available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. And you must participate in a time attack to be eligible. So, good opportunity to pick up a wheel that and a line that has had some success in the world of eNASCAR. And if you want to learn more about the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play vs. College League, you can scan the QR code on your screen now and register for the opportunity to race for $60,000 in scholarship prizes. And again, you can visit pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR for more information. So plenty that we're throwing your way, and take a look here at how Group 1 transpired, Blake, and how things shook out for our first batch of drivers.
Well, the first thing we saw from the drop of the bat is that drivers were willing to get after it in these 20-lap heats, all-out action, no point in saving, and we saw some close side-by-side racing, but again, we covered it quite extensively. A very pedestrian night for Logan Clampett, who was just able to kind of ride things out. A little bit of trouble that we saw earlier on in some of these heats as well, but the one thing that stayed true, whether we were in the heats or the last chance qualifiers, great battling for that transfer spot. It was hot and heavy all night long in each round that we progressed through.
And Taylor Burris, how about Logan Clampett picking up right where he left off? You see some of the incidents further back that took out some of the drivers in the LCQ, but it was Logan Clampett on top of things once again.
It really was, and a lot of drivers struggled with looseness, tire fall off significantly, as we saw that issue that happened early on in some of the heat races, but it was definitely some exciting action amongst even some college rivalries, as we see Virginia Tech and Belmont Abbey going head-to-head. The Hokies were able to hold on strong, but yes, Logan Clampett and the Titans looking to try to continue with their momentum for Week 2.
Houston's Abraham Vila, Arizona State's Bradley Erickson, the University of Maine of Machias' Daniel Falkingham, Ball State's Daniel Nanny, Kings College Douglas Newbigging, Dylan Alt from Sacramento State, UNOH's Isaac Shelley, Belmont Abbey's Jake Innes, Virginia Tech's Joey Preeb, Saddleback College's John Forbes Jr., Cal State Fullerton's Logan Clampett, Michigan's Matthew Zwack, and UNLV's Nathan Scott. The 13 drivers from Group 1 advance to Week 2 of the Queen City Crown. And Blake, we get to do this all over again 2 more times this evening.
Yes, we do, and we get to do it right here in Group 2. You can see that the beginning of the bracket, Group 1, well, that's been filled out. We still have a couple more groups to go here tonight on this Wednesday night packed of action to chase the Queen City Crown at the end of it all. This is Group 2, and this is how they will start.
Group 2 getting ready to rock and roll and getting ready for all kinds of action here. They are getting ready to go after things, putting down the final few practice laps, Taylor Burris, before they get the chance to qualify. And then we'll figure out who's racing in Heat 1 and Heat 2, and then the LCQ, and then the second round race.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's all up for nothing here for a lot of these drivers. They have to give it up and make sure they put on a stellar drive here. And a couple of major notable colleges we can talk about here. Of course, we have the University of North Carolina, Charlotte. We have Oklahoma competing with us here as well. Clemson also looking to try to capitalize. And so far, University of Northwestern Ohio, out of the 2 rivalry colleges we're watching this season, First off, has made the first strike with moving on into the features next week, into the semifinals. So keep an eye and see if UNC Charlotte can respond for this second group.
So just taking a look here at the list, I've got it with me, but just some of the big names that we're going to see so far as schools, universities, and brands go in this second group leg. You've got Wisconsin, Oklahoma State, in addition to Oklahoma. Kentucky is there. George Mason is in the mix. Fresno State, Colorado State, UConn, Clemson, Arkansas, the Catamounts of Vermont, the Tigers of Missouri, Ohio State. You have some heavy hitter brands and schools in Group 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. UConn's well represented here in this. How about the University of Kentucky? James Bowman will be competing here in round 2. Just looking through the list. Of course, UNC Charlotte. I feel like we're going to see them a lot tonight, just with their emphasis in the motorsports industry with their schools. So yeah, a lot of big colleges that are looking to try and advance through to the semifinals when we get to next week. So should be fun to see how it all shakes out.
But Taylor, and you brought up this point earlier, and I think it's part of the fun. Yes, you've got big names, and yes, you've got some big-time schools, but you've got North Central Texas College represented. You've got the Seminole State College of Florida represented. You've got Methodist University. You've got Tarrant County Community College, and this is one of the very few places I can think of in anything collegiate where you can see some of the smaller community colleges go up against, Ohio States of the world, right?
It's like you're seeing a Division III or a non-division football team go up against the Division Is, and they could possibly be the ones that overthrow. We could see some upsets happening here tonight in both Race 2 and in Group 3 later on. So it's going to be exciting to see how this all plays out. I got to say, we could see some big-time upsets and propel some of these community colleges up to the top of the leaderboard here in tonight's action.
Let us underscore the point that here in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League, there are no bye games. It does not matter how small or how big your school is. If you've got speed that you can race your way to the front. This is the bracket in full again. A reminder that the orange part of the bracket, we will finish off next week. That's all to come next Wednesday night on eNASCAR.com/live. Right now, our focus sits on the red part of the bracket. Group number 2, we've got 2 heats, an LCQ, and a final, and that's all part of week 1 of our first tournament. They are called tournaments now. First tournament's the Queen City Crown, so we'll figure out who makes it to week 2 right now, and then next week we'll award some scholarship money and some points.
That we will, and we heard even in Logan Clampett's interview a little bit earlier some of the nerve-wracking that this creates, the fact that nobody, like you said, there's no bye week, nobody's safe. You have to fight through every single stage of this entire season. I mean, Logan Clampett mentioned the championship and trying to get that done, but yet there's so much uncertainty. And even look at the next race that we have, the Clash on the Beach at Daytona International Speedway. When you talk about having to advance through some of that chaos, that is going to be some exciting racing where it's unpredictable. We don't know what's going to happen. And again, in terms of drivers that are looking long-term, that are trying to chase an overall championship, to chase down some of that scholarship money, that is where things are going to get really hot and heavy, I think, in the next couple of weeks with some of these tracks as we take a live look in here at qualifying. And what did we hear earlier from Alexander Russell a little bit earlier on Taylor Burris was how important qualifying is, determines your starting position for this heat that's only 20 laps. And, a lot of these drivers, they get the butterflies. I know when it comes to these big time situations, which for a lot of these drivers, this college series is that you feel the butterflies, you feel the nervousness, you know how important these laps are. So these drivers that have been preparing for this since the time attack round that they got through earlier, this is where it all comes to fruition here, and whether you can go out and execute or not. And I can tell you, as somebody who doesn't do it very well, it gets pretty nerve-wracking in these big time situations.
You're talking about having to set a fast time to where possibly you and 120 drivers are separated by just a little bit over a tenth of a second, and then have to then reset, try to qualify another fast time to make sure you are at least in the top 8. and race your way into the feature. And then, if you don't do that, you have to go to the LCQ, pray that you survive the chaos there, and then, of course, go to the opening round races for your group and be part of that top 13.
Speaking of Group 2, let's look at the grid for Heat number 1 and see where our first drivers competing in this group will roll off from. It's AJ Hyder who set the fast times, so he'll roll off a pole for St. John's River State College out of Florida. To his outside, it's University of Delaware's Alec Andrex will roll off from P number 2. Robbie Norris, racing for the Boilermakers of Purdue University, will begin his campaign in Group 2 from the third spot of the grid. Fourth on the grid will be Elias Tullifson, who races for Eastern Oregon University. He'll start fourth in the grid. Alexander Russell, we spoke to him earlier, representing the University of Wisconsin at Madison. The Badgers rolls off from the fifth spot. And how about Andy Trupiano, who will begin this evening from the sixth spot, racing for the University of Detroit Mercy.
Moving on, of course, into the next round in row number 4 is Connor Zaboyan from Kettering University with Andrew Jamalin from the University of Arkansas, the Razorbacks in Fayetteville. And then, of course, in row 5, rounding out your top 10, is Austin Johnson from Fresno State with Chris Bryant rounding out your top 10 from Methodist University. Row 6 will see the Yukon Huskies of University of Connecticut, Martin Roberg, with Landon Kelly from Seminole State College of Florida.
Back in row 7 here, you can see Dylan Sircusa, Warren County Community College, taking to the track tonight from the 13th starting spot. Ryan Kilbashian right there, you can see representing Rutgers, will start tonight in 14th. Couple of Buckeyes we've seen tonight. Nathan Newell will start from 15th, representing the Ohio State University. And Logan Bernier, Clarkson University, the Knights, starting from 16th. Jalen Atkins starting in row 9 tonight from Belmont Albee College, as well as the 18th position, and that is Matt Gagnon that is starting there. That's the University of New Hampshire out of Durham.
One final driver in the Silly Frazier, representing the Catamounts of the University of Vermont, rolls off from 19th on the grid, and that is your first batch of drivers here in Group number 2. So 19 that will take to the racetrack, and again, it's top 8 here in these heats to start this process off, as we did in Group 1. Top 8 going to the second round directly. Everybody 9th through 20th in these races going to the LCQ. Taylor.
Yeah, this is going to be critical to see here, trying to hold on to that top 8. We know how difficult it was in previous races of how these drivers had to fight and claw their way through. Now we're going to see it all again with a whole new cast of characters, and let's see how this all plays out amongst them as we get set for a 20-lap sprint here at Charlotte.
One of 2 20-lap sprints, and then a 20-lap LCQ, and then a 40-lap second round race to cap all things for Group number 2. So it'll be the same pool drivers that you see for about the next hour or so, and some big-time names in it. Alexander Russell in the Coke Series. AJ Hyder has been consistently quick in College Series competition in years past, and plenty of new names in this bunch as well, and lots of fun, I think, to be had as the pace car is going to roll through and will pull off on pit road. And then the key for Hyder will be to make sure that he doesn't get the penalty that knocked Jeremy Burns out of competition earlier on in Group 1. Make sure that you go when Barney waves the green flag. So he'll wait for his opportunity to step on the gas pedal and begin to take off here in just a moment. Once they hit the restart zone, green flag out, we are off and racing. And Hyder didn't get a good jump, and they stacked up a little bit further behind him, and Alec Andrex will be able to take the lead before we get to turn 1. Big work there for the Bluehead of Delaware to go to P1 early.
Yeah, really close action here as everyone's now starting to get up to speed here. Drivers now working their way through single file for your top 7 at the moment. It's that battle for 8th with Johnson, Bryan, and company as they're going to go 3 wide heading into turn number 3. And as they do so, they gather it back up. Trouble, though, for one driver as he'll loop it around in front of the field. He has to try to hold it down at the Eastern Oregon driver, who is now spinning out, and he will, looks like, have to gather it back up. And we'll have to try again probably in the LCQ.
Big incident for the back of the field. They took out about the last 5 or 6 trucks and just about is going to lock them into LCQ competition. Meanwhile, at the front, AJ Hyder in control of, call it maybe the top 5 or 6. There's a bit of a gap between Eddie Tripiano and Chris Bryant, but all of them in good shape. The battle for the transfer spot shaping up to be Dylan Siracusa and Matt Gagnon.
So Bernier, Tollefson, Zabizin, and again, they're not out yet. They still have the opportunity to try and improve some positions here, but going to be tough to try and improve their spots before perhaps working into that LCQ here. But also note, you can take a look. Things look a little bit different here. That's because we've gone back with these heats. We're making it even across the board in terms of each of these groups having the same in-sim time, rubber and everything. So it's almost like a total reset here as we move to the Group 2 portion of this bracket, as we'll take one more look at what happened there on the opening lap. Again, we saw that dive from Fresno State into turn 3, Johnson, but then up the road and completely unrelated, getting loose there was the Eastern Oregon driver, Tollefson, and unfortunately just several drivers trying to avoid and miss. It was a tough sledding for a lot of these drivers in the further back of the field. This is the second incident that took place. Rutgers getting into the back, and New Hampshire just was able to save it. Perhaps a little bit of right rear damage, but at least good enough to continue on here at Charlotte.
That was Matt Gagnon, who got sent sideways in the middle of turn 1, currently running in the 13th spot for the Wildcats at the University of New Hampshire. Meanwhile, back at the front, still AJ Hyder, Alec Andrecht, Alexander Russell, Trupiano, and Robbie Norris from the Boilermakers of Purdue, all in good shape as it stands, but plenty of racing, I think, to be done yet amongst these top 5. And the question is, will they play nice the same way that Group 1, for the most part, Taylor, did, especially at the front of the field?
Absolutely, and I think we're going to see that happen here for some of our drivers as we watch Alexander Russell and Andreas right there, or Andrix right there, trying to work together, try to see if they can just hold off. Trupiano and Norris also not pushing the envelope, maybe showing the nose, try to get some clean air a little bit, not try to burn up those tires too quickly, but so far, no one wanting to push the envelope. They're going to let AJ Hyder just try to run away, let him be the rabbit, maybe chase him down at the end of this 20-lap race.
Looking at Lily Frazier and Ryan Kilbashian. So this is Vermont and Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey. So I guess, maybe Vermont versus New Jersey in a sense, Blake McCandlish, but both of these drivers needing to try and catch Dylan Siracusa, who holds the 8th spot and the final transfer spot out of this heat as it stands.
And not in a position where they're totally out of it just yet. Just have to try to recover. You can see that Rutgers driver that is really loose. That is Kabashian right now trying to make up some ground for the Scarlet Knights. Runs competitive go-karts in his free time, so also kind of a sim to reality example as well. As we take a look at the battle, this is going on for the second position. Wisconsin there. Alex Russell started 8th, worked his way up into 3rd, kind of talked about how important qualifying would be, and didn't hit the lap that I'm sure he wanted, but doing a solid job here in the race for these opening 9 laps to avoid the chaos and try to get up towards the front of the field. Warren County Community College and Fresno State going side by side. This is just behind that battle. For that transfer spot, Johnson able to move into that 8th position and wrestle it away from Siracusa.
So the Fresno State Bulldogs now in control of the final transfer spot, courtesy Austin Johnson, one of our Mountain West Conference representatives here, is Johnson starting to work his way away from Syracuse and Lloyd Frazier. And next up on the list for Johnson will be Andrew Jamelin, representing the Razorbacks of Arkansas, who is up the racetrack by about 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, so right now he is just trying to hold position here. He's got plenty of room, but for Johnson, really looking forward to seeing what he can do for the Fresno State driver as he is trying to hold position. And of course, Austin Johnson is currently right now majoring a junior in graphic designs, and he's been a part of the Fresno State marching band as a trumpet player as well. So, but he is, of course, his passion for graphic design has helped him create some amazing paint schemes on both the NASCAR games and iRacing. So he looks to hopefully continue that and to focus in the sports world with graphic work.
Leaders working their way around the lap traffic of Logan Bernier. His Hyder is still out in front by about a second over Andrex, and Alexander Russell trying to make the point that, yes, just because you didn't necessarily qualify well doesn't mean that you can't find your way to the front, especially with this new format. That's exactly what he's done. He's picked up, call it maybe, 2 spots, I think, yes, where he started. So he's gained a little bit. If anything, Robbie Norris is the one that's gone back ever so slightly, but Norris is maybe, 30, 40, 50 feet behind where he started this race. So not much in it, I think, between most of the top 8 here.
Keeping an eye here on some of the drivers who are working their way through. A little bit of contact there further back between Norris and Trupiano as they will try to swap positions here coming out of turn 3 and 4. Trupiano will give way and realize he's got a little bit of breathing room. Doesn't need to push the envelope. He's only got Bryant behind him as we ride on board with the Methodist University driver of Chris Bryant as he is trying to focus in. Gotta love the setup he's got going on here as he'll look to the inside of Trupiano to move up into the top 5 with a big run here as you see him sawing at the wheel right there. That's how difficult it is to race around here with these trucks in this dirty air, and as these tires start to degrade further and further, it's going to be more difficult to hold on here for the last 7 laps.
And is a really multi-talented individual. I mean, Chris Bryant here, so he goes to Methodist College, and one thing that Methodist is well known for, even here in the North Carolina area, is their golf team. He's a member of that golf team, so he's used to representing the Monarchs, but is planning on being a PGA professional in just a couple of months when he graduates from school. He's a senior professional golf management and accounting major. So really cool stuff, multi-talented individual who can swing a golf club, which, of course, we know takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to do that, but also not a bad sim racer, racing up here in the top 5 and trying to make up some spots. A really cool story here for Chris Bryant.
Blake, that's a heck of a combo. Golf and sim racing are not necessarily the first things that I would put together, though. You consider where we are virtually. You consider where Charlotte is. You go 2 hours to the east, you land in Pinehurst, which has hosted multiple U.S. Opens in the last 25 years. So there's a bit of a golfing pedigree around Charlotte Motor Speedway and around Methodist as well. And I guess maybe in that sense, Taylor, it does make a little bit of sense that you can see that kind of combo here.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at some of the other paint schemes here, there you see St. John's Rivers, that shiny St. John's River College right there of A.J. Hyder. And I got to say, you got to love it to see how these drivers and these paint schemes really showcase their college colors. Love to see it, and as we see Hyder continue on with a strong performance here this night here at Charlotte.
That is the gap in real time that Hyder has to Alec Andrex, who runs in the 2nd position. It is on the stopwatch, about 1.1 seconds. It's actually grown a little bit since we last checked in on it by just about a tenth. So these two very comfortable at this moment. It's literally just click off the last few laps here and make it into the 2nd round directly. And then keeping an eye for the back of the field, Austin Johnson has really opened it up on Dylan Syracuse. It's a 1.5 second gap from Johnson to Syracuse for 8th and 9th. So not really a big transfer battle to worry about here. The best battling that we're seeing really is this bunch between Russell and Norris and Bryant and Trupiano.
And this happening, again, just inside that transfer spot. 2 laps to go to Mercy right there, Trupiano carrying the colors there. And trying to make up some spots just in front of this battle, although we have something going on up front, a little bit of contact off at 2. That was with the race leaders. Delaware and with Hendricks and Hyder with St. John's River experiencing a little bit of trouble here, I believe, with some lap traffic as we come around here to take the white flag, but should be a scenario where all these drivers take it easy, just try to get to the checker flag here to complete Heat 1.
So there is Austin Johnson, clear of Dylan Syracuse by 1.7 seconds. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, A.J. Hyder got beat on that initial start, but gathered it back up, decided to make his way to the front, and did not look back. And it's A.J. Hyder who will take heat number 1 of group number 2 here for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Queen City Crown from Charlotte Motor Speedway. And Johnson for Fresno State, the final transfer directly into the second round from this first heat. So Heider, Andres, Russell, Bryant, Norris, Trupiano, Jamelin, and Johnson, your 8 that directly go into the second round. Everybody else going to the LCQ to try and race their way into the second round of Group 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough break for some of these drivers, but they still have a chance. There's still some hope for them. They could have a good run in that LCQ. As there you see the rest of the field, Ryan Kilabashian from Rutgers, and then, of course, you have a couple of other drivers as we get set for our heat race number 2.
Here we go. Grid for the second heat looks pretty sporty. We'll get to that in just a moment. Here's a look at where we are in the bracket. This is heat number 2, group number 2. So we'll set the field for the LCQ after this. Matthew Morton for the Ohio State University Buckeyes will lead us off the green. He rolls off P1, rolling off in P2. Maverick Davis racing for Kettering University. The Bulldogs will start on the outside of the front row. Zach Sprouse for George Mason University. The Patriots will begin from the 3rd spot. Julian O'Neill, yet another Delaware Blue Hen, rolls off in the 4th position. Jake Hall racing for the Tigers at Clemson University starts 5th on the grid. Aiden Stevens, another one of the UNOH Brigade for the University of Northwest Ohio, rolls off 6th.
Moving on to row 4 will be Landon Slagan from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, followed by John Hagan from North Central Texas College. Brockton Packard will also be representing the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, and Evan Gillimet from University of Northwestern Ohio round out your top 10. Dylan Grimm from Colorado State University and Jackson Anderson from Oklahoma State University round out your top 12.
Back here in row 7, you'll find Nathaniel Campbell representing Tarrant County Community College. James Bowman for the University of Kentucky will make up the 14th starting position in this second heat of group number 2. Landon Matherson, that's Southeastern Louisiana University. The green and yellow colors that he'll be carrying from the 15th starting spot. 16th goes to Thomas Conan for the University of Missouri at Columbia. Joe Berge, that is UNOH, one of many that we'll see out here tonight from 17th. And Brennan Lyman, Oklahoma Panhandle State University from the 18th starting position.
One more truck that will compete in this second heat. It's Jaco Cusmano, who is another one of the Niners and the 49ers from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, rolls off from the 19th position. So yet again, the story is the same, Taylor. Top 8 straight to the second round. 9th and 20th going to the LCQ, trying to race their way in. But again, if you could get it done here, by percentage, the math works out a little bit better.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit more breathing room to where you don't have to worry about the LCQ. You just then have to focus on that main race for your group here tonight. Otherwise, it's going to be back to class for you later on here tonight as we get done with the LCQ and the other race for Group 2 later on. So excited to see how this all plays out, and let's see who comes out on top. A big fight between University of Northwestern Ohio and UNC Charlotte going head-to-head here.
Plenty of schools and stories to talk about, but veterans at the front, in particular, Matthew Morton and Zach Sprouse have former experience in the college series. Maverick Davis, Julian O'Neill, this is their first time on the big broadcast, and we shall see how they handle the spotlight, as will we see the rest of this bunch figure out how they plot their charts into a top 8 starting, or top 8 finishing position, rather, to land in the second round race directly. Matthew Morton has the honor of leading us off the green. Pace car will pull in, and Morton will take off and get away, and we'll see what kind of start he gets once he hits the restart zone. He takes off. We are green, relatively clean for just about everybody. Not a lot of shaking, at least at the front of the field. A little bit further back, we see some drivers peek out, but largely double file going into turn 1.
Field now trying to get themselves all wound up here as they work their way around. Trouble for one driver as he'll loop it around. Can he save it? It's one of the University of Delaware drivers, Julian O'Neill, gathers it back up, but unfortunately I think that will be his end here in this heat race as we watch Gilmet from the University of Northwestern Ohio holding strong, as there's Zach Sprouse getting loose off turn 4.
O'Neill immediately pulled into pit road, so he'll bank on the LCQ. Meanwhile, Morton, Sprouse, Davis, Hall, Stevens there. Immediately eyes to the transfer battle. It's Oklahoma State's Jackson Anderson that has it. It's Kentucky's James Bowman fighting Missouri's Thomas Coonan to be the one to challenge Anderson for that 8th spot.
And you would hope as we continue to kind of move forward through these heats that would be a theme or a pattern that these drivers would start to recognize, is that on cold tires, these trucks are loose. And even as we continue to go over the course of a long run, these trucks continue to trend looser. Now, we talked about the fact that they're a fixed setup, so everybody has the same springs, same shocks, same tire pressures. All those things are identical between cars. The only difference that you can make personally, and this can be personal preference, is the brake bias in these trucks. And again, you're not using a ton of brake here in the trucks at Charlotte, but that's probably the one distinct handling difference that these drivers can utilize that can be different from truck to truck. And as somebody who has seen the amount of trucks that are loose, I would be putting a little bit, I would be cranking that brake bias up a little bit, try to keep it going straight, as we see the Delaware truck right in front of a pair of 49ers that were able to navigate and make it through. But that's how contentious it could be. Just someone in front of you gets loose, and a great job there from Slagan from Packard. Again, 3 49ers represented in this race, and about 2 of them, they didn't make it past lap 1 right there.
That could have been very problematic, could have been. I think the bigger issue, though, looking at this group, is that all 3 of the 49er trucks in this field are all outside of the top 8. It is a struggle for Slagan. It is a struggle for Brockton Packard and Jacob Cusmano. All 3 of them still on the outside looking in. James Bowman making some moves on the high line. You see that all blue truck representing the Wildcats of Kentucky. He has raced his way up a lot. Big time gains for him and Jackson Anderson. They showed some speed, didn't qualify quite the way they would have hoped, but you've got big moves from Bowman, who's up 7 spots where he started, and then Jackson Anderson, who has climbed 6 spots up the board to race their way into transfer spots as it stands.
Yeah, a really good fight here as we watch Zach Sprouse, who we saw compete and have some great runs last season or last semester in the college series, just holding strong inside the top 3. And then, of course, Hall, Hagan, and company just following suit. Not pushing the envelope, but I got to say right there where Stevens and Bowman is, it is absolute chaos here amongst those final few transfer spots. And even a little bit of same college rivalry between UNOH as they try to jockey for that coveted 8th position, as Coonan right there from Missouri trying to work his way up through into the top 8.
UNOH on UNOH for the final transfer spot. Aiden Stevens has it. Evan Gourmet is trying to take it. Coonan is waiting to see how this battle will develop to figure out which lane he wants to pick. All the while, James Bowman and Jackson Anderson trying to get away from this to lock down their spot. Good shot here a little bit further up the field. That's Jake Hall just ahead of John Hagan. So folks in North Central Texas. Meanwhile, we get a good look here. We've talked about them already in this race here. Our live looks at both the UNOH Brigade and the UNC Charlotte Brigade, 2 really strong engineering programs. We've seen that theme. Blake, you brought it up a little bit earlier. They all are trying to race their way into the second round directly.
That indeed. And again, I think that's why we're seeing these powerhouses kind of go together. A lot of these colleges, some of them have maybe 1, 2, 3 drivers represented or so. But I think there's a lot of pride on the line, especially when it comes to these institutions that bring in these students that want to go into this line of space, that want to be engineers, that want to find some avenue in motorsports that they can be a part of. And I think that's why we kind of see this these conglomerates of students that come out of these individual schools, and definitely some pride that's on the line. We know UNOH, if you've been around NASCAR at all over the last couple of years, so involved in sponsorship and getting their students active and a part of the industry. And same can be said for UNC Charlotte too, right? So a lot of pride when it comes to this style, even if it is sim racing. It's a big stake of pride for each of these schools.
And a fun point that just came to my mind as you were talking about that play, Taylor, I'll be curious to get your reactions on this, but both UNOH and UNC Charlotte have pretty famous racetracks not terribly far away from their front doorstep. For UNC Charlotte, of course, is Charlotte Motor Speedway, and for UNOH, it's Lima Land Motorsports Park in Lima, Ohio, which is also where the campus of UNOH is located, and both of those, incidentally, are tracks that you can race in iRacing.
Absolutely, and it's great to see them. Of course, you probably see a lot of drivers utilizing that UNOH as we ride on board with Thomas Kunin from the University of Missouri as they're trying to work their way through into the hunt. As he has a UNOHO sandwich right there. He's just stuck in the middle, trying to find his opening, but they are not letting him pass. And, a little bit of contact right there, as you saw, as he tried to stick the nose in, could not make it work, and pretty much these two racers nearly took the nose off that Tiger.
Let's go back to the old adage of one bump, I'm here, two bumps, I'm getting ready to move you, three bumps, I'm going to move you. Blake, I feel like that counts as bump number one.
I guess it can, and I don't know. For some people, there's not even three bumps. There's, maybe there's one, and there's just getting out of dodge. Oh no, that's not what you want to do. Is take out your fellow student. As one driver got loose, it was Stevens who has fallen out of the transfer spot, and Berge unfortunately got tagged as well. Packard now into that transfer spot. Gilmet now on the outside looking in. That's the last thing you want to do. One thing, you don't want to crash, but you also don't want to wreck your fellow students. That happened right there, and almost some contact being made right here up front. That's for second, with Sprouse knocking on the door with Davis.
The UNOH trucks take themselves out. One got loose in the high line of 3 and 4 and came down the racetrack, tried to save it, clipped the other, sent both of them into the fence. Thomas Kuda gets caught up in that as well. The Colorado State driver with the piece of the damage too, and all of a sudden, where we had potentially two UNOH drivers going straight to the second round out of this heat, now it's one University of North Carolina at Charlotte driver. And Taylor Burris, that's just about like worst case scenario if you're in the UNOH camp.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, they only have one driver guaranteed to race next week so far. And so far, the UNC Charlotte drivers now have to work together a little bit to try to see if they can hunt down Bowman to get Kentucky out and make sure they have two UNC Charlotte drivers making it.
So Brockton Packard in control of that transfer spot. Landon Slagan is there, and Joe Berge, the third UNOH truck, who was not part of that battle and also does not have damage, I think more importantly, trying to fight off Slagan. So we talked about what will, I think, become a fair rivalry here pretty quickly. Here it is right in front of our faces, and this just behind Packard, who's right there on the edge of the screen. That's for the last transfer spot straight into the second round from Heat 2.
And this is tough. If you're Slagan, you just want Berge to leave you alone. Let me go chase down that driver that's in eighth. I can bring us both there, but battling for ninth isn't going to help either of us. But I'm sure Berge thinks he's got the long run truck. Big slide there from Slagan at the top of the track, but 2 laps to go. They got to settle it out, or they're going to be going to the LCQ. They're going to be starting up front. If that's the case in that LCQ, but it looks like they're just battling a little too hard right now for the ninth position.
About to say, Brockton Packard has opened it up to almost half a second on Slagan and Berge. So those two continuing to fight. Packard in great shape to make it, and all of a sudden, how crazy this has pivoted and how quickly this has changed as Berge and Slagan decide to bang fenders. But here's a look at what Packard saw that incident in front. Look at the avoidance here to go down into the grass to get away from all that and claim the track position.
Absolutely incredible drive right there to gather it back up and continue on here, but only a couple of laps to go to determine how this will all play out, as here comes Slagan down to the inside of Berge to try to move around. This isn't for a transfer. Packard has it, and he is starting to pull a little bit further and further away as there's Slagan into the outside wall.
And they just keep losing time. It was 0.4 of a second at the line last time by. It's 0.8 of a second that Brockton Packard has on Berge and Slagan now. So all clear if you're Packard to just finish off this lap and put yourself in good position, as Matthew Morton is well clear of this field at the pointy end, and he will be the first to cross the line in heat number 2. Good look at Sprouse, Hagen, and Hall, who will all advance straight into the second round, and Brockton Packard coming across the line and will just manage to edge out Bergie. I don't know what happened there at the end, but there was trouble ahead of Packard, and Packard actually got a little bit loose, just about threw away the transfer spot, as a matter of fact, but hung on to it in the end. Finishes in the 8th spot. It was close, but he makes it in. So Morton, Sprouse, Hagen, Hall, Anderson, Davis, Bowman, Packard, your 8 going to the second round. Everybody else, LCQ bound.
Unfortunately, though, for the rest of the field, as we will see, it is going to be a tough break for them in the LCQ. Of course, for Landon Matheson and company, UNC Charlotte and UNOH Missouri all having to fight their way through, and Julian O'Neill took it behind the wall. He didn't want to show up for the next one, but for Delaware, that will conclude their chances.
So, heats are done. In group number 2, we turn our attention now to the LCQ. And this also marks the halfway point of action this evening. So we'll be clear, this will be in the second half of tonight's broadcast. Here's the grid for the LCQ in group number 2. Warren County Community College's Dylan Syracuse rolls off from pole. Joe Bergie from the University of Northwestern Ohio starts second. Lily Fraser racing from the University of Vermont. The Catamount starts third. Fourth on the grid is the University of North Carolina at Charlotte's Landon Slagan. Ryan Kilbashian for Rutgers University. The State University of New Jersey starts fifth. Sixth on the grid is Southeastern Louisiana University's Landon Matheson.
Moving on, it is Landon Kelly from Seminole State College of Florida, followed by Nathaniel Campbell in row number 4. Moving on, we will see Elias Tollefson, and from the UNC Charlotte as well is Jaco Kozman, and then Matt Gaggan and Evan Gilmet from University of Northwestern Ohio, rounding out your top 12.
Back in row 7, you see Connor Zobian representing Kettering University, trying to make his way forward. 14th, Thomas Coonan, the University of Missouri at Columbia. Jalen Atkins starting 15th, representing Belmont Abbey. 16th, Aiden Stevens. We saw a big slide for the UNOH driver in that heat, trying to rebound here in the LCQ. Then you have Logan Bernier for Clarkson University. 17th, 18th goes to Dylan Grimm, who's driving tonight for Colorado State.
Inside of row 10, starting at 19th, it's the University of Connecticut's Martin Roberg. Brennan Lyman will start 20th for Oklahoma Panhandle State University. Nate Newell from The Ohio State University starts in 21st and 22nd. Last car on this grid, or last truck rather, is the University of Delaware's Julian O'Neill, who has a lot of work to do to recover from the slide and spin that he had from good track position starting off the first heat. So, race analysis presented to you by Logitech G for this Group 2 LCQ. Taylor, again, a little bit different. First to 10th now, the ones that make it. Anybody else? You're going to have to go back to the drawing board and go study, go hit the books a little bit to try and make some waves in Daytona.
Absolutely here, and we'll see how this all plays out amongst your drivers here today. And I gotta say, we could see the temperature start to rise a little bit. Competition, the tempers, as we are halfway through tonight's action here for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series here. And I gotta say, it's gonna get more intense as we progress further in tonight's action.
There are a lot of drivers in the back half of this field who had speed and had bad luck, and I think that's going to make this LCQ in particular very interesting. I expect a fair amount of people who at least attempt to go forward, but whether or not we see another incident that might clean out a few of them, who knows? We'll just have to keep our eyes peeled and see. Pace car is off and down onto pit road. It will be Dylan Syracuse, the New Jersey native, racing for Warren County Community College, that gets us going, and immediately they go 3 wide in the back, absolutely not wasting any time at all to try and get moving towards the front plate, McCandless.
And it is 3 wide further on back. And if you can remember that first LCQ we had, it got hot and heavy early. We're 3 wide, we're slipping, and we're spinning already. off of turn number 2. Only 2 trucks involved. We stay green. Unfortunately, it was Gilmet for UNOH. Again, another slide for that institution here in Group 2. 1 truck to the outside wall. Multiple trucks going around. Colorado State is involved with Graham sliding through the field as we try to navigate a chaotic opening lap.
They tried to go forward, Taylor Burris. They ended up wrecking a lot. If you're still alive here, if you've got a truck, even if you might necessarily not have the track position, I think for some of the people a little bit further back, Martin Roberg, Logan Bernier, and Jalen Atkins, I think you've got an opportunity to race your way forward as the top 10 try to get away.
How about Julian O'Neill? I thought he took it behind the wall and disconnected, but apparently he came back, and he's now right there in the transfer spot with Toonin as they battle it out. But we watch the Rutgers team right there of Kilabashian and company battling it out with Kelly from Seminole State as they're trying to hold on inside the top 5. As we go further back there, you see Coonan making contact with Campbell and Kuzman as well. Matherson also in the hunt as they are trying to jockey for that 10th position.
How about Nathaniel Campbell, who just about pulled the slider on Matherson and Coonan? And what a battle we're about to have here, because there are some trucks coming very quickly behind this group. This is all going to converge on that battle for the transfer spot very quickly. Coonan is in the mix there. Jalen Atkins sort of the back end of this group. Matt Gagnon's in there. Matherson's in there. All sorts of work going on here as we go on board with Gagnon, who's tucked in behind Matherson on that high line.
Matt Gagnon is trying everything he can. He's now going to be going up to the top side of the racetrack as he makes the pass complete right there. That will move him up into the top 12. And now he is trying to chase down Campbell with Tarrant County as he is trying to work his way through. Coonan still holds strong in that 10th position.
Atkins now looking to the inside again, and Matherson trying to get the spot. Great run there off the corner, so Atkins should be in good shape, and he might bring Bernier with him. So those two beginning to work their way up through the field. Campbell now trying to figure out Gagnon. Coonan has the final transfer spot for the moment. I'm not sure who has the pace out of all of this. We'll keep an eye here on the stopwatch and see who had it amongst this bunch. Coonan the fastest by a little bit.
Definitely had the advantage that last lap, but already starting to see these drivers trying to utilize every lane possible that they can, including a couple of drivers that were kind of swept up in that initial wreck, but were able to miss it enough as we've got a kind of another skirmish here off of turn 4. One truck very slow. Another one's going to get spun just off the nose of the southeastern Louisiana driver, and a huge wreck here in the dog leg that is going to definitely shake up this battle for the transfer spot back up front, or at least off of turn number 2. You see the battle that is taking place up amongst the top 10. Kelly leading that group. This is for 6th. So right around that transfer battle as they're 3 wide behind them, trying to sort things out, but they got to do it quickly.
This is absolutely insane. Thomas Coonan picked up damage in that incident. He's going to slide back for the 10th spot. Here comes Atkins with a heavy amount of steam trying to make his way up through the field. Slagan now in control of the 9th position. Coonan's going to slide up the racetrack. Atkins going to dive right underneath him as Coonan pounds the fence hard out of turn 2.
Oh my goodness, the temperature is starting to rise here. It's more battle here happening between some of the drivers as Yukon try to muscle his way around the driver of Southern Louisiana of Matherson as he is trying to fight his way through side by side across the line. Matherson pulls off Roberg for a brief moment as they head down into turn 1.
All of this, though, behind Jalen Atkins, who holds the transfer spot at the moment from Belmont Avenue College and is pulling away. He was a 10th faster than anyone around him within the next second or so. And Atkins is starting to get smaller and smaller out of the windshield. He's trying to go after Landon Slagan, who's ripping the fence up on the high line there, holding the 9th spot down for Charlotte 49ers.
Going to take one more look at just, it could have been pure chaos here just the last couple of laps. 3 wide as they work down the back straightaway, and that's just a case of side draft gone wrong. You're trying to take that air, dump it on the spoiler of the truck next to you, and somehow, I mean, that could have ended up much worse. Another one innocently comes by, gets tagged. That's Coonan right there, who had nowhere to go. And unfortunately, everybody else who, again, a couple of them missed that early wreck. Oh, man, that's a tough hit impacting the outside wall for the Detroit Mercy driver. So this has been it's just been a wild couple of laps and set us up here in these last few where you got O'Neal and Kelly going on right here for 6. What a drive for O'Neal, up 16 positions, started 22nd in this LCQ, thinking, man, there might not be an avenue for me to try to get up here without a little bit of help, but done a terrific job navigating, missing some wrecks, having some really fast race pace here, and looks to be well on the way to try and make the semifinals here when this LCQ is all said and done.
So far, I think I can say pretty confidently and comfortably, Julian O'Neal with the drive of the night for the University of Delaware to rebound after the early spin in his heat, stuck him in the LCQ. He's going to have a shot here if he can keep it together to race for spot in our second week of action, Taylor Burris. And I don't know if we necessarily had that on our bingo cards when this LCQ started, but this LCQ has also been the most crazy of any of the races we've seen so far tonight.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of drivers, a lot of ones moving around, trying to figure out how this will all play out amongst them. And so far, it's just starting to ramp up as we go a little bit further back up the road here with Kuzmano as well as Kelly and O'Neal still fighting it out. How about this here as the Rutgers driver of Kilabashian tries to hold off Kuzmano, but is not going to work. He will take over the 4th spot as we pick up the Yukon driver, Trouble of Broberg. He hit the wall off turn number 4, and that's going to cost him more positions.
Oh, big slide there for Kilbashian. He's going to go down to the apron and lose his place at least a little bit amongst this group. We'll see whether or not he can maintain the draft, but he slides back into the 7th position as O'Neal, Kelly, and Kuzmano are the 3 that now control the battle for the 4th position, and they have managed to gap Kilbashian a little bit. You just can't press too hard coming out of quarter exit. It does do a lot to your tires if you screw it up.
So many loose trucks. That's the one thing that everybody back here is slipping, sliding around. And that just goes to show you how hard these drivers are racing. Again, 20 laps, you can burn the good off of your Goodyear Eagles if you're going just a little bit too hard. And these drivers proving it right now. They're going all out, trying to get track position. Oh, Seminole State sliding through the turf, but what a save to try to keep it going straight. Kelly, we talked about the great job that he had done, a little bit of contact there, but still maintaining. Again, you got a little bit of distance back to 10th, so a little bit of a slide. We saw it out of Kabashian there just a lap ago or so. Still in 6th and 7th, so not too much to worry about. You just can't lose it completely, can't totally lose control if you want to try and make your way forward.
Lots of work here all around this racetrack as drivers continue to try and find where they need to be. Meanwhile, transfer battle, this has just been swap lanes, swap lanes, swap lanes, and swap lanes again. Jalen Atkins has had a good amount of speed to challenge Landon Slagan, but Slagan with a good job to drive down to the inside and try and keep some of his momentum. These drivers are both into the second round race as it stands. And this would just be for starting position at the moment, but Atkins trying to work that high line as he has the last few laps to complete this pass on Slagan and get a little bit better starting spot when we get to the second round.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out here for that second round as we watch them go side by side for Slagan and Atkins. This is the battle for 9th, and then we go up the field a little bit for the battle for 7th and 8th here as New Hampshire and Rutgers go at it as they try to hunt down the Seminole State driver of Kelly as they work their way down into turn 3 and 4. Really good fight for position. And how about Lily Frazier, of course, leading the charge here in the closing laps?
Lily Frazier from the University of Vermont, who started, if my memory serves me correctly, dead last in that first heat race, and now has the opportunity to win this LCQ and get some decent track position when we get to our round 2 race. Joe Berge is third, and then Tollefson here also to the inside as well. So a fabulous battle all around here for these top 3 spots.
Seen it especially in these LCQs, these drivers just hanging on the edge of control, trying to get through it. I just can't imagine here we're going to see 40 laps of this. A lot of these drivers are going to have to take stock of the race they've run here and really have to try and rate it in. They're going to have to go 20 laps longer to try and advance to the semifinals next week. So but nevertheless, a great battle going on here. There you see Atkins on the right-hand side of your screen. He's in control of the final transfer spot.
So Tollefson is going to take it for Eastern Oregon University and claim this LCQ. Frazier in second, and keeping an eye on B10, it's Belmont Abbey's Jalen Atkins, who is the final transfer into the second round race for group number 2. Tollefson, Frazier, Bergie, O'Neill, Cusmano, Gagnon, Kelly, Kildashian, Slagan, Atkins. Those are your 10 that come from the LCQ and will have the opportunity to race their way through the second round race and into week 2 of action in the Queen City Crown. So one more time, we'll take a look at the tournament bracket, show you where we are with things. Now keeping an eye on the flashing white box. This is the second round race for Group 2. Final race of the evening for Group 2. Top 13 from this group advance into our second week of action. AJ Hyder had that great run in the first heat and will start on pole representing all of the great people at St. John's River State College in Florida. Matthew Morton racing for the Ohio State University rolls off from second. Alec Andrex was up near the front in his heat for the University of Delaware. The Blue Hens overall third alongside Zach Sprouse racing for the Patriots of George Mason University. Alexander Russell represents the Badgers at the University of Wisconsin. He'll start fifth, and John Hagan will roll off from the sixth position racing for the Lions of North Central Texas College.
Moving on to row number 4, we'll find Christopher Bryant right there with Methodist University alongside Jake Hall and the Clemson University. Robbie Norris will be in row 5 with Purdue University in Indianapolis with Jackson Anderson from Oklahoma State University, rounding out your top 10. Andy Trupiano from the University of Detroit Mercy in row 6 with Maverick Davis from Kettering University.
Going from 13th tonight, inside of row number 7, you'll find Andrew Jamalin. University of Arkansas, the Razorbacks running with Jamalin to try to make this field. Just outside of the transfer spot is this 7th row, along with James Bowman, representing the colors of the University of Kentucky Esports. Austin Johnson transferred his way in earlier through Heat 1. Fresno State riding with him from the 15th starting spot. And the 49ers of Brockton Packard, one of many representatives of the University of Charlotte tonight. Elias Tollefson, we saw him through that LCQ, one of your front runners in that one, trying to make his way forward from Eastern Oregon University. And Lily Fraser going to represent the 18th position. That's the University of Vermont.
We've talked about Joe Bergie a lot from the University of Northwestern Ohio. He starts this second round race on the inside of row 10 to his outside, Julian O'Neill, who had the spin and then raced his way into the LCQ. Jaco Cusmano from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte starts 21st. 22nd on the grid outside of row 11 is the University of New Hampshire's Matt Gagnon. Landon Kelly racing for Seminole State College of Florida rolls off 23rd on the grid outside of row 12 is Rutgers' Ryan Kilbashian. UNC Charlotte's Landon Slagan and Belmont Abbey College's Jalen Atkins, the final 2 trucks in this 26-truck field, of which the top 13 will advance into week 2 of action in the Queen City Crown. Good look at the starting grid getting ready to roll off as AJ Hyder will control this bunch as we will take a look at our Logitech G race analysis, and it's the same as it was in Group 1, but I feel like, Taylor, the way we got to this one in Group 2, very different from the way it raced out in Group 1. A lot more chaos in this bunch.
I have to say, this is the chaos group right here that we saw compared to Group 1, and of course, it is your top 13 that will advance to the semifinals next Wednesday night. So you got to be patient, and of course, that lucky number 13 is what will help you move on. 14th to 26th, it's time for you to head back to class, go back to the drawing board, study, prepare, and get yourself ready for Daytona, because after tonight, you will be eliminated here for the chance to go for the crown at Charlotte.
And again, the biggest thing is not necessarily to win. Winning is nice, but the most important thing, don't get eliminated, and make sure that you have an opportunity to make it into week 2 of action. That is the key for all of these drivers, half of them will advance, half of them, their run in the Queen City Crown will end right here. St. John's River State College's A.J. Hyder and Ohio State's Matthew Morton will lead this field to green. 40 laps here instead of the 20, the longer race here in round number 2. So, all eyes on the leaders as they approach the restart zone, waiting for Hyder to get back on the gas pedal and go to it. And we are green and underway in the second round race for Group 2 here in the Queen City Crown in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League. Side-by-side action all the way around as these drivers begin to get up to speed and everybody beginning to make moves here. Morton not letting go of Hyder just yet. We'll see how they fan out, especially towards the front of the field and towards the back as well, as you've got 40 laps now. And again, a sea change of mentality and a shift. Double the distance here. So this is not the same sort of sprint that the Heats, the LCQ were, Blake. This you have to run with a little bit more strategy in mind.
I think that's one, that was the topic I was kind of bringing up in the middle of that LCQ, just seeing how many trucks were out of shape through only 20 laps. They're going to have to really rein that in and prepare for this 40-lap run here. Again, 40 laps in a truck at Charlotte, it's not quite the distance that you would go on a full fuel tank, but it's quite a long run, and knowing that you're not going to have a pause in that to try and deter that, I mean, that's something you have to take into consideration. And I just know it that at some point we're going to have somebody that's able to be patient, take care of their tires, got to miss the chaos too if that were to happen, but somebody's going to race their way through to a transfer spot by kind of taking note of that and taking care of their tires and having a good long run pace at the end of that. Just know that we're setting ourselves up for that type of run to try and get to that 13th position tonight.
It's a calm start to this race, which I think would play right into that strategy you just made a point of, Blake, of just being able to maintain the tires underneath your truck. Don't try and over-rotate it. Don't try and go past the slip angle. Just roll back into the throttle only as much as you need to, knowing that you're going to need these Goodyear tires underneath your truck for all 40 laps. Go on board with Ohio State's Matthew Morton trying to chase down Alec Andrex. Those two running second and third at the moment, with A.J. Hyder, who has controlled just about all of Group 2 up to this point here at the front of this group.
The Ohio State Buckeyes, 3-0 right now, ranked number 1 in the college football power rankings, and Matthew Morton continuing on to showcase that they could still win even on an off week. He is looking, trying to do that here to help propel them into the semifinals next week at Charlotte.
Number 1 by virtue, I would say primarily, much to your dismay, Taylor, over a win against a certain team in Orange a few weeks ago on Labor Day weekend, where it sort of gritted out that game, I think. Didn't necessarily, I think, put Texas in a bad light either, but sometimes it's just about getting the job done here. That's what James Bowman is going to try and do. The Kentucky Wildcat currently in the 16th spot, 3 spots out of the transfer at this point.
And again, another driver here, the junior for the University of Kentucky, working in lean systems engineering technology. One of many drivers that we've talked about throughout the course of the night that hopes to further their studies in the engineering field with perhaps a dream of one day working in the motorsports industry in some capacity, and right now trying to make some headway from the 16th position. Again, is in touch. You can see dipping the left front out, trying to get a little bit of clean air through 1 and 2, but just looking, it kind of has that patient look with what he has right here. You can see back up his corner, look for a little bit of clean air again in 3 and 4, something that, you know, you want a little bit of, because if you're behind somebody, it's not just going to tighten you up. Whatever condition you're fighting, it's going to be worse. But was kind of interested to hear the comments, and we'll kind of see it play out here, of what Clampett said after running 40 laps in the race lead, that when you have those trucks kind of running behind you, it can get that truck in front loose. And we'll see if Hyder, Andrix, if some of those cars, because again, everybody's been struggling loose in these long runs, how that works for these drivers that are up front.
Good look here to battle a little bit further up the field. This is a pretty good job here trying to keep their eyes peeled on the front end of things. As you've got Delaware machine, UNC Charlotte machine. We go on board now with this great battle here. Brockton Packard just ahead of Robbie Norris and Julian O'Neill. This is the transfer. This is the transfer spot.
how about the school spirit right here for Brockton Packard right here, as he has got it all clean and green and ready to showcase here. And I gotta say, Brockton Packard is one driver who I've been keeping an eye on social media as well with his career that he's got going on in the racing world, and looking to try to hopefully one day make it into the motorsports industry, working on a NASCAR pit crew possibly is one of his goals, as he is currently holding strong right there inside the top 13.
Well, here's the thing, I think, and now that we've got a green flag run, we've got the opportunity to dig into this theme a little bit more. The application, especially from an engineering side of iRacing to a lot of these motorsports programs, is so obvious to me as we go right on board with Matt Gagnon out of the University of New Hampshire. You can literally open up the garage screen and open up the setup and start playing with numbers and math and figure out how to make your vehicle better. That's so much of engineering in a nutshell right there, right? Is it not? So in that sense, it makes a ton of sense that we see major motorsports engineering programs like UNOH, like UNC Charlotte, like a lot of these SEC schools. All of them have some sort of connection to the engineering side of things, and they are out on force and en masse here.
One thing also, if you think about it, especially with iRacing's updates to the new UI system to help with that, as well as their partnership with Cosworth to help bring in a new, basically, virtual setup to help her with it, helping point out certain things with telemetry as well. It's a great stepping stool and tool to help some of these students who want to learn the importance of making adjustments to these cars, building, learning, making it where it works to where we could see these drivers compete or work with some of the top teams in motorsports.
Good look here at the battle further up front in this field. Heiner, Morton, Andrex, your top three. This is Morton and Andrex who are in control of this, and a little bit further back, this is the battle here for the transfer position. Julian O'Neill, Maverick Davis, Brockton Packard, and just on the edge of the screen, just because I want to make a point of it, Jalen Atkins started dead last in this race and is up 12 positions to 14th, right on the doorstep of a transfer position. An unbelievable job for the Belmont average driver in these first 14 laps to get all that track position and get up to the front. But I think the question remains, how much of his tires has he burned off to try and get up there, and what's left in that truck to try and get the final few spots to make sure that Atkins is in week 2.
Looks like Atkins has enough. Just looking at his truck and how he's handling, again, we talked about some of the chaos that we saw in some of those heat races, and carrying more speed, or at least thought he'd have more speed than what he's got right here. This is the battle for 15th, happening again 2 spots behind. You can see maybe about a second or so, second and a half. Oh, but that's going to help him get into the transfer. A wreck into turn 3. I don't think the Delaware driver's going to be able to stay off the track, and somebody else is going to get tagged in it. It's another Charlotte 49er. It looks like Slaget was a part of that. A huge wreck, and all of a sudden, Atkins, we talked about up 12 spots. Well, there's spot 13 and 14 right there as that battle shifts, and Jay Millen, who was just leading that line of 15th, now has an opportunity to try to put Arkansas into the semifinals next week.
Guzmano, Gagnon, Slagan, and Julian O'Neill all had opportunities to race their way in. All of them on pit road. All of them have basically done. Joe Bergy, Landon Kelly with heavy damage too. So that eliminates effectively everybody from 20th on back. So it's now basically 19 trucks for 13 positions. And Atkins has the last spot at the moment. He and Kettering University, rather, is Maverick Davis door-to-door for the final spot as we take a look at this good battle up front. This is Alexander Russell. This is Jackson Anderson, Jake Hall, Eddie Trupiano in the mix.
Really good fight here as we watch Russell, who seems to have a little bit of issues here. He's trying to hold off to Hall and Trupiano, but we saw him up towards the front of the field. Those tires starting to fade away by the looks of it as we get a chance to take a look at the replay of what happened to Slagan as well, and O'Neill. Here you see the Delaware driver having a good run off the corner of turn number 2. And right there you see the car get a little bit lifted off right there, a little bit loose, as the Kettering driver right there in the hunt tries to make a little tap, and around he goes. Unfortunate there, and then, of course, unfortunate for O'Neill. Couldn't hold it down and collect not one, but I think 2 of the UNC Charlotte drivers.
So 2 more of those 49ers who have just not had a great deal of luck in this Queen City Crown. Home cooking not necessarily working in their favor as we continue to keep our eye here on the battle for the transfer spot. Atkins is starting to drive away from Maverick Davis ever so slightly. It's not by a lot, but I think the bigger issue for Davis is that Austin Johnson is all over his rear bumper, and as they continue to fight, that may end up making things a little bit complicated for, I'd say, all of them now at this point.
Well, halfway home and side by side for the transfer battle doesn't get much better than this. Kettering, who we've seen kind of just going back and forth. The other thing that's worth mentioning here, we see a couple of these trucks that have had some scrapes, and close to them right there as Kettering is trying to make that move to try to get up into the 13th spot. Davis is going to make that move on Atkins to go down low, but it's worth mentioning here that, well, these trucks are really sensitive when it comes to left rear and right rear damage. So any little swipe, any little tag, any brush with the outside wall, iRacing has continued to work on the damage model of these trucks, and they've become very sensitive when you knock in that spoiler. We know these aren't the composite bodies we see in real life. What a save there for Atkins, and Jay Millen right there able to get back on the track. But just wanted to make note of that. If there's a little bit of damage that these drivers accrue, these aren't composite bodies in these trucks, and iRacing simulates that well. Gets very sensitive when you have aero damage on trucks that, for the most part, are pretty wide open around Charlotte Motor Speedway.
So Atkins loses the position there, but Johnson ends up with damage to the right front of his truck, so that could be interesting to watch. That may give an opportunity to Bowman, Javelin, Frazier, or Tollefson to maybe, just maybe, reel them in and get that final transfer spot.
Absolute dogfight, if you think about it, between Kettering and Johnson and Davis right there, as they also got to throw in a Wildcat in the mix. And then, of course, the Razorback from Arkansas, Jamela, who's trying to fight this. So it's just absolute chaos here amongst these drivers. And Lisa Frazier right there in the Catamounts as well, also trying to find her way up into the running order.
Maverick Davis has gotten away from the front of this. This is the best battle here. The problem is that it's not for any sort of position. Meanwhile, Zach Sprouse up further in this field, running in the 6th spot, currently hanging out with Alexander Russell from the Wisconsin Badgers, the Clemson Tiger, Jake Hall. These three in Trupiano, so I guess the quartet pretty much just stuck together like glue. The entirety of this group, almost, it seems like, not just this race, but in their heat races as well.
Well, as Logan Clampett talking about earlier, that for these drivers that are up front that know what they're doing, it can be difficult to pull away. The draft is strong enough to kind of keep everybody in play as long as they have a good handling on their truck and nobody has to check up for anything. So I think that's why you see kind of these drivers who have shown a lot of pace throughout the course of the race. And again, you're seeing some just a different degree of aggression amongst the top 5, amongst the top 6 than what you see closer to that transfer battle. The closer you creep to it, that's where you're starting to see more bold moves, drivers running closer together, side drafting more aggressively. All these little intricacies are much more aggressive at the tail end of the field because, again, when you're up here, it's all just about survival. You just want to get there. Yes, you want to win. You want to represent your school. You want to talk to us after we throw the checkered flag. But at the end of the day, it's all about getting to the semifinals, being able to live on another week. So even as we see side-by-side battle right here, Hendricks and Hagan going side-by-side, Delaware represented there. A lot of space given, side-by-side racing, but not leaning on each other too hard or nearly as hard as what we're seeing at the tail end of the field.
Battle here between Alec Andrex and John Hagan. So you've got the blue and yellow of Delaware, and then you've got John Hagan. Oh, contact between the two. There goes Andrex into the inside of the racetrack. Andrex, I think, just pulled it off there. Might have had a chance to save it, but that's going to open up an opportunity for James Bowman from Kentucky to slide into the top 13.
That's why we keep running these laps here, and you never know what opportunity. You gotta go for it and be ready, because there could be something that happens up towards the front that could give you a shot. And now for Bowman, that allows him to move up and have a shot of being in the semifinals next week.
So Bowman now the transfer truck. Frazier, the first truck on the outside looking in, and Johnson trying to hang on to the track position with the damage, which is going to be, I think, a factor in this before we get completely done with this. 28 laps on the board. They work their way around the lap traffic of Ryan Kilbashian, who now officially goes a lap down, and his chances to advance the Queen City Crown just about curtains at this point.
It's a tough run there as Bowman hanging on to that final transfer position. Representing Kentucky, we talked about him earlier, just kind of slowly biding time, just making sure you stay out of all of that chaos. There was a lap truck right there. It was Vermont with Fraser behind the wheel that is the one trying to give chase. Further up front, this is Alex Russell trying to side draft here with Zach Sprouse, a longtime competitor in this college series through the last couple of years, a contender up at the front of the field. And again, it was just talking about how you're going to be a little safer with these moves late in the race, and then we see some contact that eventually puts Andrix out of being able to transfer to the semifinals. But there you see an example here. Russell going to throw a little bit of a slider in 1 and 2, and is going to be able to take that spot here with 11 to go.
So Russell able to gain the position, goes back up into the top 5. Sprouse, Hall, and Trupiano, and then Chris Bryant, the next in line there. Bryant had a very quiet run so far in the seat, but it's been good enough. He stayed away from the chaos and has managed to keep himself inside the top 13 as Trupiano works to the outside there. Meanwhile, further up, Matthew Morton has been able to reel in AJ Hyder and make the pass. So one of the first times we've seen Hyder not lead this group in some form, and Matthew Morton trying to claim Group 2 second round race for the Buckeyes of Ohio State.
Yeah, really good run right there from Morton to get around as we go back further with the battle for 12 between Kentucky and UNC Charlotte. This brings in Lily Frazier from Vermont into the hunt as they try to work their way through another big loose moment right there from Packard. And this will open the door for Bowman, who also got loose last time around, to try and sneak his way up into 12th to give at least a one position cushion.
You never quite know who's going to be in these transfer battles. I think we're learning that very quickly here in this new format for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. But we are starting to learn that these transfer battles, whoever ends up in them, usually they put on a pretty good show, as Packard's going to drift it up towards the fence and try and almost get the air bubble cushion off the wall there to get a little bit of speed. Bowman going to keep it down low. Frazier sort of bouncing between the middle and the bottom of the racetrack for the moment.
And that was impressive there for Packard, running up on the wall in 3 and 4 Charlotte. I know we talk about an air bubble, but if there's a place that just doesn't seem to exist, it's here at Charlotte, because the exit of turn 4 just sneaks up on you so quickly. So if you are going to run the top side here at 3 and 4 Charlotte, again, you can run along that seam, that's fine. But if you're going to run along the wall, you got to be really careful on exit. Again, how many times have we seen throughout the course of this night drivers that they're either chasing the truck up the track, or they just get a little bit tight, or they just run out of room on exit and tag that outside wall. It's such an easy mistake to make here, but especially in 3 and 4, it's really treacherous. You gotta have a lot of confidence to be able to run that line out here, but still side by side, not for the transfer spot. Both of these drivers, and Packard and Bowman, green and blue, Charlotte and Kentucky, they're in right now, but Fraser for Vermont, sizing them up right now, trying to see if there's a way around, being patient for the moment, still has 6 laps to do it, but you can even see right there, early lifting for Fraser. He's looking to maybe wait until that last lap or two to try to make that move, as Sprouse able to get back around Russell in the battle for 5th at the top of your screen.
And maybe just trying to create a little bit of a buffer in the event that Packard or Bowman get loose and start spinning, start running into each other, that Frazier could just shoot on through whatever gap they create and claim a transfer spot with ease. I think that's absolutely in play as well. With as hard as they're racing, it is still Packard and Bowman in control of the transfer spots for the moment, but a long way to go here, 4 laps plus.
Yeah, a lot still to happen here as we ride on board with Lily Frazier there from the University of Vermont. She is just trying to be patient, see which one of these two makes the mistake and capitalize on it. But the Kentucky as well as UNC Charlotte driver are being very smooth and patient.
This is so tough, I think, if you're either one of Packard or Bowman, because you have to watch the front and the rear. You almost have to drive out the windshield as much as you are driving out the rearview mirror, just to try and make sure you don't give Frazier the opportunity to make a move. But Frazier now with a run on the high side maybe had the opportunity to try and get around Bowman, and then all of a sudden Frazier's truck pushed up the track a little bit, and then Packard's truck didn't get a great run out of the corner, and it's brought them right back together again.
Yeah, if that was Frazier, he got a run. They side drafted each other. Frazier's a lot more patient than me. I would have taken it, but you can even see that last time through 1 and 2. He's looking for anywhere he can try to get clean air as they're exchanging this 12th position. And now this is where he's going to try to pounce. Into turn 1, Frazier for the transfer spot. Going to try and get up clear in front of Bowman. Not able to do it, but Bowman sideways off the corner. Frazier to the bottom. Now Bowman back into the transfer, back and forth. And also Packard, he wouldn't be too safe right now. He's sliding that race truck as well as they're coming off of turn 4, coming to 2 laps to go. Frazier's got a chance, and he can see a semifinal spot right in front of him.
I have to believe if I'm Bowman, I'm not happy with Brockton Packard, because Packard tried to clear himself behind Bowman and just about spun Bowman a few laps ago. So now Bowman, with all the momentum in the world on the high line, takes it from Brockton Packard, and now it might be Packard under assault from Lily Frazier, who may be able to take the high line and ride it into the final transfer spot as Packard continues to slide.
Packard trying everything as we see Matthew Morton take the white flag, and Lily Frazier, she finally clears Packard for that final spot in the transfer position. This could be what we call an upset possibly here as they work their way through. Brockton Packard, one of the drivers we were expecting to see work his way up, and now he is struggling off of turn 2, loose as all get out.
Matthew Morton working his way out of turn number 4. He'll win Group 2's second round race. And in the 13th position, Lily Frazier will climb up the mountain for the Catamounts and work into the top 13. Frazier, the last driver in, and it is Frazier who will be the 13th driver. It is Morton is able to make it happen.
How about the reaction right there from Bowman to be excited to make it? And I'm pretty sure it was a tense couple of laps, but he was able to hold on and definitely shows some of that Wildcat pride for Kentucky.
On U of K, as they say in Lexington, as Bowman, too, will be racing in week number 2 of the Queen City Crown for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League. But there is the driver who was able to claim top honors in this group this evening. Matthew Morton for the Ohio State University is the winner of the second round race in group number 2. That provides us with group 2's winning moment, which is brought to you by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Morton victorious, and Morton will lead the Group 2 brigade into the second week of competition in the Queen City Crown. Here are your transfers from Ohio State. Morton from St. John's River State College. Hyder from Oklahoma State. Anderson. John Hagan makes it in as well, representing North Central Texas College. George Mason, Zach Sprouse also in the mix here. And then Johnson, Bowman, Frazier, your final 3. Packard, the first driver on the outside looking in.
Moving on, of course, here, I mean, we have to talk about Brockton Packard, a tough break. And then we have Andrew Jamalin right there from Arkansas, Eastern Oregon University of Elias Tulteson. Jalen Atkins, another Belmont Abbey driver, not able to make it. Same thing with Ryan Kilbasian from Rutgers, Joe Burgundy from the University of Northwestern Ohio, and Alex Andrex from Delaware. And of course, University of Northwestern Ohio still has one truck in for the semifinals. UNC Charlotte has yet to respond in today's action.
3 drivers for UNC Charlotte. All 3 of them miss out from this group. Slagan and Guzmano way in the back of the field. And then Kelly O'Neill, Kenyon, and Norris, the other 4 from this group who will not advance into week 2 of competition.
A big-time win here for Matthew Morton, who gets it done here at Charlotte Motor Speedway tonight. And Matthew representing the Buckeyes from the Ohio State University. Matthew is a heck of a run, but you know, one thing we continue to hear about tonight is this knockout style and the pressure that's on you guys. Even when you're up front, do you feel that pressure, even when everything seems to be going as well as it could?
Yeah, I mean, certainly. Like, all the pressure is there in these, like, this week one format. You know, we got all these heats, and, you know, every mistake, it just feels like is just magnified. Like, if we were just to go out and spin there in the feature, it's kind of like our hopes are done for the championship. So definitely the heat style format is definitely interesting. I think it's a little more entertaining, but it gives the drivers a little more stress, certainly.
Well, not to remind you about the stress, but we got week 2 coming up, the semifinals that you and 13 of the other drivers in your group have advanced for. What's the approach? What's the mindset going into almost kind of a reset as we look to the semifinals next week?
Yeah, not totally sure. I think just definitely use some of the stuff we had for tonight. Just the lessons, how we save the tires there. Just kind of apply that next week and just do a little more practice, knowing we're safe there for next week, and just hopefully do the same thing, get through the heats, and perform in the feature.
All right, Matthew, we'll look forward to it. Best of luck. And, James Pike, how about Matthew Morton? You can call him an eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver. Made a start and debuted with a top 20. In fact, he was 16th at Dover earlier this year.
The ability to compete against the best of the best definitely serves as a good sharpening of the iron for the crucible that is the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. And Matthew Morton proved that it was experience well worn here as he takes home the Group 2 win in the second round race. He and 12 others from this group will be competing next week. We are going to take a break, and then we'll be back with group reaction from the Queen City Crown. It's week 1 of action in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by Play versus College League. We'll be back with more after this.
On paper, it's easy. Win and advance. But the truth, it's harder than the road they drive on.
Spin across the line. Wow!
12 drivers remain, hoping to match dreams with destiny and claim a cup filled with history. The NASCAR playoffs continue at New Hampshire on USA.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo!
My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G. Through design, engineering, and a love of driving games, Logitech G takes racing simulation to another level. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. And by Play versus College League, the largest collegiate community bringing in the new era of esports for students across the country. Learn more at pcl.gg. And by NASCAR 25, racing onto consoles on October 14th and Steam on November 11th. For more information, visit NASCAR25.com. Welcome back to coverage of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play vs. College League. A reminder that if you participate in a time attack and if you register, you will automatically be entered for a chance to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits just by participating in a time attack. More information and the full rule set is available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. And again, you must participate in a time attack to be eligible for proceedings. So, lots of drivers here getting their opportunity to go after it in Group 3. A lot of folks here probably have been watching what's gone down to the first two groups. And Blake, I wonder if they've been able to take notes, and maybe we might see a different kind of racing here with this group as we move into the final group of the evening.
Well, it's always an advantage, right? You get to watch when you have kind of these heats or groups, this bracket style that we do. It's always easier to go out later, right? You get notes. You get to watch what everybody's doing, how the first couple of, LCQs played out or heats or what have you. So to be able to watch that and take all that information in, and again, it's not just one. It's all of them that are in that session. If they're not practicing or qualifying, they're trying to learn everything they can on how this format, how this race is going to play out. So if anything, these drivers should be well prepared. They've had the most time to prepare. They've had the most practice time. They've been able to watch how these races play out. So they should be, like you said, well prepared for what they should see here in this next section of the bracket.
Taylor Burris, we showed this graphic at the beginning of the night. Here's an opportunity for us to review how this all works in this new format for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series.
Absolutely, James. And of course, we have to talk about, we are whittling it down from 120 drivers who qualified through the preliminary time attacks that happened a little bit ago. And now we are currently on tournament week 1, which is the split. Drivers are split into 3 different groups. So fastest time group 1, second in group 2, and so on all the way through the 120. Now, we are now competing in the first rounds of heat races, then an LCQ, and then, of course, we will then select a 39 group of drivers to compete in the semifinals.
This is how it shook out in Group 2, and Blake, it was very wild, very chaotic, and a little bit nutty, I think, for most of this group's action.
Yeah, I was about to say, out of the first 2 groups out of this bracket that we've seen, Group 2 was definitely the most tumultuous. We talked about the uncertainty that these drivers are facing, and this seemed to be the most uncertain of groups so far tonight. Whether it wasn't just the LCQs where we saw a lot of action, it was throughout the course of the race, a lot of beating and banging, some close racing, especially off of turn 4. And then as we move forward to the feature, again, how many times have we seen tonight drivers that have struggled with this looser setup that we have on these cold tires? It's been a real challenge for many of these drivers.
Good look at all the action here, a good look at how they fanned out, and a good shot of all of the crazy contact and madness that took place here. There was Julian O'Neill losing his place there, and then a big collision that took out some more UNC Charlotte Delaware drivers. But in the end, Taylor Burris, Matthew Morton from Ohio State, the top driver in Group 2 tonight.
Great way to continue a winning dominance that we're seeing from the Ohio State Buckeyes. And of course, here is your rundown from the drivers in the tournament so far, from the University of Houston all the way down to even the University of Vermont. These are some of our major competitors that we're seeing competing in the Week 2 tournament.
Hyder, Russell, Trupiano, Johnson, and company, part of the 26 that have qualified so far. We're going to find out the other 13 here from Group 3, and we will move on into Week 2's action and see who comes out on top as the one to win the Queen City Crown. So, there's a look at the 26 we have. It's time to start working our way towards the 13 that we need to figure out. And that all starts with heat number 1. And the grid that will come for it. We'll take a look at that in just a moment once we show you where we are on the bracket. This is Heat 1, Group 3. So that blinking white box there, that's effectively the race that we're working with. This is the grid coming up here It's Ryan Andrew, actually, that is going to be leading off, and he will be racing for Des Moines Area Community College out of Iowa. Jonathan Evans representing Western Connecticut, and the folks at Western Connecticut State University going to roll off in the second position. June Jimenez is third on the grid, and Jimenez racing this evening for the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. How about that? And then Matthew Burton. Burton rolls off from the fourth position, racing for the Buccaneers of Eastern Tennessee State University. Alexander Hammonds represents the Georgia Institute of Technology, better known as Georgia Tech. He's a yellow jacket that rolls off from sixth. Blake Wynn is another one of the UNC Charlotte 49ers who roll off from the sixth position.
Nick Miller will be starting in P7 with the representation from the Kutztown University. In eighth position is going to be driver of Edward Sanchez from the CUNY Baruch College. And then, of course, it's going to be Miguel Campo next on the docket, as he will be representing Tarleton State University. Next up to round out your top 10 is C.L. Smith, as he is going to be working here through his way through. Ethan Shapiro next to join us here in 11th position, as he will be representing Babson College. And rounding out your top 12 is going to be Colin Baskinski representing Central Michigan University.
13th on the grid is Logan Wilson, yet again a Purdue Boilermaker, racing for Purdue University out of West Lafayette, Indiana. The UCF Golden Knights, the University of Central Florida. I know, Taylor, you were excited for this one earlier. Tanner Ledford races for them. We'll roll off from 14th on the grid in this race. Jacob Martin will get going here in the 15th position, representing Belmont Abbey College. And 16th on the grid is the Tennessee Volunteer. We see the University of Tennessee in Knoxville make an appearance in this. It's David Smith behind the wheel for them. Jeremiah Taylor is another Belmont Abbey College Crusader in this race, rolling off from the 17th spot. Timothy Holmes, representing Horry Georgetown Technical College, rolls off from the 18th position. Final two starters are Southern New Hampshire University's Zach Domer and Trey Miller from the Ohio State University. 20 trucks going after, as always, 8 spots. The top 8 will get you into our second round directly, and then your LCQ folks will be 9 on back. So top 8, the number that you want to hit here.
Absolutely. We're going to be excited to see how this all plays out amongst our competitors. Here is your look at your Logitech G analysis. Of course, it's no surprise. It is going to be a 20-lap race. Your top 8 advance to the second round. 9th through 20th proceed to the LCQ here for this final round of drivers here today, our final group for the night. And we're happy to have you with us here as we get set to see who will move on to the semifinals for next week.
40 more trucks here to get after it. We'll have 40 more trucks in Heat 2 as well. So introductions to this final group of drivers. And again, from these 40, we will take the top 13 through a series of heat races, the last chance qualifier, and then the second round race to cap off not only Group 3, but cap off the evening and give us the 39 drivers that will go after it for the title of winner of the Queen City Crown. That'll come up a little bit later, but for now, it is Ryan Andrew who is in control of things as we get set for the green flag. Group 3, Heat 1. Coming your way right now, we are underway with the third group of action, and it was not a good start for Andrew, who spun the tires a bit, and that stacked up everybody behind him. So we're already 3 wide as Logan Wilson looks to the middle to try and gain some track position. He's tucked in right behind, I believe, that might be either Nick Miller or Miguel Campbell. Can't tell immediately yet, but they are 3 wide already further back in the pack here down the backstretch.
Yeah, that was one of the kind of more interesting starts that we've seen. They were kind of fanning out 3 and 4 wide, had a little bit of a checkup there on the high line. This has been the trouble spot off at turn 4. Is 3 wide going to work? Unfortunately not. Huge crash here on the front straightaway is hardly anybody. I mean, there's only 5 trucks that made it through. The rest of the field, we still got transfer spots that are available. 5 trucks escape all by their lonesome. This is all that's left. Andrew through Burton for East Tennessee State. But we still have a number of drivers. Some of them may have damage that were involved in that wreck that still have an opportunity to advance out of this heat. This is 8th.
As it stands, here's Tanner Ledford and Blake Witt, and Wynn now struggling for pace. Heavy damage to the right front of his truck. Next in the line would be Jeremiah Taylor from Belmont Abbey, who is just charging down the front straightaway in comparison. So Taylor's going to take the transfer spot with ease, and Wynn's going to slide back. And then you look at some of these other trucks here that decided to lay back and are still clean. Zach Domer, Timothy Holmes, David Smith. I'd say all of them certainly have a chance at this. It just depends on what kind of damage some of these trucks have ahead, because it's a big, goofy, weird mix of trucks in the transfer spot at the moment.
It really is, and there's a lot of chaos that happened, but for some of those who did avoid the chaos as best as they can, it is now time to drop the hammer and pull away, not cause any incidents here, as him and in the MIT group, as well as the Des Moines area of Andrew holding strong, your top two, and Georgia Tech also up there in the mix in 4th position.
So out of the chaos, we end up with about 4 or 5 clean trucks. Burton is the last of the sort of clean bunch, and then it's all the goofiness of whatever we're about to get from 6 on back, because you've got all kinds of damage with some of these trucks here, and it's just a matter of how this all spreads out. But as it stands, Andrew, Jimenez, Evans, Hammonds, Burton, and truthfully, they just have to complete 20 laps, and they're going to be into the second round.
Yeah, and well, it's just seeing like who got through this wreck that may have some damage, but is going to be able to soldier on. We've seen a couple of drivers that, unfortunately, they weren't able to stay on track. They had required repairs that they had to come down and were forced to visit pit road to be able to fix their truck and be able to get back out there and continue making laps. So just a big difference in kind of what we see here. But this is kind of what this can come down to. We talked about how qualifying was so important. Well, that's probably the best example that we could get out of it. If you're Andrew through Burton, these top 5, that's exactly why you wanted to qualify up front, to hopefully miss all of this that was going on off of turn 4 wide. That worked, but then 3 wide just in front of them didn't. A huge impact there for Campo, for Tarleton State, and of course just nowhere to go for a lot of these drivers as they were trying to navigate through the dog legs, some of them through the turf here on the front stretch at Charlotte Motor Speedway. But we still have a battle for the transfer. The Belmont Abbey driver, Taylor, you can see right there, that's 8th, holding on over Ledford in 9th. Both of those trucks have right front damage. And again, somebody who drives these trucks quite often here on the sim, that right front damage, that affects the handling of the truck a ton. It's going to make them really, really tight, which with what we've seen with these trucks being a little bit sideways might be okay. But it's hard to describe the feeling that it is behind the truck when you're having to soldier on with some of that aerodynamic damage. It's become much, much more impactful, I would say, as iRacing continues to improve their damage model.
Something to watch for here. I'm just keeping an eye, especially on 6th, 7th, and 8th, where Colin Basinski has a decent amount of damage, and then Taylor has some damage too, and David Smith has been just a hair quicker, but Smith has about 0.7 of a second to work in here and 11 laps to do it. So Smith can clip off some lap times here. They're a 10th or 2 faster than Taylor. That might slide Smith directly into the second round, and it might slide Taylor out and into the last chance qualifier, albeit with great track position.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things you got to keep in mind. If you are able to take care of yourself and not make it into that first round in your heat race, but you're outside the top 8, you still have a good shot of being on the front row, and that can help you in the LCQ. So try and just be as far up the racing order that you can to give you the best possible positioning for your next race.
Going on board here with Matthew Burton out of Johnson City, Tennessee, representing the Buccaneers of East Tennessee State University. Don't know if we've had too many SoCon drivers, Taylor, make their way through the Queen City crowd as of yet, but this is the first one to my knowledge that stands out. A long storied tradition of excellence at ETSU.
Yeah, really good run for him. He's just taking care of his equipment, really just trying to hold position, not pressuring himself. He's staying tucked up behind Hammond with Georgia Tech. and just trying to just follow suit and avoid any chaos that could happen to him in the late stages. As we see here comes Smith closing in on Taylor as they come into turn 1, but the Tennessee driver is ready to volunteer himself up into the top 8.
He volunteers as a top 8 driver, I think more so than tribute, as the say would go. Is Taylor's just not able to maintain the same kind of speed, especially middle of the corner, that Smith is able to because of the damage. So Smith is going to have an opportunity in the next lap or two to get this spot, and I would imagine Zach Domer likely is going to have the opportunity to get around Taylor as well, and that would slot those two into a battle for the final transfer position, which Taylor's going to try and just run the middle of the racetrack here and just hold up Smith as much as possible, and that may end up playing into Domer's hands.
I was about to say, if you're Smith, you got to get this past you. You got to get it done quickly. Taylor being very protective, trying to take the line away from Smith. But this is where, we get longer into this run. You run about 15 laps or so with damage. I even did it in the Coke Series race last night. This is when it really starts to show, because aero-wise, you're slower on the straights. You're driving, you're pushing the truck as hard as humanly possible just to try to keep up, and I just don't know how much longer you could try to keep that up. This is one more look of a driver trying to navigate their way through all the chaos here on the opening lap. The driver that is catching this battle, Domer, now you can see here he slows down, and again, the fact that we're not throwing yellows, like, that is a hard decision to make, to want to hit the brakes, but because of that, truck's clean. So despite the fact that he lost a ton of time slowing up for that crash, he doesn't have damage, so he can try to chase down these drivers. So that's the push and pull of it, and right now he's chased down these two, and let's see how it settles out. 3 drivers, 1 spot available to transfer in.
Very curious to see how Jeremiah Taylor is going to take this. I think normally, if you had a clean truck, I almost think the top line would be better in a side-by-side battle, just to hold momentum and to pinch a driver from the inside to keep him at bay. But Taylor's been able to run the bottom side, and this is the best-case scenario right here, just behind him. The more that Domer and Smith run door-to-door and try and squabble over the 9th position, the easier it is for Taylor to hang on to 8.
Yeah, Taylor's trying everything that he can to hold on to that position, but Domer really starting to log some really quick lap times here in the closing stages of this race here. I'm really curious to see how he's able to hold on here as we watch this battle for the transfer spot. Last time by, Domer was about 0.2 of a second faster than Jeremiah Taylor, so he has got the pace. Can he make it work?
So Domer down with the opportunity, going to keep an eye here. 1 truck there sliding up on the wall, going to stay out of the way. Domer going to be the one to challenge Taylor momentarily, but where does the challenge come, and where does Domer go? Do you stay tucked behind Taylor? Do you go high? Do you wait for an opportunity to open up on the inside? Blake, if you're Domer, where are you trying to look to make this pass?
Any way you can get it, but I think the best spot is going to be the high side through turns 1 and 2. If you could somehow get there, especially because Taylor's clogging up the bottom with a little bit of dirty air, that's going to give Smith that huge run and momentum off of turn 2. I don't know if he's going to be able to clear Domer to go low into 3, but for some reason they've not been as aggressive to try and get by Taylor, who's now being slowed up with a little bit. That's not lap traffic. That's the 7th place truck, who also has significant right front damage for the Central Michigan driver. So this is all out here to try and get to the top 8. 2 laps to go. 4 drivers trying to settle out the final 2 positions available.
All eyes here in a lot of places. You've got a good battle between Evans and Andrew for the lead, coming to the white flag, and you've got this 3-wide battle for the final transfer spots.
This is going to get exciting here with that final transfer spot on the line as they come out of the final corner here. One more time around for them. It's going to be Tennessee and company trying to find their way. Central Michigan, Belmont, and Southern New Hampshire University all battling for that 8th spot.
Jonathan Evans here, clear of Ryan Andrew. Andrew's going to slide a little bit. Evans is going to win heat number 1. Meanwhile, back in the transfer spots, Zach Domer has cleared David Smith by about 3 or 4 truck lengths. A heartbreaker for Pasinski, who had the track position but just had too much damage to hang on to it. And so it is Zach Domer who is going to be the final truck to transfer in, just ahead of this Tennessee machine of David Smith. but Domer makes it in, somehow finds a way, clears the damaged traffic, and it is Zach Domer who will be racing directly in round 2. Evans, Andrew, Burton, Hammonds, Jimenez, Holmes, Taylor, Domer. Your top 8. Everybody else going to the LCQ. So David Smith and Basinski with a good opportunity to try and race their way in that way with a good track position they'll have to start.
Absolutely. As we look through the field, Edward Sanchez and company have a lot of work to do in their LCQ. Tanner Ledford from the University of Central Florida having a tough break after making his way up, along with Purdue and Auburn also outside looking in.
Heat 1 done. Heat 2 coming up. The blinking white box on your screen, that's where we are in our brackets. So it will be all about this group of drivers that will roll off and complete our introductions of drivers within this Queen City Crown. The final group of drivers yet to compete this evening. That changes now. Adam Garza from Triton College will roll off from the pole to his outside. Not necessarily a defending winner, but when the College Series ran the single race at Charlotte back here in the spring, it was Connor Yarashak representing the Dinos at the University of Calgary who won that race. He starts on the outside of the first row P2. Malachi Drake from the Flames of Liberty University representing all the folks in Lynchburg will roll off from the 3rd position on the grid, and Ryan Arnold racing from Montclair State Community College in Tennessee will start 4th. Dylan Basin is 5th on the grid. He races for Pasco Hernando State College in Florida, and Chu is outside starting in 6th. And the top driver in the time attack from this group, it's Aaron Brown from Eastern Shore Community College.
Moving on, we'll find Jacob Bradley from Purdue University in Indianapolis in row 4. Alongside him is Justin Johnson from Augusta University. Moving on into the top 10 is Ferris Khan from UC Santa Cruz, home of the Banana Slugs, with Tyler Skozin from the University of Northwestern Ohio to round out your top 10. Jose Salas Jr. from the University of Connecticut, the Huskies, followed by Landon Graham Jr. from Coffeyville Community College.
Starting back here in the 13th position, Preston Allen. That is Chattanooga, UTC Chattanooga for Preston Allen that he'll be representing here. Trey McCrickard also starting 14th here, a part of this final group. McCrickard representing Augusta University. Trey Lambrecht starting from the inside of row number 8, position number 15. That is Texas A&M San Antonio, the Jaguars, from the 15th position. Aiden Smith starting tonight in 16th from Central Piedmont Community College. Kristen Garish starting tonight for the University of Northwestern Ohio. And Mario Miranda for Oklahoma University, the Sooners, represented in the 18th position.
Jacob Petrowski, also part of the University of Northwestern Ohio Brigade, the 19th and final truck in this grid for our final heat race of the Queen City Crown and the final heat race of this evening. Again, top 8 are going straight to the second round to try and race up and figure out who's going to top 13. Everybody else is going to have to fight their way through the LCQ for an opportunity to race their way into next week's proceedings. So this is a sorting race. Once we get to the LCQ, then we start eliminating some people.
Going to be critical to see how this all plays out here. We have the final group of drivers that we will see competing for this chance here for the crown next week, and we'll dwindle it down even more so for the rest of tonight, as I'm excited to see how this all plays out among some of our new competitors.
Adam Garza, Connor Yarashak, Malachi Drake, all drivers who have experience in the College Series before, maybe not quite like this, as Garza will have the opportunity to lead us to the green flag and get heat number 2 underway. Garza hits the restart zone. We're off and running with heat 2 in Group 3. Three, 4 wide already, a little bit further back in this field. They've gone 3 wide, and they've thrown caution to the wind pretty quickly here as they start working their way towards the backstretch.
That is Jose Solis Jr., who was making those aggressive moves down to the inside trying to very quickly get by Bradley. Again, started outside of that transfer, still outside of it. Is a couple, huge hit off of turn number 4. A couple of UNOH drivers again involved in that one. Some of them able to squeak by. Mario Miranda has been able to make up several positions, but unfortunately, Graham for Coffeyville not going to be able to go any further with that significant damage.
Yeah, Landon Graham from Coffeyville just absolutely pounded the wall there in turn 4. And then 2 trays got caught up in it. Lambrecht and McCrickard all involved in that incident and in trouble and way deep in the field. They're going to need some help. Meanwhile, we are wheel to wheel for the race lead between Yarashak and Garza.
Garza trying everything he can to hold strong with the Triton, but here comes the Dinos of Yarashak around the outside with a big run as he tries to get the momentum in his favor to lead the charge heading into 3 and 4, but Garza trying to just side draft him a little bit, push him up the racetrack to make him a little bit loose. Don't want to burn off those tires, though, because that could allow Arnold to come in and play spoiler amongst these 2 favorites.
Yarashak, one of our handful of drivers from the GOAT Series, also doing double duty, competing in the College Series, and winner here in the College Series back in the spring, and also objectively with one of the best mascots in the entirety of this field. The Dinos, the T-Rex there that you might be able to see on the hood. Blake, it does not get that much more creative or better.
No, and I'm somebody, whether it's universities, colleges, minor league teams, doesn't matter. I love me a good unique nickname, unique mascot. We're all about it here. As Adam Garza, again for Triton College, running right behind Connor Euroshak. Going to take another look at what happened here. Again, another chaotic opening lap here, this time through 3 and 4, and it started with that driver Graham just getting a little bit loose, reacting to a truck that was in the outside wall ahead of him and just nowhere to go. We've seen that so many times. Hasn't mattered if it's the Heat or the LCQs. These trucks are just so edgy on cold tires, and it bites some drivers in this second heat as well.
That is exactly the point that I was about to bring up, because you had made mention of it multiple times already tonight, where drivers on cold tires, especially on that initial lap, just struggling to get these tires up to temp, struggling to find the grip, looping themselves around, causing trouble, taking themselves out, taking other people out. It's been the story, especially in groups 2 and 3. And especially with that first heat where we had the mega wreck there that cleaned out half the field. It's going to make the LCQ very entertaining, because you're going to have a lot of hungry and arguably desperate drivers trying to race their way into the top 10. But that is not any problem for the drivers here in heat number 2. Looking at the battle for the 8th position, Jose Solis Jr. has it, and R.P. Allen representing the Mocs of Chattanooga. I guess it's fair, given their mascot, that Allen might be trying to choo-choo his way to the front, maybe, Taylor, perhaps?
I would think so. He's got to find his way to get around the Husky of Yukon of Solis Jr., and then, of course, you got to worry about Drake and Johnson right there. This gaggle of cars as you see Allen looking to the inside of Jose Solis Jr. to make his way and stake his claim into the next round of tonight's action as they go 2 by 2, 3 rows deep off turn 4.
I'm about to say this could be getting really, really chaotic if these drivers are not careful. We've seen what side-by-side racing has done time in, time out, and time again in this opening week of the Queen City Crown, and all of a sudden, Aaron Brown has got a ton of company, and this is the entire battle here for the transfer spot here. Looking maybe to go 3 wide. Is that base to the inside? Yes, it is.
And again, I think you're seeing these drivers get aggressive. I mean, look at what happened the last heat or the last feature that we had. Somebody wrecked up near 5th. And these drivers want to get there to avoid it. Again, once we get to the top 13 for the feature here in this group, yes, top 13 doesn't matter, 1st through 13th, you just advance, so you get to move on to the semifinals next week. But for the remainder of this heat, these are starting spots in that last feature that you're battling for. So you're going to see these drivers be a lot more aggressive, which is exactly what we're seeing right now, to try and improve their track position and maybe get them out of some of the opening light chaos that we've seen all night long.
I almost wonder here as we go on board with Justin Johnson, if you're, him, Miranda, Malachi Drake, Do you maybe lay off just a hair just to see if the drivers ahead of you end up making a mistake, just so that you've got room to get around the incident and pick up the transfer spot with ease, or are you just still going for it anyway?
I would be, it's a mix of both. You want to go for it, but you also want to try to be there at the end and have a good shot of it. I'm really curious to see how some of these drivers will play it out, because there's some who are really going for it, like Allen, like Miranda, who are going to go and fight for it. But then there's some that we could see, like a Johnson or a Khan, who may just try to get closer up towards the running order, have a better shot in the LCQ.
A good eye here on a lot of battles. I think Mario Miranda deserves a shout. He's been the hard charger of this heat, up 8 spots from his 18th place starting position, and now on the doorstep of an automatic transfer spot as RP Allen's going to get the fence and almost turned down under Malachi Drake. Was able to save it, but Allen now going to lose the track position and is going to slide back to 12th, maybe to 13th there as Faraz Khan goes to the inside.
Seeing this groove widen out after that first heat. Again, just want to mention that the track is carrying over in this group just like it did through the first 2 that we had throughout the course of the night. Big march here that Mario Miranda has made throughout this race. Jose Solis Jr., we've seen him be aggressive, but we've also seen that right rear has started to slide a little bit. And knowing Jose Solis Jr., again, he races a ton on the sim, somebody that I've raced with a lot, and he loves to be aggressive. He loves to rip the high line, and I'm sure knowing this race was only 20 laps, he was on the chip the entire time. But that truck's starting to show a little bit of weakness, as this is the side-by-side battle between Miranda and Skozen to get into this 8th position. Miranda has it for now, and again, Miranda's somebody that basically was one of the top 2 non-Coke Series drivers in the College Series last year, and here he is going to the LCQ in the first race of 2025. That's how competitive this has been.
Qualifying to a point and the time attack means something, but once you get into these races, it then becomes about how you can race. And I go back to one of the points you made earlier about if you are sort of a Matt Kenseth archetype, where qualifying isn't necessarily your strong suit, but you can race really well. This format suits you, and the College Series suits your skill set better now than ever, because there's just more racing that has to be done to figure out how we sort through things, Taylor.
Absolutely. It is a sprint race. Hey, no doubt about it. It is all about trying to be how fast you can get up through the field, but also how quickly and how much you can take care of your equipment, because these tires, because of how much you have to go and get that position, you're burning your equipment up, and you have to be careful with that as we are closing in on 5 laps to go. Miranda's doing a great job of that. He is trying to hunt down Skozen to get around and break into the top 8, but he just shows how competitive it is in this race series that we've seen all night long, that some of our normal regular favorites we've seen over the years are not guaranteed to move on into the features.
Miranda, absolutely a regular we've seen in the College Series. Jose Solis Jr., also one of those names that we've seen pretty consistently representing the Huskies of Connecticut in the College Series as well. Aaron Brown is just ahead of this in the Eastern Shore Community College machine. Aaron has been at this stage before and at this level, but what a battle here. It's maybe 5 or 6 trucks trying to effectively sort out, call it maybe, 2 spots.
It's been incredible to see what these drivers are willing to do for 7th, for 6th, to try and continue to make up positions. And this is where you're starting to see the desperation. Off of 3, trucks starting to slide around. Solis now is having to hang on to that transfer spot. Miranda, Drake, a couple others. This is where it's getting good. 2 to go. Skozen's in a great position now to try to pull away, but here comes Miranda to the inside, looking for a way to try to side draft the Yukon Husky to try to get through to the feature.
Faraz Khan looking to the inside there, trying to find a spot underneath Miranda, but Miranda's been pretty committed to that high line for a good chunk of this race, just trying to roll momentum on that high side. Oh, Solis got way loose out of turn 4 there that last time by, and Solis has been committed on that high line too. So if you're Miranda, Taylor Burris, where are you going to go to make this pass?
You are going where you can find a hole here, and he is trying to do that here on the bottom of the racetrack once again. Gets a little bit too loose, almost makes contact with Solis right there, and the one driver, that is Drake, who hits the outside wall off turn 2, but he'll dive it down to the bottom of the racetrack, see if he can try and push Jose Solis Jr. up, but Jose's got that great run off corner exit to at least stay there as they both get loose off 4, and another driver gets loose. That's Johnson who got loose off 4 as well.
And at the stripe, how about Mario Miranda with the run off the corner to get around Solis? And between the two veterans of the College Series, it is Boomer Sooner time, as Mario Miranda is the 8th and final driver to advance directly into the second round from this Group 3 race. Garza, Yarashak, Arnold, Basin, Brown, Bradley, Scosa, Miranda, your 8 that goes straight into the second round race of Group 3. Everybody else will be LCQ Racing to be one of the 10 to make their way in.
Tough break for a lot of other drivers. You see the Liberty University of Malachi Drake had some problems. Same thing with the driver of Justin Johnson as well from Augusta, and a couple of UNAO drivers who are also out of it here, as it is a tough break. They'll have to try again in the LCQ.
Bad race to be a Trey as well. McCrickard and Lambrecht got caught up early in incidents. They'll have to run through the LCQ too. 2 more races left this evening. The final 20-lap race coming up here, bottom of your screen in the blue corner. We will race the LCQ for group number 3, which sees David Smith for the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. The Volunteers roll off from the pole. Jose Solis Jr. almost was able to race his way in, but could not. So he'll represent the University of Connecticut Huskies, and he will roll off from the outside of row number 1. Calvin Basinski trying to fire up the chips from Central Michigan. The University of Central Michigan Chippewas rolls from the 3rd spot, and Faraz Khan, representing the Banana Slugs of the University of California at Santa Cruz, rolls off from the 4th position. Edward Sanchez, Brooklyn, New York native, will roll off from the 5th spot. He's representing the Central University of New York, Baruch College, or Baruch as we know. And then Malachi Drake from the Flames and Liberty University rolls off from 6th.
Nick Miller will be representing, of course, Kutztown University of Pennsylvania in 7th position, followed by Justin Johnson from Augusta. Tanner Ledford from the University of Central Florida, and the Golden Knights will be in 9th position. Rounding out your top 10 will be Preston Allen from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. In 11th position will be Ethan Shapiro, who will be, of course, there as well. And rounding out in 12th position, it is Jacob Petrovsky, representing University of Northwestern Ohio.
The Boilermaker and Logan Wilson will start from the inside of row 7. That's the 13th spot. Christian Garish, University of Northwestern Ohio, from 14th. How about Logan Smith? The Auburn Tiger will start 15th. Aiden Smith, representing Central Piedmont Community College, will go from 16th. Blake Wynn, the Charlotte 49er, trying to become one of many 49ers that will move on to the semifinals next week, starting from 17th. And Trey Lambrecht tonight, he's running for Texas A&M San Antonio from 18th.
Miguel Campo racing for Tarleton State University out of Texas. A roll off for the 19th spot. 20th on the grid is Augusta University's Trey McCrickard. Jacob Martin from Belmont Abbey College. The Crusaders starts 21st. Landon Graham Jr. going to try and rebound after the wild wreck that he had to start off. He'll go for Coffeyville Community College out of Kansas in the 22nd spot. 23rd on the grid, another Buckeye from The Ohio State University, Trey Miller. One more 20-lap race to go this evening as we'll take a look at our Logitech G race analysis for this LCQ. Again, we moved the line from top 8 to top 10. Everybody from 11th on back, you're going back to class, back to the books, back to study hall to try and figure out how you can get a little bit more speed to make it a little bit further in Daytona. But as always, the biggest thing of the evening, Taylor Burris, don't get eliminated.
Absolutely. Don't get eliminated. Once again, for these drivers, time to turn up your fight song. It's time to fight and go at it here for the next 20 laps if you have what it takes to move on into the next race here and get set to represent your colors, your college, and your community in the semifinals next Wednesday night here at Charlotte to take on the crown here for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series.
Tennessee and Connecticut leading this field to green. And no, this is not a basketball game, as a matter of fact. For those who might be mistaken, and I certainly wouldn't blame you, given the prowess of the programs in Knoxville and in Stores, but it is the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play versus College League that these drivers compete in today. Smith and Solis Jr., your two on the front row. Smith, though, the control truck as the pace car pulls off. Smith will hit the restart zone, and we'll get set for our final LCQ of the evening. 20 more laps to determine who advances to the second round. Green flag is out. We're underway.
And make sure you don't make the mistake that we saw earlier in the night. If you're the leader, the last thing you want to do is jump that start and get a black flag. Looks like that's not the case. Wreck in the back of the field in the middle of turn one. We stay green up front. Smith loses the lead after just not getting a great launch off the initial start, but settling in right now in the third position.
The Trays got swept up in that, as did Christian Garris. Those three effectively out of contention already. Meanwhile, as we start rolling through things, we look towards that P10 spot. It's Tanner Ledford representing UCF, who has it, and Jacob Petrowski from UNOH trying to make it. And how about Aiden Smith working his way through the middle for Central Piedmont Community College, their campus just outside of Uptown Charlotte. So this is effectively a home race for Aiden Smith, working the inside lane to get around Ledford and work his way into the top 10.
Oh, how about this as they come off of turn four, beating and banging, door banging action here as the Baruch driver nearly gets turned around. Sanchez gathers it back up, but him, Smith, Ledford and company all jockeying around for position here.
Big moves here coming all the way around at Charlotte Motor Speedway. If you are RP Allen, you love to see this out your rearview mirror because you are more than happy to let all of these drivers go absolutely crazy trying to fight for track position while you scoot away with a guaranteed spot in round number two. Cars bouncing on the fence. Oh, big trouble there in the middle of the quad oval and trucks going around everywhere. Smith was in the heart of it. Ledford in trouble. Basinski with more damage. Shapiro dinged up. And that will take some drivers out of it. Trey Miller also got a piece. This Edward Sanchez, the last one that survived. Everybody else behind him in the running order effectively out of contention.
That's such a tough break. We saw a lot of three wide that just wasn't working around Smith. And it's been off at turn four. That's been the trouble spot seemingly all night long. But as you mentioned, enough drivers able to escape. 13th on up, still right in the fight, in the thick of things. But still only 15, 16 laps to try and sort it out. We saw Smith not too far back from Wilson and company holding on to that final transfer spot for the Boilermakers, as this is the battle that is taking place up front. Jose Solis Jr. right now leading this group, and Khan, a big moment there off of turn four, got loose, and now Drake's going to try to take advantage for the Flames to go into second.
Malachi Drake with a good run there on the bottom. RP Allen working his way. How about some Tennessee love there? Two drivers from the Volunteer State lined up in fourth and fifth, just behind the group that you see on your screen. And then you've got that second group that is led by Nick Miller from Kutztown, Pennsylvania, and the Kutztown Golden Bears. He has the opportunity to try and get away from this group. And then looking further back, how interesting this ends up being. Logan Wilson has the transfer spot, and Landon Graham at a Coffeyville Community College in Kansas. He was the one who went head on into the fence, exiting four in his heat race. And all of a sudden, here with the LCQ, he's got an opportunity to race his way back into the second round.
As you ride on board with Logan Wilson, with holding on to that coveted 10th position for the Boilermakers, trying to hold on here. And how about this also for Blake Wynn, the sole survivor who could have a shot to represent the University of North Carolina at Charlotte here to move on into the semifinals if he can get up into that top 10. No UNC Charlotte drivers have yet made it. UNOH might have a couple of drivers now joining them in the ranks here for the semifinals next week.
An astounding stat when you look at it, but the luck has just not been on the side of the 49ers this evening, and at their home track. I have to believe that it would spur them on to really go back to the drawing board and try and figure out things if they don't get a single driver into next week's proceedings of all of the drivers that they had competing this week.
It'd be tough, but it's hard to go to the drawing board when Daytona's next. I mean, we don't know what we're going to see when we get there. The time attack just to get in that race is going to be so competitive. It's a super speedway. You're wide open. It's going to be so difficult to even just be able to do the time attack, let alone to move forward through all of these rounds where we've seen a lot of things like this that unfortunately have taken out a number of competitors. Huge hit to some drivers here for Smith, for Miller, for Lambrecht, for McCrickard. And it's a tough break there for Wilson, who's actually moving up, trying to get up into the ninth position over Petrosky right now, holding on for UNOH.
And Blake Wayne looking to the inside of Landon Graham for the 11th spot. Wynn trying to become the first challenger to Wilson and Petrowski. Those two, Wilson and Petrowski in particular, hold the final 2 tickets into the second round race for Group 3. They are in the transfer spots as it stands. Your leaders well out in front of this. In the front, maybe call it 7 or 8. Pretty well lined up and very much okay with proceedings as they go, as Wilson is going to slide behind Petrowski. Graham now trying to make a move here.
Yeah, Graham's trying some moves here as he tries to find the opening, but Wynn is going to push him down into turn 3 and 4 as the 49ers trying to find his way around, but the Coffeyville team is trying to hold steady as they try to work together, as there you see Smith in the Auburn trying to find his way up a couple of spots. But you've got to be careful. Don't want to be fighting too much, because then you're going to lose time on Wilson, and then there's no chance for you to move on into the next race.
Right. All good and well, I think, to a point. But as it stands, if you continue to fight here, and you're Wilson and Petrowski, you're very okay with all this happening out back, because you're clear of Graham and company by half a second, and that's only growing the more that Graham and Wynn continue to fight each other. So really no complaints, I think, if you're either one of the 2 drivers at the back end of the top 10. You'll take what's happening in 11th every day of the week.
And Blake Wynn finally able to make a move. 3 wide, though. This might be the opportunity if he can get clear, and indeed he's going to be able to try to get by Coffeyfield and chase down this top 10. And Blake Wynn, somebody who wants to utilize this degree in engineering from the University of Charlotte, one day wants to be a crew chief amongst the NASCAR ranks. So looking to power this. And, you know, if you're a crew chief, these are the type of situations that you're going to have to help manage your driver to try to get them through. Sitting right outside of a transfer spot, looking ahead, having to keep their mind in the game and everything. As we see another 3 wide move. Allen, I think, backing out of a potentially bad situation there with the 3 wide for Chattanooga. Again, this is 3rd. These drivers are in, but again, they're still fighting for that position to try to start up front.
I can appreciate wanting track position to a point, but the more important objective is to make sure that you make it into that second round race first. So there's a level of risk that you take on racing like this. There's a balance, I think, that you have to find too, to make sure that you fight for track position, but you don't wreck yourself, you don't put yourself out of contention entirely, and you don't end your evening and your Queen City crown right here.
I gotta say, you gotta be careful with this, because too much of that, you're gonna lose time, and the Banana Slugs are definitely kind of holding up the pace here for some of these drivers as they quickly dive to the bottom to get around the driver of Khan here in these closing laps with 5 to go.
Working lap 16, so yes, 5 laps to go in this LCQ. Good battle here between Khan and Allen. Oh, Allen, big time sideways there in the middle of the corner. That could get scary as to walk it on the racetrack. Just trying to hang on to it as best as he can. Really struggled for grip, struggled for pace, and is just going to plant his truck right in front of Justin Johnson. Lee Johnson with absolutely nowhere to go.
And oh man, he's chasing it through the whole corner, and that's going to be damage that is going to knock him out of it. Allen is out of the running to try to get into the top 10. Graham holding on to the final spot. This is where they're battling for that transfer position. It's behind this side-by-side battle. Smith is the one trying to give chase to catch up to Graham to take that final spot. Now they're side-by-side for the final and 10th spot in the feature. And Smith is going through the turf, but he'll be okay. But he may have lost some valuable ground.
How tight the margins could be here, because now CL Smith has got, maybe call it 2 laps and 2.5 laps to try and run down a 2/10 gap on Landon Graham, who, after getting caught up in the wreck in his heat, may have an opportunity to race into the second round anyway. Petrowski and Wynn actually look like they're in pretty good shape to make the second round now.
Yeah, it seems to be a good call right there, and that was help saves him as we go up towards Jose Salas Jr., watching him lead on and keeping an eye to see if Smith can close the gap on Graham. Coffeyville could be the upset here against Auburn.
We haven't had too many Cinderella stories yet. I have to believe that Graham might be one of them, given the way things started off in group number 3. As it stands, Jose Silvas Jr. coming around to take the white flag. He's clear of Malachi Drake by about half a second, so not too much of a challenge for Silvas to work his way into the second round race. All eyes still to see if Landon Graham can hold off CL Smith for spot number 10.
Oh, we saw right there, Graham got a little bit loose right there, and now he is going on the defensive, throws the block there in front of Smith. Can he hold on? Smith going to do everything he can. Flips the bumper to him, moves him up the racetrack.
CL Smith with the bump and run, who's going to get into the fence himself, and he's going to come down and block Landon Graham. And at the line, it was Graham, Sanchez. How about that? Live timing and scoring it update about 3 or 4 times. So Graham and Smith get into it at the very end of the LCQ, and they take themselves out, and Edward Sanchez is able to pass them both and become the final truck into the second round. How about that? Solis, Drake, Miller, Kahn, Campos, Smith, Johnson, Petrowski, Wynn, and Edward Sanchez makes it into the second round.
Absolutely exciting to see how that all played out amongst our competitors. And look at that reaction right there. We got a lucky card or something?
Something to that effect. There's probably a story behind that, but hey, sometimes better to be lucky than good, as the saying goes, and he has found a way to make it into the second round of racing. So Edward Sanchez just thrilled to represent all of the great people behind his institution at Baruch College. He's a Brooklyn native, and look at this all-aboard view, Blake Michaelis, that he had to get through all this. Unbelievable stuff, as that is how Sanchez was able to sneak through things. So, one more race this evening. It is Group 3 second round action. Time to figure out the final 13 drivers that will advance into week number 2. And this starts off with Western Connecticut State's Jonathan Evans representing the Wolves. He'll roll off from pole to his outside Adam Garza for Triton College. Ryan Andrew will roll off from the 3rd position, representing Des Moines Area Community College in Iowa. Here's a look at the rest of the grid. Alexander Hammonds, Dylan Basin, June Jimenez, Aaron Brown, Timothy Holmes, and Jacob Bradley there, Taylor Burris.
Absolutely exciting to see some of those drivers out there in the top 12 here. As we move on down, we got Jeremiah Taylor right there representing Belmont Abbey College. One of the last ones for you, James, to see coming up, working their way through the field as we work on through. Tyler Skozen representing the University of Northwestern Ohio, trying to get his way through the field. Zach Domer, who we mentioned as well, looking through to see if he can improve upon his running order. Jose Solis Jr. from UConn, Malachi Drake as well from Liberty University. A lot of heavy hitters here in this next row.
Absolutely, as we see row number 10 here moving on up. How about Nick Miller representing Kutztown University, still trying to make his way in? How about Faraz Khan representing UC Santa Cruz, that will start and complete your top 20. 21st tonight, Miguel Campo representing Tarleton State University from 21st. David Smith for the Tennessee Volunteers will go from the 22nd starting spot. Justin Johnson at Augusta University represented on the inside of row 12 and 23rd. And Jacob Petrowski for the University of Northwestern Ohio from 24th.
UNC Charlotte with another opportunity to make the semis. Blake Wynn and Edward Sanchez, that last driver who just snuck in from Baruch College. Those two, 25th and 26th on the grid. 40 laps coming up for us here, 1st to 13th, making it through to week 2. Everybody else going home at Taylor Burris.
And it's going to be close here, and we just saw what we just saw in that LCQ, James. It's going to be a barn burner here. You still have a couple of little bit of rivalries happening here. UNOH versus UNC Charlotte. You got some drivers here such as some high-ranking top 25 college football teams in the mix as well, like 18th ranked Georgia Tech and 15th ranked University of Tennessee trying to make their way through.
Good look here at some of the drivers who are going to be fighting for the final 13 tickets into week 2 of the Queen City Crown. This is the final race for Group 3, 40 laps here, so you've got to stretch out things a little bit, and you've got to run a bigger race, a bigger picture race, I think, as well. This is not the sprint that any of the 20-lap heats or LCQs were. So all eyes here on Jonathan Evans and Adam Garza. They hit the restart zone. They lead us to green. We are underway with the second round in Group 3, final race of the evening, off and running from Charlotte. Not really much, I think, to decide between Garza and Western Connecticut. It's Jonathan Evans there, Blake.
And it seems to be orderly enough through 1 and 2, but this is where the trouble spot has been all night long, and we'll see if it continues tonight. 3 and 4, one driver making a block to the low side of 3 and 4. They're going to go and spin around off the nose of Miranda, and we keep going here at Charlotte, but that was right around the transfer spot. Skozen's going to have it for now. Miranda, again, he was involved in that, but still keeps going. The rest of the field kind of lost some ground, having to check up for that spin.
So Mario Miranda, keeping an eye on him, already up into the 14th spot. 1 spot out of a transfer. Meanwhile, up at the front, Evans and Garla have not decided to separate their battle yet. A little bit further back, I think, is that Alexander Hammonds, Matthew Burton, Aaron Brown that were trying to go 3 wide for a split second. It was. Here's your shot, though, at the transfer battle. It's MIC's June Jimenez who is there. It is Mario Miranda trying to take it.
It's going to be close. Now we go up to P8 between Georgia Tech, Eastern Shores, and several other community colleges, and Purdue right there in the hunt as well as they try to fight their way through. Eastern Shores Community College trying everything of Aaron Brown, one of your top fastest laps here in this group, trying to pace himself a little bit as he will try and find his way around some competitors here as they head down into this race into turn 1.
Good battle here between these two. This really your best battle amongst the drivers, really in the top 10, I would say. Big block there. How about Aaron Brett, who went all the way down to the bottom line to try and keep Jacob Bradley at bay. But Bradley, representing Purdue University in Indianapolis, with the great run on the high line to get around Brown anyway.
And take advantage of it early. And again, what we've seen throughout the night, especially in this feature, as we get to lap 25 through 30, you really start to see who saved those tires, who's struggling, and who's set up well to try and run down the end of this. And from the aggression that we've seen early in this feature, especially around that cut line, I imagine it's not going to be too much longer, or we get about halfway through this thing, we're going to see kind of what we've been seeing all night long. Trucks really starting to struggle and starting to break out a little bit free, although one driver that made up some early ground, Jose Solis Jr., up to 15th, has stalled out there trying to save a little bit. This is the battle for that transfer position. We talked about Mario Miranda having to race forward again, somebody that was top 2 amongst non-Coke Series competitors in 2024 in the spring and fall semester in this series. And there you see Miranda having to fight to stay alive to transfer in. That tells you the competition level that we brought here into the fall semester in 2025.
I don't know whether or not he is trying to save tires or whether or not that truck just is not fast, but Aaron Brown has been following through the running order pretty quickly here. Brown already down a few positions where he started already under fire from both Jimenez and Miranda. But to the point that you sort of made, Blake, earlier, you can save tire here, and if Brown is saving a little bit, he may be in a lot better shape than some of the trucks around him when we get to lap 25, lap 30, and you need to have a little bit of pace.
Keeping an eye here as we watch as Skozen will try to find his way around Jimenez to make sure he can maintain that 13th position. But Jose Salas Jr., this is exciting to watch amongst these final transfer positions. Nick Miller also in the hunt, as well as he tries to find his way through for the Kutztown Golden Bears as they work their way through out of turn number 4. MIT, though, being smooth and consistent on that outside lane.
Jimenez tried to work that high line around Skozen. Solis Jr. also up on that high line as well. And then you've got Nick Miller trying to follow suit there. Everybody trying to work that high lane to get around Tyler Skozen. That seems like the play for most of the drivers here around the transfer spot as it stands.
Big move there for Jimenez to try to stay up to that high side. And, you know, there's been a couple of drivers with the fact that this has been packed up as much as it is, that you kind of have drivers like Mario Miranda, we get a shot of right there, that have pretty much been on the bottom this entire run. And then Jimenez, that's been on the high side, are kind of having to run that middle seam before being able to get down to the bottom. And it doesn't matter which group we've been a part of in this tournament, running on the outside line for that long in a feature that's 40 laps, you have to wonder the damage it's doing to those tires. That's why you see a lot of drivers that are experienced in this sim, they're wrapping those left side tires right around that blue paint, trying to stay low to stay in the lane that they feel like is going to save tires. Now, it does get easier. One thing that iRacing does a terrific job of is even the shadows that it casts through 1 and 2, even here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is exactly where the sun would be in the afternoon here at Charlotte, and it makes running that outside line a little bit easier, but it's going to be a little harder on your tires here in 3 and 4 if you try to wrap that seam in the middle of the racetrack rather than wrap the bottom early on.
Worth noting to the point that you make here that there is something called sim time within iRacing. It's a representation of where the clock is, date, time, and day in the actual sim. And right now, that's today, September 17, 2025, and it's about 3:45 in the afternoon in sim. We started ballpark, I want to say noon, 12:45. So effectively, this has been sort of a real-time progression as we've worked our way through these heats and through our second round races of how the sun and how the weather would progress in real life if we were running this out on the real Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to see what iRacing has been able to do to help with giving the realism that we see here with these cars, with how they handle as a day progresses. It's going to get a lot more greasy out there. Those trucks are going to slip and slide with just trying to find grip, and those tires are going to start to lose that feeling and grip levels very quickly as we progress further and further into this run, like we have seen pretty much from all of the races we've seen in this group.
Good look here at some of the folks in the top 5. Garza Evans, Andrew Yerashak, and Dylan Basin and Ryan Arnold all have separated themselves. First real battles are between Bradley, Hammonds, Burton, and then, trouble a little bit further up the field. You're going to see the smoke here as Burton got turned. Trouble too as well. Jimenez, I think, got a little bit of contact, and Jose Solis Jr. is going to race his way up front, and maybe Blake Wynn as well.
And see Aaron Brown right there struggling, not happy about what just happened there for the Eastern Shores Community College driver, and he's still struggling as he falls further and further back.
Man, you can see the disappointment. That's that right front damage that you see that's ailing that truck. I don't know if that's going to be required repairs, but regardless, it's so slowing him down so much on the straightaways and in the corners. And we'll see if he's going to have to come around and pit here. No, I don't think he's going to be able to, but nevertheless, damage that is going to relegate him to needing a whole lot to happen up front here to stay in contention.
Won't say it's impossible, but it is definitely improbable for Aaron Brown at this point. That also moved Blake Wynn and Jose Solis Jr. into transfer spots. Jimenez was able to keep that 13th and final spot. So now it's going to be Jimenez versus Nick Miller and Zach Domer, who are going to most likely fight for 13 with the way things set up as they stand.
We'll take a look at the replay here of what happened to Aaron and company right about there. You see Hammond and the Georgia Tech have an issue, and then, of course, Aaron Brown had nowhere to go with all of that situation that happened in front of him. Tough break for both him and Hammond, who were having strong runs, and kind of makes you scratch your head a little bit. You know, you're in that top 10. You're not near the bottom 13. There's nothing on the line. Blake, I mean, talk to us a little about why is it so we're seeing so much aggression inside that top 10?
I wish I could explain exactly, why, but it's hard to say. Now, again, when we were in the LCQs and in the heats, I understand you want this track position because we've seen so much chaos at the start of these features that you want to be up front. But I got to say, it baffles me a little bit that we've seen so much within transfer positions. Again, I just want to remind everybody, we're not paying out any money tonight. That happens next week. The Queen City Crown will be awarded next week. The semifinals and the finals will take place next Wednesday night. So we're trying to just dwindle down the field here. Adam Garza right now, who's leading this field and could very well go on to win this feature, is going to have the exact same prize at the end of the night if Nick Miller can hold on to this 13th place. No scholarship money, but an opportunity to race for it next week. That's all that's on the line right now. So I don't know. When we get down to kind of this area of the race, we talked about it earlier, we've seen a lot of drivers who have kind of been more courteous and giving some space here, battling up within the top 10. But to push the edge so close, again, it's a little baffling to see with what is on the line, and you're cutting yourself out of an opportunity to try to race for it next week.
Mario Miranda working to the inside at Purdue University in Indianapolis is Jacob Bradley. There have been a few drivers this evening, Taylor, who have had to make the run from deep in the field, didn't qualify well, and just had to gather the track position up by racing their way up front. And Mario Miranda has done that better than just about anybody else. Up 8 spots from where he started, was gridded 16th, now currently running in the 8th position, well within the transfer zone. But Miranda showcasing some of the skills that made him one of the best drivers, and especially one of the best non-coach series drivers in the college series one season ago.
Yeah, he was by far a talent to watch here and representing the Oklahoma State or Oklahoma University as well. And I gotta say, it's good to see him find his footing here in this race, because I was concerned during his heat race that he was struggling, but he also took his time. And as we go all over the racetrack here, we watch the battle for the race lead with Garza, Evans, and Andrews. We have that battle for 8th with Miranda and Bradley, and then the battle for closing in on the transfer spot between Domer and Jimenez, as we'll keep an eye of those battles here as we draw closer, crossing the halfway mark.
Miranda with an Oklahoma OK run so far to get himself into a transfer spot. Good battle between Jonathan Evans and Ryan Andrew in the mix. And then you've got Zach Domer, who is trying to work his way not only clear of June Jimenez, but also to Nick Miller to try and make a battle onto the 13th spot.
It's just interesting when we talk about aggression and drivers that have had it, drivers that haven't. Domer's been the ultimate example of sometimes if you're just patient enough, the race will kind of work itself to you or work in your favor. It still has a little bit of ground to make up here on Nick Miller. You can see the gap right now, probably a little under a second or so that separate those two. But then it takes somebody having trouble. There's one truck that was slow and stopped on the inside of 1 and 2. That wasn't for a transfer position. It was somebody that was already a couple of laps down. But Domer, again, a great example of somebody representing Southern New Hampshire University who is in this position by just being patient and just letting things come to him. That is an approach that we don't often see in racing or sim racing these days, but it can pay dividends. And so far for Domer tonight, it's been working.
Domer's got to get one more spot here to get himself into that top 13 and compete next week. And so to a point that you made, Blake and Taylor, I want to come back to this a little bit. Not only are these drivers going to race for the scholarship money, as we'll take an opportunity to look at what happened here. I see. Looks like Matthew Burton might have gotten into it with Aaron Brown, and we'll see these two maybe make a little bit of contact here, maybe make a lot of contact here. Okay, so insult to injury for both of them. They are scored 23rd and 24th at this moment. But back to, and there's a little bit of frustration being showcased, but you get points if you are competing next week. There's Aaron Brown's side of things too. We just saw Burton, Brown here, I think, just trying to recalibrate things, knows he's not right, but you get points. And points towards that season-long championship to try and dethrone Logan Clampett as the College Series champion will come up very, very big. They increase as you go deeper into the semifinals and the finals. I think a little bit sort of NHRA-y style is probably the best way to explain it. But points are going to be important in the season-long discussion. And I think for a lot of these drivers, especially towards the front end of this group and in this race, they will have an eye towards that, knowing that, so long as they race it out, they're in good shape to just make the top of the gun.
Yeah, it's all about that. I mean, right now we're seeing this thing have to play out, but when we get into the semifinals and the finals next week, it's going to be a whole different ball game. It's going to be now trying to play it for your points to try to get as maximum points as you can each of those two races in order for you to try and dethrone Logan Clampett, which is going to be a tall order in itself. Some of our coach drivers may have a shot at it and try to go for it, but especially with some of the tracks that we are going up to next after Charlotte, like Daytona, Iowa, Homestead. I mean, you're talking about even Martinsville. That's going to be a chaotic race to throw in the picture. It's all about playing out the points and trying to find that sweet spot as we go on board with the Des Moines area. Andrews here as he's trying to find his way around Aaron or Evans.
So as we get a good look here, you get a good shot of Ryan Andrew trying to race his way a little bit further up the field for Des Moines Area Community College. One point that I don't know if we touched on earlier that I think is worth coming back to, especially as you start looking towards next week. The time attack set the snakes for these three different groups, but even once the drivers made it into their specific groups, they re-qualified. So your time attack time only was as good as just getting you into the race, and then it all became about the work that you did on the night. And the same exact thing is going to happen next week. We'll have one session with 39 drivers, and they will all re-qualify again. So to a point, it doesn't matter whether or not you finish 13th or first. If you're in, your sort of hand is going to be set up next week by where you qualify and where you're going to start off for your semifinal race.
It's really an interesting situation of how this will all play out, because we have more beef happening here, and we're wondering why are they fighting, as Yarashak will get this position ahead. There's no points on the line, and like you said, this isn't how you finish tonight's race is not going to determine where you start next week. And so it's kind of funny. I mean, we love it because it provides entertainment for all of our viewers who are tuning in, watching the action here, and we're all racers. We're going to race and go for it, even if it means that we're not getting any points. To be that first one across the line is what makes it feel great. And also to be that first one across the line with your college colors, like we're seeing here with Calgary and Triton. They want to be one of the winners here in tonight's action to take home and talk about it to their college dorm or their college roommates or even their professors. Like, hey, I'm out there representing our college here and putting on a great show, and make sure to have everyone else tune in to see and throw your colors on for that event.
I feel like this is the case of Connor Yarsak just saying, I want to be the person who still rules the roost in Charlotte Motor Speedway, or maybe, I guess, the King Tyrannosaurus Rex, as it were. But remember, winner here in the spring in the College Series and trying to win the group, I guess. Not that that carries much weight in this, but still, I guess, bragging rights if nothing else, Blake McCandless, if you can beat everybody else to the line.
Well, and I think to go to your point that you were kind of talking about earlier was the fact that it is a total reset next week. And when it comes down to it, we're ultimately going to end up in a 40-lap feature to end it. So that's why I think so many of these drivers are saying qualifying, because they know at this top level and where a lot of these top-level drivers have advanced through this opening round, they know how important that qualifying lap is going to be, because 40 laps ain't a ton of time to try and make it up. As we see Edward Sanchez now, remember, barely made it in. Somehow made it in with the wrecks that happened in front of him, full throttled at the line, got past 2 trucks of a wreckage just to be a part of this, and yet here he is making up a couple of tenths per lap, coming around to 5 to go, and there's a spot in the semifinals just up the road, but running out of time to do it. Only 5 laps left, but he's got a truck that might get there in that amount of time.
And it might end up being the truck that also knocks out the last Charlotte 49er in this field. Blake Wynn has the final transfer spot. 2 laps ago, Sanchez was 4 tenths faster. Last lap, Sanchez was 8 tenths faster. The gap right now is just over 6 tenths of a second, and there are 4 laps to go. So you're going to need about 2 or 3 tenths per lap, and that's exactly what he got last time by. It was a 30 for Blake Wynn and a 14 for Sanchez. So 10th and a half there. This could get close. Wynn is struggling with the handling on his truck, Taylor Burris, and there's a little bit of traffic in front. So if Sanchez can keep these tires underneath him, this could get very, very close at the line.
It's going to get exciting to see what Sanchez can do, because Wynn is now going up the racetrack here. He's trying to build that momentum up and keep it, but he's losing time because of how much rubber has been worked up the racetrack here since the start of this race and start of today's action. So he's got to be careful with how much he's doing that here, as we see Sanchez just hugging that blue and white line as best that he can, and he is making up significant ground. It's now down about 4 truck lengths, give or take, as we have 3 laps to go.
4 truck lengths and 4 tenths of a second as you get a good look at Yarashak, who's cleared Garza by about the same length. What kind of job can Blake Wynn do to hang on? Tires are clearly fading on his Charlotte 49er machine. Can Edward Sanchez make up the gap? Now it's sort of stabilized a little bit. It was only half a tenth. Or rather, I take that back. No, Sanchez actually was slower that last time by. So now maybe things tipping in Wynn's favor. Maybe Sanchez has let this charge just a little bit too late, Blake.
Yeah, it just might be a little bit too late to try and make up some ground, but how he got into this race in the first place was pretty wild and under unordinary circumstances. We don't know what could happen here in the last lap. Made up some ground that last time, but don't know if it's going to be enough. Taking the high side exactly with the truck in front of him. Looks like it may just come up too short. Blake Wynn just has to put together a couple corners to bring it home.
Connor Yarashak, though, will continue his run of success at Charlotte, and he is going to take the second round race for group number 3. Garza makes it into second and coming out of 4. Finally, something is able to fall in the way of the Charlotte 49ers, and Blake Wynn will be the last driver to transfer into next week's proceedings. He finishes 13th here in the second round race in group number 3, and he will be racing as the Queen City University's representative. UNC Charlotte, with not a lot of luck this evening, but Blake Wynn will be carrying their flag in week 2 of the Queen City Crown, trying to go after some scholarship money and some points as well. As Connor Yarashak's going to bring it down to pit road and celebrate and bring us our Logitech G winning moment of the race, which is brought to you by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Yarashak victorious and gets the job done. He'll be joined by 12 others, and here's a look at your rundown and some of the final 13 going into next week. Garza for Triton College, Basin, Andrew, Evans, Holmes, Arnold, Miranda, Schultes, and Bradley all will be racing next week, Taylor Burris.
Absolutely, and wrapping up the rest of your drivers who will move in. University of Northwestern Ohio, Tyler Skozen, Nick Miller, and UNC Charlotte's Blake Wynn will be those final 13. But for Baruch, MIT, so we see Augusta, Tennessee, and several other colleges. The tough break, a little bit of upsets we've seen here, and It is a night to end, and they will have to try again in sunny Florida at Daytona in a month's time.
NASCAR was caught up in issues. Jeremiah Taylor had some damage early. Burton and Brown got into it with one another. Hammonds ended up spinning around, and Malachi Drake was caught up in an incident early as well. Let's say look at your 26 drivers who competed in this top 13 going on to next week.
Well, with that, we now get the chance to talk to our race winner here as Connor Yarashak joins us up in the booth. And of course, I gotta say, Connor, great way to continue your trends of racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, as well as for the T-Rex and the University of Calgary to get set for another race here next week. How do you feel going into it?
First heat, I was just obviously with Coke and that, I've been driving so much next gen, I kind of had to readapt to the truck. But in the future, I feel like I managed my stuff a lot better and made some changes, and I definitely feel confident going into next week.
Absolutely. And talk to us a little bit about the University of Calgary. How are things going for you this semester as we get closer through the end of this year? And what's your thoughts about it?
I mean, things are good at school, you know, obviously insanely busy with the semester starting and then Coke and this, you know, it's a lot to manage, but I mean, it's definitely nice to be back with my friends and get back in a nice routine.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. We will see you next week to see if you have what it takes to be taking the crown for the Crown City at Charlotte here today.
Move on here to Edward Sanchez, a smile and a wave. Edward here representing his school here tonight. And Edward, I got to say, you had one of the more exciting nights that we've seen, being able to even be a part of that feature at the end. How was that experience for you tonight?
You know, my spotter said it best. He said, I was playing with house money. You know, after a kind of disappointing Heat 1 performance, unfortunately tagging there 3 wide with Miguel and Nick, unfortunately, looked like I was out of contention, but you never give up, right? And I wasn't ready to just throw in the flag. So spotter told me, shout out to Jackie Clemens, Virginia Tech. He was able to spot me. He's an alumni. And so as you saw, you know, I was kind of like off the pace a little bit. My truck was tight. I got damaged, but I kept in it. And then I saw slowly but surely one guy wrecks out, another guy spins another guy out. And then on the final lap, I'm P12. I see 2 guys in front of me, 10th and 11th. And I know Logan Smith, he was really mad at whoever he was racing against because he put him in the grass twice. So they both collided. I saw it, I gassed it, and my spotter was going crazy. It's like, go, 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 go. It was like, you know, from Cars, you know, from the movie. It's like, McQueen blew a tire, go, 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 go. It felt like that moment. And by the time I crossed the finish line, I was kind of ahead of him. So I was like, I'm waiting for the results. And then suddenly the session moves on to the next one. It says grid next. I'm like, I'm in? What? And yeah, and after that, of course, starting P26. I mean, you guys saw it going from P26 to 14th. I gave it all, and I'm super proud to represent Baruch ESA tonight.
You know what? You're somebody that gives it all. I heard that you're going to run the New York City Marathon later this year. I heard you love Draft Masters on iRacing. You're somebody that's going all in. So, and you love Draft Masters. So how do you think your prospects are looking at Daytona? Because that's where we go next.
I don't want to be too arrogant. I've done a little bit of PR training for this. So I will say I am a very common, well-known Draft Master racer in the community. I think if everyone sees that baby blue Baruch college scheme, they'll recognize me from Draft Master. So I think I'm really excited. I know a lot of people, even the Coke drivers, you know, they're all kind of, skeptical about, you know, with the heat races of like, what's viable? Do you want to run up front? Do you want to run in the back? From my draft master experience, I always like to lead. I like to control my situation, take control of whatever happens. And honestly, at the end of the day, no matter what, you know, it's just to have fun. And I had a lot of fun tonight. And I know that you guys said about this thing right here. Can I just give like a 10-second? Can I give a 10-second explanation? Sure, I think a lot of people. So this is from the anime called Uma Musume Pretty Horse Derby. It is an anime based off of horse derby, horse derby, like real life horse derby. This one is named Haru Urara, aka the Shining Losing Star. I believe, if I got that right. I believe she had a race total of 118 races in her career and has lost every single one. What makes her special is that she never gave up. She always gave 110% and always gave it all. And side note, she also was part of the economic boom in Japan that helped resurrect in the 90s. So unfortunately, I will say rest in peace. The Haru Urara, the horse, passed away about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. So ever since then, I got this not too long ago, and I put it right next to my sim rig. I put it facing towards me, and every time in situations like tonight, where things look like it's over, it's not over. And her motto is never give up. So that's why I pointed it at the camera at the end of the race, because even though it looked like I was out of it, even though it looked like I was plus 10,000 on the money line, you never give up, you never back down. And I'm about to cry because even though I'm a little disappointed and sad that I wasn't able to move on to round 2 for Brew TSA, I put on one heck of a show, and I hope everyone who is supporting me truly enjoyed it, and I hope you guys also too.
We really did, and I think you just gained a lot of supporters. And, I know who designed this format. We need to put in a fan vote because I think you'd win it easily, Edward. Great to talk to you.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate everything for the broadcast. Shout out Justin and Drew. You guys are amazing with all the complaints that we all have about where are the paints? Give us our paints. So thank you to them, and shout out to my family. Shout out to my girlfriend Liz. I love you. And Adam Garza, guys, he almost won, but yeah, shout out to him. There he is.
Well, we are with Adam Garza, and of course, I got to say, Adam, great effort for you here tonight, but I got to talk a little bit about Triton College. I mean, how's things going for you this semester, and as we get set to go for your semifinal races next week?
Absolutely. Go Trojans, giving me this opportunity, and, studying the communications field and all you guys in the booth is a big help to my studies as well. Just, seeing what I could do to try and get similar to that within the industry. But yeah, school's great. And, with this and being a full-time student and all that and work, it's been busy, but right when I get home, the first thing I'm doing is logging laps and trying to get better and represent my school well. And I felt like I did a good job at that tonight. So, it's cool to, be able to talk about this and run well and all that. I just can't thank Brian Murphy as well for hopping on this season. And, it's been a great ride, and it was good to, put it in the win, That was awesome.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, and we will see you next week in the semifinals.
I appreciate you guys.
Adam Garza going to be competing and going to be having a lot of fun. And Blake McCandless, this is what we have left for us here.
That is next week, the semifinals and, the LCQ for the semifinals and the final round to take place right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the first race of the 2025 fall semester, the Queen City Crown on the line. Several drivers that they got put through a couple hours ago. Some got through just a couple of minutes ago. But yet, when we approach next week, it's an entirely fresh reset, a restart for all these drivers. They got to go through all of this again. It's going to make for quite the exciting action. And in case you're just joining us, or you missed a feature or group from earlier as they advance through the tournament, these are the list of names that will be joining us next week at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Taylor Burris, a lot of experience here that I see just looking at this right off the rip. A lot of people who have been in the college series, who have competed here before, and then some new names as well who managed to just sneak through situations and chaos and have given themselves a chance. They're going home at least with points in the standings, but a handful of these drivers are walking away with some scholarship money.
Now, absolutely, and we're excited to see how this all plays out. Bradley Erickson, newcomer for Arizona State, coming out there. Daniel Nenny, who we've seen compete for multiple seasons, several eNASCAR, Coca-Cola iRacing Series drivers also in the hunt, and then some of your favorites and some interstate rivalries that we will be seeing. And, of course, One that rival we've been talking about all night long, UNC Charlotte versus University of Northwestern Ohio. One of the UNC Charlottes and a couple of the University of Northwestern Ohio made it into this event next week, and it's going to be a barn burner for sure.
Think about this Blake McCandless. Of the 14 drivers that were competing for UNC Charlotte or UNOH, combined, 3 of them made it in, which I think is a perfect example of just the kind of chaos that this new format creates.
Wow, that's quite something, and it goes to show you that nothing's guaranteed in this, and we would have put a lot of those drivers in just based on what we thought of them coming into this race, but that's kind of the unpredictability that we've seen tonight, and I think it's going to continue into next week and throughout this 2025 season. This is kind of shaking up the game, so to speak. So, yeah, it's not going to be easy for any college, and it's not supposed to be, right? It's a competition, a lot of money on the line for these drivers to try to take home some good scholarship money. So, it's going to be cutthroat in this college series in 2025.
Taylor Burris, I think Blake put it pretty well, and I'll add to that. This is not about how you qualify. This is not about the outright speed. That has less value now than ever before. This is ultimately about how you race. And there were some people who had opportunities to make their way into week 2 with ease, did not take advantage of the situation, got caught up in the moment, got caught up in trouble, and some other people who just let it come to them, fall in their lap, and now they have a shot at some scholarship money next week.
2 words: patience and impatient. That was one of the 2 things we saw here tonight. We saw drivers who were patient enough to sneak their way through and have the chance to compete in the semifinals, and those who were impatient, who were in the right transfer spot to make it into the show, but got over aggressive and blew their opportunity. And I gotta say, for some of these ones, especially those who only have one representation of their college that they are here racing, not a good look, I think, I have to say, for some of them. They're going to have to wait a couple of months or about a month to see when this will all play out for them. So, going to be back to the drawing board and hopefully write some multiple times, 100 times, saying, I will not mess up.
It's sort of like that famous meme. Yep, I see where you're going with that. A lot of drivers are going to have to wait. A lot of frustrated drivers, they're going to have to wait for the battle at the beach in October. But for R39, that made it. Week 2 comes your way at 7 p.m. Eastern, eNASCAR.com/live. It's the semifinals, the last chance qualifier, and the finals. So we've got 5 races left in the Queen City Crown, and between those 5, we're going to culminate it all with one showdown where the best of the best are going to go after it for the scholarship money and for the right to say that they will be first ever eNASCAR College iRacing Series tournament. A huge thanks to all of the colleges, all of the teams, all the drivers that competed this evening, and a big thanks to our producer Drew Adamson and the team back in Massachusetts and around the world working for iRacing to help bring you the pictures and sounds that you have seen this evening. For everyone here on our broadcast team, for Taylor Burris and Blake McCandless, I am James Pike. Thank you so much for watching Week 1 of the Queen City Clash for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League. And we look forward to seeing you 1 week from tonight to determine who will wear the Queen City Crown.